during the eliminations, during the semis, they're shooting wide open threes. Rhythm threes means nobody was there in front of you. Game 2, Game 3, even in the finals, Ginebra is doing a tremendous job making sure there's no breakdown. They're recognizing that the TNT will shoot a lot of threes. They're still going to give those threes, but those are challenge threes. That's the difference. And it's going to pay, especially in the end game where your legs are tired, because Ginebra was making sure, as you see now, exposing Jason Castro on ball screen. Yes, on the switch, LA Tenorio will look for those opportunities for Alvin Mariano scoring for Ginebra San Miguel.
Another field goal here for Alvin Mariano, and the 8 points that Ginebra scored here in the second. Alvin has been a very, should I say, productive in that run there by Barangay Ginebra.
The thing with Aljon is he's smart. He's not going to force it. He'll wait for that opportunity. Once he gets his rhythm, he's going to attack it. Look at Simon and Cesar providing that scoring for TNT.
That three of Simon gives an 8-point lead for TNT, and then Castro with a steal and a finish. Now it's a 10-point lead for the Tropa game.
It's just a repeat of what LA did to him during the end of the first quarter. He stole the ball off of Jason Castro. Look at him now, Jason, returning the favor to another seasoned veteran in LA Tenorio.
You mentioned TNT dropping 21 in the first. Right now they produced 23 here in the second against the 8 of Barangay Ginebra. Let's check this out again. Rhythm 3 coming from Simon. There was a challenge there, but good look and good release. And then picking the pocket of the general. It's my turn, said Jason Castro. And then that finish. That's the reason why TNT has 10-point lead. And look at LA. That 3.8 seconds left here in the second. It's like a drought here for Barangay Ginebra, like Coach Lopez.
They were TNT have to give credit to their defense. At the start of the second quarter, once Coach Tim rotated his players, that's where they took advantage. They were more aggressive defensively, TNT, and they're being rewarded because they really poured it out in the second quarter.
Full court pressure applied here by TNT. Let's see what's going to happen here for Barangay Ginebra. Mariano has it. Goes with that running shot and missed the mark totally. So we ended the second quarter. Coach Lopez with TNT up by 10, 44-34.
Solid performance for TNT. They struggled in the first quarter, but slowly picking up the cuddles because of their defense. I'm sure they're going to stick to that, especially Roger Paulboy taking care with 9 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 5 steals for TNT.
You're going to love the stat line there for Roger Ray Paulboy. Beautiful stroke from beyond the arc. Not only that, 5 steals you mentioned, and then finishing off with this play up against the Clips. The first 24 minutes of action of Game 3 is done with TNT Tropang Igla up by 10 against Barangay Ginebra 44-34. That score is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle PBA.
Take the premium PBA viewing experience online and everywhere you go by following PBA Rush on Facebook. Catch live streams of the action-packed PBA Philippine Cup every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Like the page to get the latest PBA news, highlights, game schedules, recent scores, and exclusive behind-the-scene features. Stay ahead of the game by getting timely updates for your favorite PBA Rush programs. Never miss on any of the awesome PBA action. Follow our Facebook page by typing www.facebook.com/PBA Rush 24/7.
Giga and 34 for Barangay Ginebra San Miguel here in Game 3 of Finals. Check your racing coach Topix Robinson live on PBA Rush. Coach, let's go to some highlights of the first half. It started well, mostly for Barangay Ginebra, having a 5-point lead at the end of the first 12-26.
They were solid talking about Barangay Ginebra in the first quarter, but as soon as the second quarter comes, you saw TNT there being a lockdown defender, making sure and forcing Barangay Ginebra to commit a lot of turnovers. Saving grace for them right now is Aljo Mariano, giving them 6 points. Wherein when the guys that are not really scoring, I mean, Stan, LA, and the Star Jacket was struggling. You saw Mariano there, and looking at the stats right now, I want to look at the points in the paint. TNT now, as you notice, they're scoring 26. They already scored 26 points in the paint, which that's the reason why they have 44 and 43 field goals for TNT. Barangay Ginebra, yes, they started well in the first quarter, but they struggled. Bench points for TNT with 11. Defensively knocked down with 4 blocks, while Ginebra still not getting any blocks. Looking at also the stats, Pogoy starting off pretty well. Tenorio 17 points, solid numbers from LA Tenorio.
You mentioned Tenorio with those numbers there, and then Pugoy with 9. But looking at TNT, it's a more balanced scoring here, Coach Lopez. 9, 8, 8, 6, and 6 with Eram and Washington scoring 6 apiece.
Those are solid numbers from the 5 players of TNT. What's missing there is Jason Castro. We know that we haven't really seen any glimpse of Ray Parks, so we need extra production coming from Jason Castro. But I like what I'm seeing with TNT because Jay Washington already has 6 points, and he's a floor spacer, and he's really been solid shooting those outside shots and making those outside shots. While looking at Ginebra, LA Tenorio with 12 points, Stanley, usual production, expected to really go all out. What's missing with Ginebra right now is Scotty Thompson, because again, he hasn't really been contributing well for Ginebra offensively, but nobody could take away his defense and the impact that he brings in for Coach Tim.
So those are the right numbers, right, of LA Tenorio. 12 points hitting from beyond the arc. And he really started things going for Barangay Ginebra. But I was so surprised. In the second quarter, the Kings have gone full, only producing 8 points. But as you mentioned, saving grace in that quarter when Tenorio did go full in the second was Aljo Mariano, right-handed baskets. And yes, they only scored 8 in the second, but Ginebra only down by 10 right at the turn. But for TNT Ginebra, I saw TNT went to the free throw line once only, while Ginebra was 5 of 6 from the line. What did you? What's the game tell us with those not so frequent visits to the 4.5-meter line, Coach?
Yes, TNT still will try to attack and bite the paint because they're pretty known for attacking the basket, keeping it off. Don't open teammate. That's what Ginebra is not giving this TNT team. That privilege of attacking the basket. 1, they're solid defending the paint. 2, there's no Ray Parks. He's really the guy that could really slither his way in the paint, either to commit a defender from Ginebra, or he gets fouled and go to the free throw line, because in this TNT lineup, he's the most fouled player. He gets to the line a lot of times, and that's what TNT's been missing with the absence of Ray Parks in game 2 and obviously in the first half. We don't know if he's going to show up in the second half for TNT, but the key here for TNT is their defense. They really showed it the way, even in game 2, the reason they were up for most of those quarters is because of their defense.
Yeah.
They have to make sure that every time they're going to lock it down, force Ginebra to commit turnovers, they want to score off easy baskets off their turnovers, because if they're going to get Ginebra to set up their defense, they're going to have a problem because they're going to be on the TNT line and to really attack the thing.
You mentioned defense is the key for TNT. We saw that in the second quarter. We saw that in game 2. They were up by 15. But then again, Aljo Mariano happened in game 2. How do you prevent that if you're on the side of TNT from having a repeat of game 2 and then getting that elusive first win here
I think on the coach's standpoint, Sir Cheeky, you have to pick your poison.
Pick your poison.
Yes.
I like that.
You took away Eddie Tenorio, you took away Japet Aguilar, you took away Scotty Thompson. Okay, that's already I mean,
300 points.
yeah, that's around 30 points. If you're not gonna, yeah, so might as well give it to Anjo Marian. Okay, we know that he could also score, but again, if you're gonna take it away from those guys that are the frequent scorers for Barangay Ginebra, that's gonna give you a chance to win, which they had in game two.
Actually, they did have that huge chance, right? I like how you outdated it, right? That shoes. You know, and it's difficult because in the lineup of Ginebra, it's a deep lineup of poison there.
Yeah, we've talked about the start of the ball game coaching.
Oh yes, oh yes.
They will always look to adjust. Expect that the problem in the second quarter, obviously, they should be aware of that. It's like that's what they're doing right now is they want to make sure they're not going to commit a turnover. They'd rather miss a shot and take it rather than to commit a turnover. Why? Because nobody could really defend a turnover.
Yes.
No team practices defending on a turnover.
And you don't even get a chance, right, to throw that ball up. Meantime, Rosario, Troy has been very successful operating inside the paint.
What's the difference of Troy Rosario of the first two games? He's more concentrating himself in the paint. Earlier into the ball game, you'll see that all of his possessions are in the paint. Yes, he might still be open outside, but he's opting to go high percentage, which is really paid dividends, not only for TNT, but also for Troy Rosario.
And we saw Aljo try to stop him in the first half. Now it's Tolentino on him, but in that last sequence, when he showed you the slow-mo, Tolentino was actually being bumped out of his spot, and Rosario was getting into a spot that he liked.
What's good about it also is Japet is being taken out of the paint because Boy Aram is playing outside. We know that Boy Aram could also take that outside shot. He could make. That's why now the adjustment of TNT is they're gonna go bring Japet out and put Troy in. Who's guarding Troy Rosario in the paint? Ajun Marian. So he has an advantage, obviously, especially now that Arvin Tolentino is also guarding him. So that's a rookie being guarded by a veteran Troy Rosario.
Biggest leader ready for TNT at 30, 47, 34. Another turnover for Barangay Ginebra. Here comes Bogoy. Bogoy underneath, carving space and really pushing Tolentino out of that area.
TNT going back to what worked for them in the second quarter. Making sure, forcing Barangay Ginebra to commit turnover, not just committing turnovers, but scoring off of those turnovers.
5-0 for TNT to start the third quarter. They built their biggest lead at 15, 49 to 34.
Anumang hamon ng mundo, magkasama tayo, itutuloy ang Pasko. Wala ng regalo, ang hiling ko, sana'y laging masaya tayo. Dito tayong dumaramay hanggang tulong at magbigay upang bumuti at sumaya ang ating buhay. Nandiyan ang abot kamay, tayo'y maging liwanag ng Pasko. Tulong-tulong tayo, tayo'y liwanag, ikaw at ako, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko. Tayo'y maging liwanag ng Pasko. Tulong-tulong tayo, tayo'y liwanag, ikaw at ako, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
Kapit sa pag-asa, sama-sama, pangarap ng isa't isa. Nasa ating tinig, kakaibang himig, ngiti
During the first half, the TNT Pampanga managed to beat Ginebra in their full game, scored 26 points inside the paint, while limiting Ginebra to just 12 points. They also managed to limit Ginebra to just 8 points during the entirety of the second quarter and forced 12 turnovers during the first half. However, they allowed Ginebra to shoot up to 50% from beyond the arc, so they were instructed and recognized Ginebra's shooters earlier, especially in the third quarter, because this was the same quarter many of the Kings made their threes during game two. Now, the coach of the TNT also reminded the team to brace themselves for the 50-50 ball battle and make sure they dominate. Good for you, gentlemen.
Wow, I tip my hat off to our reports and reporters, Denise and Celine, for doing an awesome job there. But I'll latch on what Coach Richard mentioned in that chat with Denise. Barangay Ginebra did not respond to the physicality of TNT. I would say in the second quarter, right? That's why probably they were stuck at only 8 points. Your thoughts on that, Coach?
I have to agree with that because they were pressuring. As you could, if you could review those turnovers, all of those turnovers came from above the free throw line. So that means the guards are really doing a tremendous job making sure that as soon as they cross the half court, they're going to put a body on. So every turnover above the free throw line will result to an easy layup because nobody was there to guard it. So that's one thing that top AT&T did well because they meet the guards early, stand LA, and force them to commit those turnovers.
Now, sorry, miss coming from TNT with that Simon and Cesar drive and familiar scene already. Boy, end up really diving for that ball and Montalvo gives up a foul. Let's check this out first. Again, Alvin Mariano. Look at that, the economy of motion, not really wasting any movement and squared up for that shot.
The adjustment that Barangay Ginebra did at the start of the third quarter is they're lessening those ball screens and opting to go inside the paint. Now the challenge for Japet is once you get the ball in the paint, Coach Tim was so furious when he put the ball on the floor because you're 6'7" guy. The moment you put the ball below your elbow or your waist, that's giving a smaller guy a chance to tap that basketball. What he did right now, as soon as he gets the ball, he went up and got that easy basket, even if there are three defenders guarding Japet Aguilar there.
Ginebra with their version of a 5-0 run here. Keep missing from the corner. 49-39, still a 10-point lead for TNT. And they'll whistle this one against Simon. Sticking too close. Sticking too close to Stanley Pringle.
That was a wide open shot coming from Kip Montalvo off of Simon and Ciso attack to the basket. There are the times that you're going to get that wide open shot. If that was Pogoy, that would be different. But you have to give confidence also to Kip Montalvo to keep him shooting that basket because at any given time he could make it. Again, turnover of Barangay Ginebra pissing Coach Tim off because, again, that painted area is pretty much guarded right now. Not just with personnel, but with active hands. With beating that basketball, Denise Denise talked about those 50-50 balls, and so far, Talking Tex is getting the hand of it.
Despite Magoy, Stanley will push it, and Tenorio will try it again from Rainbow Line. Is that number 5 for LA? Number 5, I think, from 3-point area.
That was a long route for LA Tenorio, and you'll notice on those possessions, off of this, Barangay Ginebra will push that basketball. Back-to-back stops coming from Barangay Ginebra, forcing TNT to all the time.
We gotta check this out again. Stanley sharing that ball. LA serving the floor, stopping for that 3, hitting it from the right quarter court, cutting the lead of TNT down to 7. And this is how LA started things going here in Game 3. That's number 5 for Rainbow.
That's the rare times or the rare opportunities that LA Tenorio will be wide open for the 3. That's coming off a stop. A lot of back-to-back possessions by TNT. They were able to stop if you're Barangay Ginebra and they're pushing that basket.
8-0 run here, Coach Topix, by Barangay Ginebra. After that 5-0 run by TNT to start the third, coming from that timeout, I think Coach Tim was able to drive that point straight and say you gotta wake up here in the third. So let's see What's the reply of TNT Tropangiga? Here comes Castro. Now with Pogoy at the baseline, and he makes it look so easy. RR Pogoy.
Good move coming from RR Pogoy attacking the defense of Scotty Thompson. If you're going to look at that first action that TNT did, usually it was Poy Era who's diving and Troy Rosario popping. But you'll notice it's the other way around. Why? Because they want to keep Japet Aguilar off that painted area. And Japet Aguilar is guarding Poy Era. They want Japet out of that, and they want Troy inside because who's guarding Troy? That's Aljon Mariano.
Someone that Troy has been that he's been enjoying that matchup, right?
Yeah, again, Aljon Mariano will still play physical, but the good thing about it with Troy Rosario, no Japet Aguilar as a secondary defender.
Oh yes. That's why it comes out as easier for Troy, right? But speaking of Japet, I like what Scotty did in the past play, the past possession before the free throws of Japet. He went in, attracted the defense, and he wanted Japet to get his game going again.
That's the beauty of you attacking the paint, because if you see that the reason why Japet was open because Poy Era committed to Scotty, because if you're not going to commit to Scotty, that's going to be an easy layup. So that's what the beauty of you breaking down the defense. That's why one of the reminders we always tell our guards, don't be broken down. Keep your guy in front. Those basic defensive principles, keeping your guy in front, don't break down, because that will happen. Easy basket for a big guy. It's either you go to the free throw line, which Ginebra dominated in game 2, and which we are not seeing so much from TNT.
That three, coach of Simon, was nullified because he did hit it from the left corner pocket. But you know that the extra step of shooters when they try to get their balance was called stepping on the sideline.
I was not having that problem when I used to play because I was shooting. So I can't relate, Sir Gigi. I'm sorry.
But you've seen shooters do that.
I wish I was the one who was doing that, because I wasn't given the chance. Sorry.
I like it how you put that into context. You only witness people doing it, but you really
Very good. Yeah, I wish I did.
Oh, I love chatting with Coach Topics here. 51-44, 6.5 left here in the third. Turnovers, look at that. Is that too big for Barangay?
Same story as game 2 of the finals. Again, TNT forcing Ginebra to commit a lot of turnovers. That could be the difference in that ball game.
Kick out to Castro, extra pass to Pogoy, recognition at the corner, and the reward is a three-point conversion.
The reason why RR Pogoy was open is because of preliminary attack to the basket that caused to that one pass that led to another, and TNT looking good if they're sharing the basketball. That was the thing that TNT didn't have in the first half. Why? Because the guards of Ginebra was in front of them, so no breakdown. That's the problem right now with Barangay Ginebra, because guys are tired. They were able to attack the basket, so wide open shot. While for Ginebra right now, same scenario. Guys going to the free throw line, high percentage, getting guys into penalty, which is going to be a problem for TNT.
We'll check if this quote-unquote block of Era will be legit, or will they call it a single? There you go. So I think it's a goaltending violation, right? Only because the ball hit the board already before Aaron went after it.
That's a big man's problem that they're trying to really block. I mean, I would appreciate that, because that means your bigs are really trying to defend the painted the basket.
Now that's one thing that both you and I cannot relate.
Yeah, exactly.
Big man problems.
Yeah, big man problems, blocking problems. We don't have that.
Big block probably.
And don't look now talking about the free throws of Barangay Ginebra starting to pile up. Problem right now with TNT, they're pretty much aggressive defending. But if you're gonna get into early foul trouble, that will cost. If you're in penalty, that will cost a guy a white shirt going to the free throw line. That's what TNT doesn't want to have.
In and out for Jay Wash in that free ball attempt, 54-47. TNT still up here by 7 points. Empty possession for Barangay Ginebra. Tropangiga pushing it. Castro has it. They go inside to Rosado. The power dribble and that layup.
time and time again, Troy Rosario really sealing the paint, making sure that his teammates know that he's there. That's one thing because you could be open, but if your teammate doesn't know that you're there, you have to make them know. So far, the good thing about it is Troy Rosario getting his bearings back.
A miss by Mariano, and then the cleanup job by Scotty Thompson.
This is kind of scary for TNT because Barangay Ginebra is still getting the ball in the paint. Not forcing any turnovers, but again, look at Scotty Thompson fighting for that 50-50 ball. Not just getting that, but getting the end one opportunity and getting TNT into early penalty situation.
Yeah, you gotta love that slow-mo sequence there. Showing Scotty rising up and staying in mid-air, fabricating a shot and then completing a three-point play.
This is the big question now for TNT is the support group that he has. He'll have his best guys, mostly like Troy Rosario, Jay Washington, Jason Castro, R.R. Pogoy there. And again, they cannot play the full third quarter. You need to sub them out. So what's important right now for TNT for them to really sustain this ball game is to have fresh legs on the floor.
4:50 left here in the third quarter, just a 6-point lead for TNT, 56-50. 6 to shoot for Barangay Ginebra. Tenorio throws up another one. Not this time, and that ball was touched last by the Daredevil for referee. And the JD could not believe it. So ball goes back to TNT with 4:38 left. 38 left here in the third. Rosario looking for a friend here. Couldn't find Pogoy. Gets it to RR. Shot clock at 10. Toward Pogoy. Good defense there by JD.
Good coverage coming from Jared Dillinger and Joe Defense, trying to make sure that there's no penetration for our opponent.
6.2 left on clock for Pogoy here and the rest of TNT to fabricate a shot. With 4:23 left in the third. So they reset it to 14 because of a kickball violation.
Yeah, that was a good look coming from the referees that bailed out TNT. And it was really a kickball from Chief Jared Dillinger.
Cross court to Pogoy. Good tap by JD, picked up here by JDV. Tenorio will set things up. Ginebra down by 6. Mariano, Washington on him. Demands against Semerad. Back to the basket. The veteran. Out to Dillinger. 4 to shoot. Good defense thrown here by TNT and almost a shot clock violation, but they'll call a loose ball foul against Kip Montal.
There's the problem now for TNT. They're ready in penalty, so that was a good decision coming from Scotty. But you look at the offense of Barangay Ginebra, they weren't really able to really took advantage. Yeah, so no, there's a lot of player movement, but there's no ball movement. So that means the defense will just be there staring at you, protecting that paint. And again, that was a bailout for Barangay Ginebra and Scotty Thompson. Really a big there for the defensive rebound.
I like how you put it. A lot of ball movement, but not so much player movement. So that gives the defense really the opportunity to just stay put, right? And not really play in the vernacular patintero with the defender.
Barangay Ginebra knows that the strength of TNT is their defense. So the more movement for them,
yes,
and tire the guys out for TNT. We're talking about Jason Castro. The minutes that these guys are playing, the starters that the minutes that they're playing, come fourth quarter, if you're gonna make them move, you're gonna pay for TNT.
Good block by Scotty on that long shot of Simon. Here comes Tenorio. All good defense again by TNT, and Pogoy trying to secure the ball. Nope, counter steal here by Thompson. Tenorio has it. Now with Scotty at the corner. Let's go for that 3. Lots of time for Ginebra. It reads 14. Ginebra just chewing on this lead off at TNT. Steals department in favor of TNT. 11 against 8. 4 to shoot. Tenorio. Goes in using the glass, and that lead is down to 2.
Henry Tenorio taking over this ball game for Barangay Ginebra. He was just waiting for that collapse by TNT and finding Jay Wash and attacking the basket with 4 seconds left the shot clock. Barangay Ginebra only trailing by 2 points.
Walang tubig. Tama yun.
Sumbagal. He's got an idea. Free scares away with Tabipo on Signal Play. Download now.
The road to become king is tough. Pero hindi magpapatinat ang Barangay Ginebra as they aim for their 13th PBA championship title. Mga kabarangay, suportahan ang Barangay Ginebra San Miguel sa 2020 PBA Philippine Cup Finals on TV5, One Sports, and PBA Rush. Sa PBA, tayo bida.
Let's talk about bigs here. Boy Erap and Troy Rosario still not big enough to coach their finals averages.
If you're really going to look at those numbers, those are solid. But what's missing there is there's no Ray Parks. If Ray Parks is there, that's 20 during game 1. And if you're going to add it up, especially losing by 1 possession, that's big. But right now, they need more of that. And talking about the thing we've discussed during the start of the ball game, foul troubles or even penalty. Talking Tex got into early penalty with 8 minutes and 27 left in the third quarter. So that means every foul that you commit, you're going to pay in the free throw line. So far, Barangay Ginebra's already at 8 free throws in this quarter, and they made 7. So looking at the numbers again, it's favoring Barangay Ginebra.
Points this quarter, 24 Barangay Ginebra, 12 for TNT, and that's the reason why Barangay Ginebra only down by 2. 2.5 left here in the third. Pogoy, 5 to shoot. Enciso out to Pogoy. Pogoy throws one up. And bodies on the floor. We'll find out, will this be against Capital or against Era? Might be against Prince Capital. There you go. Now, we showed earlier the combined output of Rosario and Era in the finals about 19 and shade under 20. How are they doing right now, Coach?
So far, so good for Troy Rosario because he already had 13 points.
Oh, okay.
While Boy Aram is a bit struggling with 6 points. Why? Again, we'll discuss about it because PNP now is taking Boy out of those ball screens. Wherein usually he was the one diving.
Yes, yes.
Why are they doing it? They want to take out Japet in the paint because Japet is one of the best rim protectors in the PBA right now.
TNT, they needed that 3 from the blur to increase their lead up to 5, 59, 54.
Yes, that's big for Jason Castro and TNT, but so far, if you're going to look at the third quarter, Coach Tim already rotated a lot of his players. Yeah. Not just his players, but his key players. But TNT cannot afford it right now. That's why our always still there. Simon and Ciso still there. Boy Adams still there. So it's going to all pay out in the fourth quarter.
Jay Wash hits his third 3-point shot of the match, making it 62-54 in favor of TNT.
That's big production coming from Jay Wash. That's what the numbers that he was missing in game 2 of the finals finals because he wasn't able to score, but so far so good for J-Wash and providing those points that are very important right now for TNT because Barangay Ginebra is just it's just there waiting for you to fold. And they're gonna take advantage of that.
Oh, Jared going up against Boy, 62-56. TNT up by 6 with a minute and 12 left here. In the third quarter, they called this foul against a Daredevil. And this was the three earlier by Jason. And that was an amazing play of the quarter brought to you by Smart. Experience the next level speeds with Smart 5G and then that three ball of Jay Washington.
That's big because obviously you have to pick your poison. Yeah. Are you gonna take Jason Castro or even our Kobe on the drive? Or you're gonna give Jay Washington the three? Looking at game two, Ginebre's doing the right thing because they'd rather leave Jay Wash. He knows that he could take the shot.
Yeah.
But they'd rather give that rather than give the attacking opportunity for Jason Castro. Why? Because Jason Castro, with absence of three parts, is the backbone of this TNT team.
Well, good thing for TNT, even if Ginebra's risking leaving Jay Washington for the three, Jay Wash has been knocking them down. Here we go, under a minute left here in the third. Tenorio inside the paint, no rebound secured by Boy. 63-56, TNT up by 7. Castro will set this one up again. Back to Jason. Jay Wash in the middle, didn't get that pass from Jason to the corner. Reyes open for that three, and he knocks it down in the corner pocket.
Another guy that missed game two, right? Able to score a single basket, and now he already has 3 points. Why do you need Driver there? He's one of the guys that could guard LA Tenorio because of his physicality. He still has those legs, making sure that these guys in front. He just needs that confidence. Look at him now, really eyeing LA Tenorio.
JDV missed that three, back to a 10-point lead for TNT, 66-56. Remember, they started the third with a 10-point lead. So technically speaking, here in the third quarter, they've canceled each other out, right? Because TNT was up by 10 to start the third.
Yeah, because, looking at the replay right now, Ryan Reyes making the three was big. Jay Wash with those threes are big. Those are things that you need right now, trying to cover for the 20 points that we're missing with Ray Park's absence.
4.3 left here in the third. And if you're Ray Parks, you like what you're seeing right now. I'm sure he wants to play, but with his team up by 10, that's a good sign for the Tropang Giga. 2 seconds and fishing expedition. Will they call this against Jerry? Balanza was the one guarding Jason Castro, and Jason was pleading his case that he was already going up for that shot. Let's check that again. So that arm was in, but they did not give Jason that continuation. In any case, Coach, it's a 10-point lead for TNT to end the third.
I think it's a good solid performance for TNT in the third quarter, sustaining their advantage. And big question now for TNT is how will they sustain it in the fourth quarter?
Our score is at 66-56, a 10-point lead for TNT Tropang Giga to end the third. That score is by Honda, the official motorcycle PBA.
Lahat gagawin para manalo.
Ogoy on the move.
Dahil sa muling pagkakataon, kalaban ng TNT Tropang Giga para maging kampiyon.
Ray off the spin. Easy one off the ground. Castro and Savannah. All the way to the top.
Mga katropa, suportahan ang TNT Tropang Giga in the 2020 PBA Philippine Cup Finals on TV5, One Sports, and PBA Rush. Sa PBA, tayo bida.
Folks, I just want to share with you guys PBA live stream Monday to Sunday, facebook.com/OneSportsPHL. And Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, facebook.com/PBA Rush 247 and facebook.com/FIBA Asia CC. So don't forget those mediums, all right? And you know what? We're going to, the farthest we'll go, coach, is December 13th to play game 7, right? So we won't reach December 27th. So having said that, I'll take this opportunity to greet one of our directors, Nick Shaw, an advance happy birthday on December 27th as he reaches 50. Oh, I mean 40. I correct myself.
Advance happy birthday to Nick.
With the directors here. Sorry, Rosario. Game 1-8, game 2-11. So far 13. Your thoughts there, coach?
Troy Rosario really inserting his mind in the paint. That's what's missing with Troy Rosario during those first 2 games, which he had adjusted to right now. He's slowly getting his confidence back.
Fourth quarter has begun, and my favorite part, Coach Lopez, is shown in the 2 quarter scoring. I want you to walk us through that one. Look at that second quarter production of Barangay.
Barangay Ginebra really, I mean, TNT really forced Barangay Ginebra for the second, third round. Sustained it in the third quarter because of their defense. Nothing really special with what TNT's been doing offensively, but they've really been locking in defensively, forcing Barangay Ginebra to make a lot of turnovers and bad shots.
It's a low scoring game 3, and we like this. I mean, if you're TNT, you like this because the lower the score, the better chances of you is W, right?
Yeah, that's big. Trying to make sure that defense is the key. Especially, they don't really have anybody. I mean, they don't have Ray Parks right now. Most likely, he's not going to play. We'll be surprised if Bonga Bennett starts him in the lineup. But so far, he is sustaining that offensive onslaught against Barangay Ginebra. But big question again is, will they finish strong if they're TNT?
TNT, of course, will not relax in this one. Remember, they're up by 15 in game 2 and still fell short. Right now, they're up by 10, and Ciso at the corner missed that 3, and that was, again, you call that out, tapping into the pro lane extension. It was too strong of a tap from Troy Rosario.
So much that Troy could do about it, hoping that it's not going to go overboard, which turned out to be a turnover for TNT, and Barangay Ginebra now looking to chip down the 10 point.
Did Troy used to play volleyball before, if I'm not mistaken, right? And that might be his volleyball player in him. Daredevil. Now with there, they go to Scotty with 8 to shoot. Bogoy, shot back down to 5. Ringo in the middle. Quick hands there by Castro. And the blur is on the other side. It's now a 12-point lead for TNT.
Again, turnover after turnover for Barangay Ginebra. We talked about this earlier. Any turnover above the free throw line will be an easy layup for the 15. And so far, TNT is doing a good job making sure that there's lesser attack to the basket by Barangay Ginebra.
Look at that pickpocket stats there. TNT up 11 against 7 as JD missing that jumper. So that's 1 and done for Barangay Ginebra.
Which is big for Barangay Ginebra. TNT now calling for timeout, making sure that he's gonna rest his guys. You'll see that usually the team that's struggling with all the timeout, but Coach Bonga Bennett opting to call a timeout because they are trying to rest their players. Let's see now during the break what adjustments Coach Nick will do in this timeout.
Never miss a single heartbreak moment in Philippine basketball with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Catch 24/7 PBA action with live games and replays anytime, anywhere. Register now to get free access until December 30th. enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience with PBA Signal Play. Register via the official website or download mobile app store.
Great news all of our runners out there. Brace yourselves sa isa sa pinakamalaking virtual run ng taon as 7-Eleven Run 2020 turns into a Christmas virtual run for a cause on November 30 to December 12, 2020. Over 40,000 participants will be part of history. Let's all come together to run for a cause and unity. Sama-sama po tayong magsaya sa 7-Eleven Christmas Virtual Run 2020. Not this pandemic, I've been hooked up with all these virtual activities as well. But before your thoughts on that, ranked bodies there was Kim Montalvo against Kari Thompson, and it found a way to go inside the rim for Scotty.
Good attack coming from Scotty Thompson off that Kim Montalvo foul. But nothing really going well for Barangay Ginebra offensively. But you know that they could sustain, in the long run. And with 9 minutes, that's an eternity. Time and time again, they've proven that they could easily go back. So now the challenge is for TNT if they will sustain that lead.
72-61, boy hits that finally creates out the lead. That brings the lead of TNT up to 14 again.
Yes, Boy Adam made that thing. That's big. But you'll notice there that there's no ball movement. It just so happened you're up by a lot of last points. You have that confidence to take that shot. But the turnover of Barangay Ginebra paid dearly because you cannot give TNT those easy baskets. You want them to bleed for their point. And so far, their defense is helping their offense, TNT.
77-61, the biggest lead now for TNT at 16, and another empty possession for Barangay Ginebra with 8:12 remaining here in the fourth. And Tropang Giga, they have the luxury now to chew on that clock. Aram has it, top of the key, managed to shoot. He hit one earlier. Couldn't get into Rosario, who had that good position against Mariano. Ogoy goes up for a long one. It's short. Reyes getting that offensive ball.
Big possession coming from TNT, and Ryan Reyes keeping the basketball alive.
7:40 left in the match, and running shot. Oh, another rebound this time by Montalvo, and almost a shot clock violation for TNT.
A lot of extra possessions for coming from TNT, and the guards of TNT keeping that ball alive. Ryan Reyes at the start, and then Kim Montalvo giving them extra possessions and extra opportunities to score the basket.
Inside to Mariano. He wanted to go inside the jacket, but the ball slipped out of his hands.
Again, back-to-back turnovers coming from Barangay Ginebra. You have to give credit to the defense of TNT right there.
With that, you mentioned that it was a good three coming from Boy, but really, to your point, no movement, not much movement from TNT. But for our Boy, he says, I want to get the first W here in this grand finale. 7:10 here in the fourth. TNT up by 16. Long pass, the Boy, good block by Japet. Boy has it out to Reyes. Ryan with 4 to shoot. Oh, nice speed to Simon, but Simon missed the gimme, but he gets his own miss. And at the corner, Simon goes up for the three, and that was bigger. That was bigger than the layup.
Big extra possession, and who are the guys that are keeping the ball alive? Ryan Reyes. just the moment they thought that they're going to put in the turnover, keeping the ball alive, looking for those extra teammates. Simon and Ciso, big with a corner three.
Biggest lead at 19 for TNT. A miss there by Scotty, rebound secured by Jay Wash. Time left, 6:20 on the clock. And game 3 looks promising here for TNT.
TNT moving the ball around with the luxury of playing the clock. First, they're able to rest their players, their starters, moving the ball around. But again, you have to make sure that you're focusing on making stops also.
Jeff inside the Chapman, and that touch of Washington will hurt them. 5:57 left here.
Yeah, you'll notice that these TNT players are all gassed out. They're just walking the basketball. Good thing they're up by a big margin. And you have to make sure that if you're Coach Bong Ravena, you have to rotate your guys right now while you still can. Try to bring in those fresh legs. Try to sustain because that's still 5 minutes and 57 seconds left in the ball game.
I like how the roommate of Simon, Ray Parks, celebrated a 3 of Enciso earlier. Meantime, the Daredevil gets it to Caparal. Quiet Prince. JD gets the offensive board at the baseline. The short J won't work. Valentino could not control that rebound.
The defense of TNT making it hard for Barangay Ginebra to buy a basket. You'll notice even after that extra possession, TNT's giving this Ginebra only one crack at the basket.
Simon out to Jay Wash. Troy out to Jay Wash again. That 3 ball by Jay. Not this time, but still TNT up by 19. Little turnovers there on your screens. Meantime, Tenorio, right elbow J. So if you're TNT, you like this. You're exchanging misses with Barangay Ginebra. That's fine. You're up by 19.
Yeah, that's big for TNT right now because they could afford to milk the clock. And they've noticed also that Barangay Ginebra is kind of winning right now. But it happened in game 1, it happened in game 2. When you begin to think that Ginebra will just let this one slip you by, you might aim for a 3.
Short of the 3 by Jeff Chan. With under 5 minutes left here in this match, Ginebra has only produced 5 points here in the 4th. And Ciso at the corner. Magoy with a save. Simon has it. They'll reset this possession.
We've always thought in basketball, long shot would mean long rebound.
Yeah.
And so far, Barangay Ginebra is really forcing the TNT to shoot outside shots. But what's missing there is the box out.
Tenorio inside with that floater. Brings the lead of TNT down to 17. And still a comfortable lead here with over 4 minutes left in game 3. Tenorio trying to find a way to bring his team back here in game 3. Let's take a quick break. Back in a moment.
Hanap mo ba yung mga produkto na mas mapapaganda ang buhay mo? Watch the #1 TV shopping in the Philippines. Easy Shop Asia. Your favorite cable and free-to-air networks. Watch Easy Shop Asia 24/7, Signal Cable Channel 34, and One Sports every Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. The most effective products with the best deals. Dito lang yan sa Easy Shop Asia because we make life worth living.
Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now.
Well, in TNT Tropang Giga, they're showing a lot of poise here in game number 3. This young man here, Simon Ciso, numbers have improved, and he has embraced that goal, right, for TNT Tropang Giga.
We talked about that when you miss Ray Parks, you have to look for guys that are really fulfilled that way. And Simon and Ciso is always ready to provide those scoring for TNT.
80-63, a 17-point lead here for TNT with 3:46 left in the match. Castro missing the layup. And now we will see a lot of changes here for Barangay Ginebra. I see Arthur De La Cruz has been plucked out from the bench by Coach Tim. Jeff, with that fake, he goes up. He'll go to the
Big move coming from Coach Tim, resting his starters. Himself, L.A. Tenorio, himself, Japet Aguilar, himself, Scotty Thompson. It doesn't mean that he's giving up. Yep.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just want to make sure that he needs energy from others. He needs a spark. With 3 minutes and 28 left in the ball game, that could still be a possibility. So you need fresh legs. While TNT is sticking to his guns.
Yeah.
If you're Coach Bong Ravena, because Jason Castro's still there, Simon Ciso's still there, our Poge's still there. He just inserted Boy Era. So that means he wants to really finish strong and send a strong message coming into game 4.
Game 4, Coach, it's like a 1-day break. And then they battle each other again on Sunday. Now, after game 4, right, should there be a game 5, it's going to be a 2-day break. So that's a totally different setup. Shot clock down to 5. Pugoy. Ball away. Tough shot there. No conversion, however. Still a 16-point leader for TNT. And a turnover again for Barangay Ginebra. That's one department that you've been pointing out since the first half, the turnover.
It worked for TNT in game 2. They forced Barangay Ginebra to commit a lot of turnovers, not just committing a lot of turnovers, but scoring off of those turnovers. Same scenario in this in game 3. So they still forced not just turnovers for Barangay Ginebra, but bad execution or 4 shots. So that's going to be big for Coach Tim coming into game 4.
83-64, lead is at 19 for TNT with 2:21 left here in the match. Tolentino short of the layup, the putback is good for De La Cruz.
Question now for TNT is how long are you going to keep your starters on the floor? Because, if you're going to look at the numbers, that's already more or less a 1 game for TNT, but you still have your best players inside the basketball court. And considering you're going to play Sunday.
So we are under 2 minutes, and that was scores underneath coming from the pass from Simon C. So 85-66. I'm looking at the officials table. Only Kid Montalvo checking in for TNT.
And who's gonna sub? Most likely it's gonna be Jason Castro.
Amazing play of the quarter brought to you by Smart Experience, the next level speeds with Smart 5G. You're right. So Castro, much deserved rest now for the Blur.
And I think Samboy De Leon is also coming in most likely for our Pogoy. Because again, you want to rest them. So now, platoon of substitution. You see Semra coming in, most likely replacing Troy Rosario, who's had huge game for TNT.
1:39 left in the match, Coach. You're right. We are with this score 85-66. Probably it's safe to say that TNT will get the number 1. Right? So obviously we will have a game 5. That's a fact. If TNT continues to play this way for the next 99 seconds now, should it go their way? Game 1. All right. How would this change the complexion now of the finals? No Ray Parks in game 3. TNT will be getting it. Sparks will have an extra day of rest. Do you think, I just want to ask you this, do you think they would risk it? Do you think risk it to have Parks play on Sunday?
At this point of the season or the finals, you still want to try it out. You want to test the waters.
Okay.
He's had a lot of days to rest. And again, that injury is not, it's no joke. You're not, if you're Ray Parks, you bring this team to the finals, you're not going to rest just because of, if it's a minor injury. So that means that something serious that he needs to rest. So that's big for them that they were able to pull this game. They might try him game 4, see what happens. And there's a difference between Sunday, which is game 4, to game 5. That's an extra day of rest or this weary warrior talking about Ray Parks.
As by Simon with 46 to go, a 22-point lead, 48 the end, and they've limited really Ginebra to a piece at this point, less than 70 points. And Ginebra has only produced 10 points, which Topix here in the court.
That's big for Barangay Ginebra that they weren't able to produce those numbers. Give credit to TNT defense. They really were aggressive. They were really more physical with the guards of Barangay Ginebra that forced them to a lot of turnovers.
You know what? Tuloy pa rin ang Pasko, Coach Topix, and to all Filipinos, Christmas is our time to give cheer. Donate now and sponsor a warm, festive meal that helps hard-hit Filipino families continue to feel hopeful despite these tough times. Join the Tuloy pa rin ang Pasko movement led by Signal and TV5 in partnership with the PLDT Smart Foundation. Regardless of what has happened to us, the rest of the world in this 2020, Coach, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
I mean, that's never gonna stop. Whether you're in trying times, you always have to think about being a giver.
Oh yes,
Because you're gonna look back in this 2020 and you're gonna ask yourself, was I a giver or was I a taker?
I love that. I love that. And I hear this from my wife. It's trying times, sometimes it's better to be kind than being right. Few seconds left before we end this match, and Vosotros using up their shot clock. That ball will go back to Barangay Ginebra with 9 seconds left. Not sure if Ginebra will drop one more. Arthur will dribble this one out as well. We're waiting for that final buzzer. And that's our final score, 88 to 67. A 21-point victory for TNT, but more than the winning margin, Coach, they get win number 1 in the finals.
That's big for TNT. While they were able to rest Ray Parks, the guy stepped up. Troy Rosario solid, providing the defensive powers for TNT.
Our dream player of the game brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. This guy in the middle, he set the tone from the get-go.
Okay, solid production coming from Troy Rosario. Huge numbers in the paint.
And that's our dream move of the game brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. He made a living inside the paint.
I mean, that's a rarity for Troy because most of the time he was shooting from the outside and now suddenly turning to a different species.
88-67, our final score. Winning is TNT Chopagig, and that score is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. Back in a moment. Now we'll end it here, folks. Game 3 is done.
See you again in game 4. Troy Rosario with 15 points, 2 blocks, 7 of 9 from Troy. Troy, alam na naman natin na 4 na beses yun ang nakalaban itong Ginebra Kings. Pero unang beses din silang natalo dito sa loob ng ating bubble. Para sa'yo, Troy, what made the difference ngayong gabi?
Siguro yung sense of urgency. Yung down yung discipline pero kailangan lumaban. Gaya ng taon na to. Simula tayo sa hirap. Isang start. Gaya din ng bubble. Bago tayo marating dito. Kailangan lang natin talaga fight to win.
Well said, Troy. Finally, mga gusto mong batiin at saka pasalamatan.
Pinabati ko nga pala yung family ko, yung wife ko, at mga kids ko. Yung wife ko na on the way pauwi pa lang galing Cagayan. Nagbigay sila ngayon ng relief goods sa Cagayan. Si Boss Danny, TVT family, Sushi Fix Manila family, yung mga kababayan ko dyan sa Cagayan, sa baha. Ingat kayo lagi dyan. Alam ko, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pagulan dyan. Pero may awa ang Diyos.
Maraming salamat. Well done and congratulations, Troy. Thank you, Troy and Troy. I'll turn you over now to our press room. Our coach, Bob Ravenna, is waiting.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the post-game press conference. We are with the winning head coach of TNT, Tropang Giga, Coach Bong Ravenna. Coach, congratulations for picking up your first win. At the start of the ball game, we noticed that you put a premium on inside points. Your first 8 points were all in the shaded area. Was this something specific na ginusto niyo talagang pagtuunan ng pansin?
Well, una-una, kailangan namin manalo eh. So, masaya lang kami dahil we stuck to our rules. Kung gano'n lang ang gagawin namin, mas malaki ang chance. If we just stick to our rules, we have a better chance of winning the game. And, syempre, Ginebra, siguro medyo minalas lang yung Ginebra. Hindi rin siya masyadong nakaka-shoot. And talagang kailangan yung sense of urgency, I guess, talagang nandun lang. And we really have to win this game. Very important game for us or else baka ma-sweep kami. So, every game siguro, next game, ganun pa rin yung mentality namin. Wala namang nangyari. We just won a game. Sila, dalawa pa rin. Nothing to celebrate.
Coach, specifically I asked because it allowed itong si Troy Rosario to get a lot of early touches of the high-low with PBA. Was it something that you wanted to give to Troy para ma-rebuild yung confidence niya?
Yes, Troy and Aram, ever since talagang may binibigay namin lahat ng help sa kanila, siguro medyo pressured lang yung dalawa, and ngayon lang lumabas, and which is very important. Yun naman ang kailangan eh. Especially this series, kailangan na talaga sila. So we're glad that Boy, especially Troy, lumabas yung laro niya, and hopefully matala na yan throughout the series.
Coach Bong, in the third quarter, it was like a replay of what happened in game number 2. You led by as many as 15 points, then saw it almost disappear in just a few minutes. If I may ask, was there a voice among the players that kept you calm during that tough period that enabled you to bounce back and rebuild your lead?
Yes, like last game, yun na nga. We led by 15 and wala na. Natalo pa kami. But, ito sabi nila, we have to protect our lead. You know? Especially Ginebra, we're just gonna play. Alam naman namin yung capabilities of Ginebra. So, kailangan talaga protektahan din. And also, on defense, we have to be consistent on defense. We have to, if hindi lang namin napascore si Stanley, malaking bagay na sa amin yun kasi most of the scores coming from him. So, I just hope na matuloy lang namin yung ganitong klaseng laro.
Thank you, Coach Bong.
All right, here we go. We go to our highlights in this game 3. And it was a good start, actually, Coach, for game 3 for Barangay Ginebra.
Japet Aguilar and Eric Gregorio really lighting it up to start the ball game. Slowly, TNT really picking up. Eric Gregorio getting the ball out of Jason Casio's hands and hitting the 3 to end the first quarter.
And that first quarter did belong to Ginebra, 26-21. But in the second quarter, all of a sudden, that ring of Barangay Ginebra seemed like it had a lid on it, and TNT pounced on it.
TNT's defense helped their offense starting the start of the second quarter, forcing Barangay Ginebra to a lot of turnovers, and after those turnovers, TNT was able to score easy baskets.
Only 8 points for Barangay Ginebra in the second with Simon and Cesar. The rest of the Tropang Giga erupting for 23. That's why at the end of the first half, it's a 10-point lead for TNT, 44-34. Come the third quarter, these two teams, they only exchanged jabs and both scoring 22 in the third.
Ginebra came in hot in the third quarter, but just like what you mentioned, TNT sustaining that same energy. That's why it was, they were solid defensively, still picking up that energy that they got at the end of the first half.
And then Jay Washington chipping in. But really, at the end of the third quarter, it was still a 10-point lead for TNT. Entering the fourth, the turnovers of Barangay Ginebra continued to bother them. And then steals like this and finishes of Jason Castro. That's the reason why it was kind of a cruise control for TNT in the fourth.
Easy baskets, up turnovers, what kept TNT alive. Also, dominating those 50-50 basketballs was really key for TNT. They didn't rest just because they were up by double digits. They keep on pounding, not only on defense but also on offense with those kind of moves coming from Boyd.
Back-to-back 22-point quarters for TNT. They end the game 88-67, limiting Ginebra to only 11 points in the fourth. But more than those numbers, it's win number one for TNT. Let's look at the overall stats here, Coach.
Solid numbers coming from TNT, hitting well from the outside shot, 2-point field goals, pretty much the same, but bench scoring has been huge for TNT with 24 points, while turnover points, again, big number for TNT with 30.
Points off turnovers, 30 huge points, 30 of their 88 coming off points off turnovers.
That's one thing that I'm sure Coach Tim will discuss with his team coming into the game four of our finals.
And of course, we're going to show in a few our leading scores. But prior to that, we got Jason Castro first. We're going to show this one. Jason Castro, fantastic numbers from the Blur.
Solid numbers coming from Jason Castro with the absence of Ray Parks in Game 3. Not only on offense, but also on defense, keeping that basketball and that lead alive for TNT.
I mentioned to you, Coach, top of our coverage, I won't be surprised if the veterans of both teams will try to carry the load, right? Jason did carry the load for TNT Tropangiga. On the other side, the general, L.A. Tenorio, for sure, he would want to have a 3-0 lead, but not tonight at least for the general. But looking at the numbers of LA, these are great numbers as well for Luis Alfred.
LA Tenorio really lighted it up in the first quarter, picking up from the scoring drought in Game 2. But he wasn't able to sustain it in the second half. That's why he's kind of struggled at the end of the ball.
So LA Tenorio, Jason Castro trying to lead their clubs, but Tenorio on one side leading it. It's Pugoy actually for TNT leading the Tropangiga.
I have to give credit also to Troy Rosario. You know, just when he was struggling offensively, now giving 15 points. Jason Castro with 15, Simon Enciso with 14. But I also have to commend Jay Washington. You know, Ryan Reyes also scored.
Yes.
They were scoreless in Game 2, both of those guys. So those are big numbers coming from the guys that usually are the rotation of Coach Bong Raven.
A lot of players did step up to the plate, right, and delivered for Coach Bong Ravenna, making sure that they get this win to force another game. Okay, we go Game 4 on Sunday at 6 p.m. with Barangay Ginebra leading the series 2-1. So definitely we're going to have a Game 5, right? Definitely we're going to have a Game 5, Coach.
Big question here for TNT is, will we see Ray Parks?
That's right. Your guess, my guess, and everybody's guess is as good as everybody else. Okay, so this is how we end our coverage here for Coach Tobix Robinson and our sport director, Ryan Chow. Chicky Reyes here saying thank you very much for watching the PBA and PBA Rush. We'll see you all on Sunday. Good night, goodbye, and see you soon, guys.
Welcome to another special finals edition of Shoot Around. My name is Pablo Rosado, alongside PBA, three-time PBA coach here, Coach Ren Gregorio. Coach, with the series poised at 2-1, still in favor of Barangay Ginebra, the TNT Tropangiga bounced back in a big way last time around to turn this one into a more competitive series.
Just a critical victory for TNT. They were down 2-0. It was a close one. The Game 2 was 92-90. But they played with so much urgency. They focused on defense. They limited Barangay Ginebra to just 67 points, the lowest in the series, and that paved the way for us to have a good series. The series is now down 2-1 in favor of Barangay Ginebra.
Well, it was never going to be easy, and we have a lot to talk about here. So let's get started out with our first five. Well, the first two games were pretty close, but game three was a different story. 2 quarters in particular for Barangay Ginebra were terrible. They did not show up in that second and that fourth quarter, Coach. Let's go through the numbers here. Let's go through what happened. What did the TNT Tropang Giga do to make Barangay Ginebra so uncomfortable throughout the game?
For the first quarter, it was still Barangay Ginebra. They were able to score 26 big points by limiting TNT to just 21. But the second quarter, as what you've mentioned, Barangay Ginebra was just limited to 8 points. 6 points coming from Aljon Mariano, and the other 2 points from Stanley Pringle. And that was enough. That onslaught by TNT paved the way for them to have a better finish towards the end. It was all about defense, limiting Stan Pringle to just 11 points in game three.
Well, that's the final score, 88-67 in favor of the TNT Tropang Giga. Barangay Ginebra still leads the series 2-1. But with the victory last time around, TNT have ensured themselves that they are back in the series. I think the most surprising number here, Coach, is the fact that inside points were dominated by TNT, which typically Barangay Ginebra does so well with.
That was a conscious effort for TNT, really making sure that always, every time Troy Rosario is inside, he would pound his defender inside near the basket on the deep seal. He scored 15 points in that game, 14 inside the paint. Turnovers, look at that, 23 turnovers for Barangay Ginebra, the biggest number of turnovers in the 3 games that they've played so far, resulting to 30 turnover points for TNT.
Well, just to remind everyone, that result was historic for Barangay Ginebra and Coach Tim Cone in a bad way. That was the least amount of points Barangay Ginebra have scored under Coach Tim Cone in the finals of the PBA in any conference. So that's something that they hope to rectify next time around. Now, we mentioned Troy Rosario a while ago, and if you are a fan of TNT Tropang Giga, throughout this bubble experience, you've been asking yourself, where is Troy Rosario? Well, he showed up in the last game.
Just discouraging when you take a look at the numbers of Troy Rosario way back in their series against Phoenix. He was only averaging 6.6 points per game, 1 out of 10 from deep for 10%. In the finals, games 1 and 2, he was averaging a little better at 9.5 points per ball game, but still 1 out of 8 from deep for a total of 12%. But in game 3, look at that, 15 points, 7 out of 9 from the field. That's 78% from the field. He did not take any threes in that particular ball game, and he was adjudged as our best player of the game.
Absolutely. Troy Rosario bouncing back in a big way there. Coach, what would it take for TNT to get him going more consistently in this series? Because as it's shown in the last game, once he's rolling, he is tough to stop.
It's all about the game plan. That 4 position is a huge advantage for Troy Rosario, especially if he's going up against the rookie Arvin Tolentino and even Aljon Mariano because of the height disparity. So what is TNT consciously doing? Instead of taking him out and shoot threes, he has no advantage if he takes the ball away from the paint. But the moment he goes inside on deep seal, right after they make a stop or they get a defensive rebound, he is just charging all the way as the first big man to post near the basket. It's almost impossible for him to do double team. It's just a catch and turn and shoot situation for Troy Rosario.
So let's see whether or not that becomes one of the calling cards for the rest of the series here for the TNT Tropang Giga. Now, on the way back to Barangay Ginebra, though, it has been a up and down series for them. Especially if you look at what happened in that third game, and even if you ask Coach Tim Cone, that second game was not great for them by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, they came away with a win, but they were not happy with how they performed. A quote from Coach Tim Cone after the last game is that we are not here to win a game, we are here to win a series. I tell that to the players all the time. And Coach, you know that it isn't just about one game. It's about accumulating those wins to win the series.
And what is nice is every time Coach Tim Cone opens his mouth, it becomes gospel truth to everyone. And that is exactly how he plays a series, Once in a while, because of that adjustment, especially on the losing team, he would end up losers. But what is important is at the end of the series, they would always end up with a victory to pile up another championship ring. And for Barangay Ginebra, that's all they are looking at, that championship trophy hoisted in a best-of-7 series.
Well, in the gospel of Coach Tim Cohn, one of my favorite quotes is always is that my partner here is one of his toughest opponents in the history, in his history in the PBA. Now, talking about history, the Philippines is about to make history as it will host its first ever FIBA Basketball World Cup come 2023. And the logo was just revealed the other day. We'll be co-hosting alongside Indonesia and Japan. And here is a look at the logo.
I talked to the late Patrick Bowman. He said, Mr. Bowman, what do we think? If we were to, instead of just the Philippines bidding, can we organize a three-country hosting event, no? For FIBA, which is the first, obviously, two other countries come from Asia. So we eventually formed the consortium, and Patrick said, go ahead, we're open. That's a very interesting concept for FIBA. So eventually they listened to us. We completed the list: Uruguay, Argentina, and Russia.
For hosting the World Cup in 2023, together with Japan and Indonesia, was very interesting for us. And really, it also marks a little bit shorter now, but it marks the 1,000 days to the World Cup. And it's not a long time anymore. It's very exciting because it's 1,000 days to the World Cup that will be held in the Philippines. But at the same time, I think if you look at the logo and you see the logo, there's a pinch of the puso that we all know of. No? So puso ng Filipino. So very exciting times.
The logo was supposed to capture the essences of the Japanese and the Indonesian culture themselves, no? Pero nakikita mo yung logo itself, yung nangibabaw yung elemento ng pagkapuso ng Pinoy, no? I hope all of you will take pride, enjoy in not only seeing the logo but in hosting the event, and particularly at this time of the year where it's Christmas and because of the pandemic, it's good to have a spot of good news, no? That will lift the spirits of people.
There are three elements there to the logo: the heart that represents the puso of that's now famous all over the world because of Giras Pilipinas, the Naismith Trophy in the middle, the goal of every single team, and the year 2023. Coach, with that logo out there, we now know that we're going to have quite a great look going into the next World Cup.
It's generating so much excitement this early, and it's giving me goosebumps, to be honest with you. By 2023, we will be witnessing the best and the brightest basketball stars in the world, and that is why it's a source of pride for every Filipino.
Of course, we want to make a splash there, and we're still worried, we're concerned, and of course, we're excited about what type of team we can come up with come 2023. And one of the prospects in this particular term, in this particular cycle of development of young Gilas players is Kobe Paras. We take a look at Coach Tab Baldwin, who had glowing words to say about Kobe Paras in the last window, wherein he featured out of position. According to Coach Tab, I quote, "We played Kobe out of position because we really needed his size and strength around the basket. We were aware that we were asking him to make an additional sacrifice playing out of position, but never a peep from him about that. He did his job and did it to the best of his abilities." As Coach Tab Baldwin about Kobe Paras. And Coach, you understand, I'm sure, just how difficult it is to ask certain players to play in positions they're not familiar with, or they are a position of need that they need to fill in all of a sudden.
And that is why you have to give it to Kobe for embracing and giving himself an opportunity to play outside his comfort level. It may have affected his personal performance in terms of the scoring and even just making plays around the rim because he is asked really to set screens, get rebounds, and not really being the focal point on offense. But the most important thing really is, and I've been telling people about this, the moment we are now taking a closer look at the kind of players we will have for 2023, it's not just the best player, but it is the player who will fit in the best. And that is why the kind of performance that Kobe Paras played in the Bahrain bubble will give him another look because he was able to do things the right way and he was able to embrace something that he's not used to doing.
Kobe Para showing everyone that he can play different roles within a team, and hopefully that will help him crack that senior team for Gilas Pilipinas. We still have a lot more to talk about, especially concerning the TNT Tropang Liga and Barangay Ginebra in Game 4 of their series. We'll have more of that when we return.
Pagkakataon na ng ating mga bidang fans na makasama ang mga idol nilang PBA stars sa bubble. Maging PBA virtual fan by clicking the registration form from the official PBA, One Sports, and PBA Rush social media sites. Nagbabago ang registration form kada laro, kaya subaybayan ang post from these official social media sites. Kapag successful kang nakapag-register, we will send you instructions via email. Tandaan na first come first serve basis ang admission natin for the PBA virtual seats. Kaya i-follow na ang mga official PBA, One Sports, and PBA Rush social media sites for the opportunity to be a PBA virtual fan. Dahil sa PBA, tayo ang bida.
You're still watching a special finals edition of Shoot Around. My name is Paulo Rosario, still with Coach Ryan Gregorio. And let us take a look at how we got to this point right before Game 4. Barangay Ginebra still leads 2 games to 1, but the TNT Tropang Liga breathing down their necks. This is the Game Rewind. Ginebra had the first say in the 2020 Philippine Cup Finals after winning Game 1 and 2. TNT was already up by 15 in Game 2, but failed to fend off another never-say-die rally of the Barangay. With the fears of going down 0-3 in the series, the TNT Tropang Liga mustered up a magnificent performance in Game 3. They rallied from a 9-point deficit in the first quarter to dominate Ginebra. The second period proved to be pivotal, as TNT outscored their opponents 23-8. Troy Rosario arguably had his best game in the bubble and of the finals, tallying 15 points on an efficient 7-for-9 shooting from the field. And of course, the next game will be Game 4. That will be later on today, still at the AUF Arena between Barangay Ginebra and the TNT Tropang Liga. Coach, in Game 4, we're going to see a lot of adjustments from both teams. And we saw the first 2 games and felt that, okay, Barangay Ginebra doesn't have to adjust as much because they won. Normally, the losers are the ones who adjusted. Now we're going to see Barangay Ginebra try to answer back TNT, who arguably won that one-sided contest of great inside presence and forcing turnovers. What can Barangay Ginebra do here?
Well, the burden lies really on the hands of Barangay Ginebra because they lost by 21 points. And not only that, they scored just 67 points. But 2 things they have to work on. Number 1 is how are they going to defend Troy Rosario on seal situations? Because that was an obvious mismatch that was magnified by Tropang Liga by going to Troy Rosario every single time he was inside. And the other thing, you've mentioned it, 23 turnovers for Barangay Ginebra. They were just so careless in handling the ball. They must do a better job taking care of the leather. And instead of turning the ball over, they must at least attempt. They have a 50-50 chance of making a basket.
Well, if you're the TNT Tropang Liga, you want to make sure, or at least try to replicate what they did in Game 3. Their defense was suffocating. In that game in particular is a franchise low of Barangay Ginebra in the finals under Coach Tim Cone. So let's see whether or not they turn that around this time around. So let's take a look at that. It will be later at 6 p.m. Still at the ANF Arena for very obvious reasons. We're still in the middle of the pandemic, people, so please wear your mask, stay socially distant, and try to stay healthy for yourself and everyone around you. We're gonna continue to preview the matchup between Barangay Ginebra and the Team Tropa Giga in just a bit, so don't go away.
Kahit sa panahon ngayon, di pa rin natin tinatalikuran ang hamon ng buhay. Di tayo basta-basta naghihintay. Matatag pa rin tayong pamilya sa gitna ng gulo. Close pa rin tayong barkada kahit magkalayo. Excited pa rin tayong fans kahit tumigil ang laro. At team pa rin ang coaches, production at staff, dahil liga nating lahat to. Dahil kung crunch time para sa atin, lalo na para sa mga frontliners natin. Maraming salamat. Kaya tulad ng ating mga makabagong bayani, ang bawat pagsubok, taas noon ating hinaharap. Para sa iisang maliwanag na hinaharap, tayo ang bida.
Welcome back to a special finals edition of Shoot Around. My name is Paulo Rosario, still with Coach Ryan Gregorio, and we have the big board out, so that means we're going to break down another play here between Barangay Ginebra and the TNT Tropa Giga. This one, very simple but very effective for TNT. This is the X's and O's. The big story in Game 3 was the fact that Troy Rosario came out to play for the TNT Tropa Giga. Coach, we're going to go straight into this one. Let's take a look at the replay right over here. Troy Rosario will run the break there. Jason Castro finding Troy, who just manhandles his way, going inside, taking advantage of the space that he had. Very simple play, Coach, but then a few things that you like from Troy there.
What is important really is understanding the kind of problems that you've been having from the field. Troy Rosario, we've been saying it time and again, struggled big time in their series against Phoenix. Only 6.6 points per game on a 10% shooting from deep. Then in the finals, in the first two games, 9.5 points per game, but only 1.8 shooting from the three-point area. So his basic adjustment was to go closer to the basket on a primary or even secondary option for them and try to seal a smaller defender down. So it was really a concept wherein take advantage of your height by getting closer to the basket.
Let's take a look at the board here, Coach, and you were very interested about where the other players were apart from Troy, because that really helped him out in getting in position.
Usually in this kind of a situation, the first big man goes and runs to the rim. That is one way of helping your team. The other one is, look at the shooters on the side. Kip Montalvo can shoot that three. So that made Jared Dillinger play him a little bit closer because he might just launch it from deep. R.R. Pugoy just was scorching hot in game 2. So every time there is an offensive play for TNT, he will always be defended. What about Jay Washington? Jay Washington has been lights out in this series, scoring a lot of shots and making from the three-point area. So you will see Japet Aguilar will just jog back, waiting for Jay Washington because he might take that shot from the outside. And look at the brilliance of Jason Castro, knowing that Troy Rosario will have an advantage against the guys who are playing the 4 spot for Barangay Ginebra. This can be Arjun Mariano or even Alvin Tolentino. So what Arjun Mariano will do is try to gamble a little bit on defense, and that is the cue for Jason Castro to dump it inside. 15 points for Troy Rosario in that particular game. 14 happening inside the paint. The lone point was a free throw off an end one situation.
Let's take a look at the replay one more time. So Jason Castro there with the break. Take a look at where the other players, apart from Troy Rosario, positioned themselves. So you had the two shooters trying to nestle in the corner. You had the trailing Jay Wash, and then take a look at that. Mariano just wiped away by Troy Rosario for the easy bucket, availing Jared Dillinger in the process. And coach, looking at this game in particular, you had a lot of thoughts about it. How do TNT Tropang Giga replicate some sort of a similarity in game 4?
Well, they did their homework in game 3, knowing exactly the way the two games were played in favor of Barangay Ginebra. So in game 3, they did what we see were necessary things for them. Number one, they played tough defense. Barangay Ginebra was averaging 96 points per ball game in the first two games. And in game 3, it was just down to 67 points. You've mentioned it, the lowest by far in the final series under coach Timco. The previous lowest was a 94-81 loss by Barangay Ginebra against Meralco Balls in the 2017 Governor's Cup. So that is one thing that they must do in order to have a chance once again in game 4. The next one is limit the production of Stanley Pringle. Stanley Pringle scored 24 points in game 1, 34 points in game 2. He was averaging 29 big points in the first two games on a 45% shooting from the field, but in game 3, only 11 points on a 4 out of 14 shooting or 28%. Thanks to Simon Enciso, who was just playing tremendous defense against Stan the Man Pringle. A lot of things have been said about Simon that he could not defend. He can just be a 3 and D kind of a player for Tropang Giga. Just shoot the 3 when open, but defend every single time. Number 2, 3, they really needed to control the boards. The rebounding really was a great advantage for Barangay Ginebra. Take a look at again the numbers of Stan Pringle. We've said that 29 points in games 1 and 2, but only 11 points, the 28% shooting from the field in game 3. The next one, again, rebounding. 61-40 or 60-41 rebounding for Barangay Ginebra in game 1. In game 2, Barangay Ginebra again winning 43-41 in game 3. Chance for TNT really to take advantage of the rebounding. For the very first time in the series, they finally won it 46-44. Rebounding is a great barometer for TNT in order for them to have a chance in winning game 4. The next one, assist. Barangay Ginebra averaging 25 assists in the first two games, but only limited to 17. What does that tell you? The 8 assist disparity is like 16 points if they just shoot from the 2-point area. But for TNT, really making it hard for Barangay Ginebra to play their own game, taking them out of their comfort zone. They basically did that in game 3. Then finally, free throw shooting. This is one aspect where when you take a look at the numbers on its visuals, you will see, why is it that Barangay Ginebra is taking so many free throws and TNT is having a limited opportunity to go to the free throw line? The answer, because of their style of play. TNT would always shoot from the outside. In game 3, they took a total of 43 attempts from the 3-point area. But in game 2, you talk about free throws now. Barangay Ginebra went to the free throw line 38 times because of 30 fouls given by TNT. Now in game 3, only 19 free throws attempted by Barangay Ginebra. A far cry from the 38 that they attempted in game 2. As a result, it was TNT winning by a big margin in game 3.
Rebounds, assists, Stanley Pringle, and so much more notes there from Coach Ryan Gregorio there. That would be key here in game 4. So now you have a bit of the barometer, the numbers to watch out for going into the next game. You can obviously follow the stats on pba.ph/play-by-play. Just to get a deeper insight on the numbers that are relevant, which is also a great plug for your other show, Coach. Numbers as well here.
With your father.
With my dad. Of course, you know, the Del Rosario goes up and down in terms of quality depending on your taste. But game 4 is up next. So keep it here on PBA Rush.
Ito'y ang Pasko. Wala nang regalo. Ang hiling ko, sana'y laging masaya tayo. Nandito tayong dumaramay hanggang tumulong at magbigay upang bumuti sumayang ating buhay. Nandyan ang abot kamay, tayo'y maging liwanag na.
Junior or Boris said an early gets ahead at turn 11 and takes the lead, but side by side the cut back, the switch back by Boris said, and they would go wheel to wheel down the back straight, with eventually Boris said winning the battle into 12. Meanwhile, Tommy Precy was getting back to places and up to third with 4 laps to go, having trouble with the car in qualifying. Never happy all weekend long, Tommy Precy, but he did salvage a 3rd place here at COTA, managing to get back into the action, although he was a long way back from Ernie Francis Jr. That's it with Chris Dyson, 3rd in the championship out of this race. 2nd place, Tommy Precy on 149 points. This podium would be critical in the championship chase. He would finish 3rd overall. Ernie Francis Jr. had a mechanical towards the end and dropped down 32 seconds behind this man. Boris said, winning at COTA for the first time for Boris and back-to-back for Poncho Weaver.
So after a frantic mid-race battle, it is Boris Said that comes out on top in COTA. In the points, Ernie Francis Jr. is 43 ahead of Tommy Drizzy.
It's funny that we can help each other off the track, but we'll gladly put each other in the wall on the track. So
Is it ready to... After the break, the MXGP class from Italy, plus endurance racing with the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
It's relentless.
Sharon?
Inilunsad ng Department of Health kasama ang provincial government of
galaw after the walk. Galaw. Oh, galaw bago bumagyo.
Gagawin para manalo.
Ogoyo on the move.
Dahil sa muling pagkakataon, kalaban ng TNT Tropang Giga para maging kampiyon.
Riri off the spin. Easy one out of Romana. Astro Chavena. All the way to the top.
Mga katropa, suportahan ang TNT Tropangiga in the 2020 PBA Philippine Cup Finals on TV5, One Sports, and PBA Rush. Sa PBA, tayo bida. The time to crown the new 2020 PBA Philippine Cup champion draws near. Abangan ang higanting labanan ng Barangay Ginebra San Miguel at TNT Tropangiga at tutukan kung sino ang karapat-dapat na maghari sa Philippine basketball history. Kapiral, take that three of the sky. Witness history unfold in the 2020 PBA Philippine Cup Finals on TV5, One Sports, and PBA Rush. Sa PBA, tayo bida.
Never miss a single hard-court moment in Philippine basketball with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Catch 24/7 PBA action with live games and replays anytime, anywhere. Register now to get free access until December 30, 2020. So don't miss the chance to enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Register via the official website or download on your mobile app store. Take the premium PBA viewing experience online and everywhere you go by following PBA Rush on Facebook. Catch live streams of the action-packed PBA Philippine Cup every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Like the page to get the latest PBA news, highlights, game schedules, recent scores, and exclusive behind-the-scene features. Stay ahead of the game by getting timely updates for your favorite PBA Rush programs. Never miss on any of the awesome PBA action. Follow our Facebook page by typing www.facebook.com/PBA Rush 24/7. This is the 2020 Honda PBA Philippine Cup, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
3-1 lead in this series. The other trying to level it up and force us into a virtual best of 3. Welcome to everybody here on PBA Rush. My name is Aaron Atayde, and joining me is the last man to lead the TNT side into a Philippine Cup championship, none other than Coach Norman Black.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. This is the story of what happened in game number 3, Coach. What stands out to you right now?
Well, a lot of three-point shots for the TNT team, 43 to be exact. They made 13 of them. Not a very high percentage, but boy, when you can make 13 threes in one game, that is a big deal. On the other side, only 6 threes for the Ginebra team. And also, you take a look at the turnovers. Ginebra, uncharacteristically, making 23 turnovers, leading to 30 points off of turnovers for the Talking Tex club. So those are big stats in that last game.
Yeah, TNT is a team that averages 19.4 points off of turnovers, and that is second highest in the league. So Coach Tim Cone is going to need that man to try and steady the ship and control the ball as well as that man. One other dude that is going to have to do it for Ginebra is a man that you had to try and stop as well. Last time around against TNT, he was slowed down. Stanley Pringle only putting up 11 points. Coach, talk to me about coming up with defensive strategies to try and slow down this man.
It's very difficult to stop Stanley Pringle because he's always hopping around the court, making shots against you. He's got a lot of energy. Very, very quick pass with the basketball. He can hit the outside shot. He's a very difficult guy to slow down and stop. You can see his game 1 and 2 numbers, 29 points per game, 6.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists. Those are great numbers there. But in game 3, he was slowed down just a little. 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and only 4 out of 14 from the floor.
Yes, and that is something that Coach Tim Cone is going to have to address. Now, on the other side of things, we talked about him a while ago a little bit, L.A. Tenorio and Jason Castro. This is a generation of point guards, the top of the top, the creme de la creme of being a point guard in Philippine basketball. What a showdown it has been between these two gentlemen.
And I've had the pleasure of coaching both of them. Of course, L.A. Tenorio, I coached in college, Anthony University, and of course, I coached the Talking Tex team for a while, where I was able to coach Jason Castro. And both of these guys are just great players, future Hall of Famers here in the PBA. And, you know, their teams need them to put up big numbers for them to win.
And you see that 15 and 10 double-double from Jason Castro. You also want to point out here that he had 5 rebounds, trying to fill in, and everyone doing the same, trying to spread all of the different things that Ray Parks brings to this side. Because let's remember, he is not there right now for this side. Troy Rosario and DEC.anim did very well in trying to fill in that void and picking up the slack in the points and the rebounds. You have to be happy with what you are seeing from these two big men right here in this series, Coach.
And you can see on your screen there, Rosario first taking Tolentino to the basket. The second time you saw him taking Mariano. This is JP Erm also scoring in the paint. I thought Talking Tex made really an effort to get the ball into the paint and try to attack in the post. And they did a very good job of it.
And, you know, you look at what Boy Adam has been averaging in this series, and a lot of people have been saying that he is the barometer for this side. He is averaging 11 points, 11.7 rebounds, and 1 block. Troy Rosario, on the other hand, is a player that has been much needed for this TNT side to get things going, to try and get this side back on track. And hopefully, for them especially, they're going to try and even up the series. Simon Enciso, another guy that has been playing fantastic basketball in this final series. In that last game, he was raining it down from beyond the arc. Stay splashy sign, getting ready yet again here today. Right now, I believe we will be sending on over to Ms. Salina Dagdagalas.
Yes, according to Coach Dex Aceron, etong si Ray Parks hindi pa rin daw makakapaglaro for tonight's ball game. According to Coach Dex, the best case scenario is for Ray Parks to be ready come next game, and hopefully after that there will be no more further complications. Earlier, however, I have observed that Ray Parks seems to be in very good, very positive spirits. In fact, earlier in the side of the court, he was skipping rope. He was also shooting around, warming up, and picking up some basketball for his teammates. Sabi sa akin, Yuri, anything he can do to help the squad out, whether it be cheering them on or boosting their morale, he's more than willing to do it. So I'll turn you over now to Denise Taff from Moral Ginebra. Thanks, Selena. Now, 4 feet to reassess their strategies. Knowing they've beaten TNT thrice before coming into Game 3, they felt like they fell in the trap of thinking the same things would simply work again. They're hoping that the change in the routine got them on a positive track and right mindset to start this day and eventually take that sense of urgency to a higher level tonight. Gentlemen.
Thank you for that report. And that is something that we were kind of discussing before we went on air, Coach. Who will have an advantage of just a one-day rest heading on into game number 4. It is a pivotal one. And you see there on the other side of the report was that Ray Parks will not be available here today. We will be talking about that in just a tiny little bit. But you see he is there to give some claps, give some hype, and gas up his team, because they are just seconds away from heading closer to the tip-off. Will it be 3-1 with Ginebra in control, or will the TNT Tropa Giga tie this series up? We'll find out right here on PBA Rush.
Finals of the 2020 PBA Philippine Cup. Our game for this evening features game number 4 of the best of 7 final series between Barangay Ginebra San Miguel and the TNT Tropa Giga. Let us now meet the starters first for Barangay Ginebra San Miguel. Point guard from the Cebu, Batangas, number 5, L.A. Tenorio. Shooting guard from Cagayan Valley, number 11, Stanley Pringle. Small forward from San Carlos, Pangasinan, number 2, Jalen Dillinger. Power forward from Escalante Negros Occidental, number 38, Joe DeBez. And at center from Sasquan, Pampanga, number 25, Jeffrey Aguilar. Coaching Barangay Ginebra is Tenko. It is now time to meet the starters for the TNT Tropa Giga. Point guard from Cebu, number 0, Simon Enciso. Shooting guard from Santo Tomas, Batangas, number 10, Ryan Reyes. Center from Cagayan de Oro City, number 7, Boy Ara. Small forward from Talisay City, Cebu, number 16, Harvard Pagoy. And power forward from Cagayan Valley, number 18, Troy Rosario. Coaching the Tropa Giga is Bona Bena, and we go to begin game number 4. It is now time for the
Interesting starting 5 for the Barangay Ginebra. Jenkins, Tenorio, Pringle, Aguilar, Dillinger, and Defense get the start on the other side. And Ciso with Reyes filling in for Parks, Aram, Pogoy, and Rosario, as we are getting it ready now for the game tip-off, and it is brought to you by Honda, the PBA. Coach, viewers, before everything else, the first thing we talked about was what was going to be one of the major adjustments for Coach Tincon, and you pointed it out immediately that he needed to take away that mismatch of Troy Rosario and Arvin Tolentino, and that's immediately what Coach Tincon did.
He took that away immediately by starting JD, Jared Dillinger, and also Devance. That gives him a much bigger team, so he should be able to control the paint at the start of the game.
Boy, not able to get that one immediately, right? You're saying control the paint, contested shot inside. There's Pringle on the other end. Dillinger, who gets the nod in the starting 5. Inside to Japet, inside off the glass, and it's opening salvo here for Ginebra.
I saw a lot of that in our series against Ginebra, a lot of high lows going to Japet. And he just seals his man in the face and gets an easy 2 points.
Rosario switching things around now. It goes to Pogoy. 7 on the shot clock. Make that 5 now for Adam against Joe, who's putting on a lot of body. And he gets it off of the glass. Coach, when we were talking about who has the advantage of the one-day rest, where do you see that going?
Well, I think Ginebra probably has a little bit older team than the Talking Tex team, at least the players that they start every game. But at the same time, you can imagine they said earlier that Tim took the day off. He doesn't normally do that. So his team should be well rested. Aguilar's gotten off to a very good start here at the beginning of the game, scoring 2 straight baskets. So I'm not really sure who will have the advantage. We'll just have to let the game play out. But I know Tim doesn't normally get a day off. So that's a big deal for the Ginebra team.
4-2 on your scoreboard right now. Adam swings it over to Troy, who has Japet Aguilar in front of him now. Ryan Reyes, 3 on the clock. Ryan off the glass, nothing there. Rebound for Joe Devance. LA Tenorio now bringing it down. The point guard that he is swings it to Joe Devance over to Japet. Japet against Era. LA with a flip shot. Can't get it.
That was good defense by Talking Tex that by taking away the low post play of Japet Aguilar.
Here's Troy. He was posting up a lot in the early goings of the last game. Now has to dish it out with Joe Devance behind him. And you see there, Pagoya into Era, emulating what Japet Aguilar was doing on the other end.
You always have to take a look at how these games start, who comes out with the energy immediately, whose defense stands up right at the start of the game.
Japet inside and take it away. Is that something that you can feel, Coach? Is it something that you see, or is it something that you feel it a little bit more across the floor?
Well, it's almost like a boxing match, as Enciso misses that shot where you're going to get hit a couple of times at the beginning. If you can take that punch and punch the other guy back, then you're in the fight already. But if you don't take that punch and you can't punch that guy back, then he takes advantage of it. So you want to see who gets off to a good start every time the game begins.
Let's take a look right now at this amazing play of the quarter, brought to you by Smart. Experience the next level speeds with Smart 5G. JP Adam continuing his fantastic run here in the finals. That's 3 seconds in the key. Joe Devance camping. And I don't know if you are allowed to do that yet with what's going on right now. So we're going to switch sides. 3 minutes gone by.
Well, Ginebra gets called for a lot of 3 seconds because they do a lot of sealing in the paint, like high-low plays where they throw the ball over the top, a lot of passes. So I think they're willing to take a few of those. Troy Rosario is going to be called for an offensive foul, illegal screen.
So a turnover warrants another turnover, and we switch sides right on back. Now, Coach, I know for you guys, you don't like living in what ifs and stuff like that, as you see there, the foul on Troy Rosario. Yes, Ginebra is up 2-1 in this series, but TNT have a lot to be, I guess, optimistic about, because they could be 3-0 up in the series. It's just not that way right now. Is that something that you talk about in the locker room? Do you tell them, guys, we could be up, we should be holding our heads high, or do you tell them, you know what, guys, no, we need to grind out more games here?
Well, in this case, I think what Talking Tex is probably thinking there, if we win this next game, we got Ray Parks coming back the following game, then we have control of the series already. So they're just worried about what they have to do in this particular game to get a victory and try to tie this thing up to 2. So if they go down 3-1, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back from. So I think that would be their only focus here today. Let's win this one, get our best player back in the next game. We have a chance of going on to win this series. So on the other side, they never say, let's take them out right now. We don't need to wait. We don't need to wait about nothing. Let's put them in the hole and keep them there as much as possible.
And there's no use telling your team we could have won this or we could have won that, because does that help in any which way, Coach?
No, you don't live in the past. I mean, you have to have a short memory in this game if you want to be successful. You have to move on to the next game.
Here's Enciso. Rosario inside against Japet, kicks it out. Adam for 3. Pringle on the other side, surveying, checking to see what's available. Jason Coster now has entered the game for TNT Tropangega. Pringle up and under, over to Japet. Babies the shot there. Adam with the rebound, and Enciso up ahead to Troy as Japet there takes it back out. Pagoy up and under, off the glass, hooping the hard.
That was a great move there by Pagoy. A lot of hang time as he went under the basket and was able to make that shot. Pagoy has been really exceptional in this series so far. Actually, in the entire conference.
Roger Pagoy in this series is averaging 25 points per game and a shade over 5 rebounds every outing.
And he's always been a good player. Even at FEU, he's a very, very good player. But he has improved so much in the last 3 or 4 years. He's really lifted his game to another level.
Pringle. Joe Devance inside. Adam there with the block. Still alive for Ginebra as Dillinger misses. And TNT with a chance to push this lead up. Rosario for three. Too long. Pringle. He'll take his version of the three, and he smashes that one home.
That's something you don't want to do. You don't want to give Pringle a wide open three from the perimeter. Because once he starts going, it's going to be very difficult to stop him.
The last time Stanley Pringle was kind of shackled in a game as Fogoy gets fouled. That's an and-one situation. He was stopped pretty much by a lot of different schemes that you were going with, and you held him to less than double digits. The next game, he kind of went off, Coach. So, do you need to change your system and your schemes every time, or is it just something that when he wants to go off, he will?
Well, on that last play, he just walked into a three corners, so as much as possible, you're going to pick him up early. Don't give him an opportunity to do that because he's a rhythm player. And he has to work hard to receive the basketball when somebody's on him all games, and he gets a little bit tired probably at the end, but when he can just walk into a three like that, that's just going to get him going rhythm-wise.
That lead swings right on back to TNT. 9-8, Pringle has Enciso in front of him. No longer. He goes all the way around. Joe DeVance will clean things up, though.
And the problem there was Rosario had to help defensively, and they left Joe DeVance wide open on the offensive boards.
Tit for tat we go here in the first quarter. Fogoy has Dillinger on him. Troy has Caperal. Spinning, fading, missing. Pringle again attacks. Has nowhere to go. Instead finds Tenorio with a flip shot. No good. Up ahead, Fogoy is open. Adam saving the pass there. Ends up back with Fogoy for three. Still nothing there. Advance. Stanley for another rhythm three. No.
Both teams are playing pretty good defense so far here in the first quarter. Another three by Enciso. He gets the corner, the ball.
A splashy side hits again, and the lead swings back to TNT.
I know for a fact that Coach Tim does not want his team taking an awful lot of three-point shots, but that's not the case on the other side for TNT. They really want to get out and take as many threes as they can. That's really their game.
DeVance, he'll take his chance at three. No. Castro, as everyone else seems to be walking up in white shirts. 5 minutes remaining. Rosario has DeVance. Thought about it. Takes it back up. Troy. Whether that is Fogoy. Now to Rosario. Body on the floor. That's an offensive foul called on Ginebra.
It's very important for JB just to concentrate on the game, not really talk to the referees too much, just stay focused on what he has to do. Let's take a look at this play. Oh, that's a flop by JB on that play.
We got a timeout on the floor, 4:47 to go. It is a 2-point advantage for TNT. We'll be back.
This program is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
The all-new Airbus 150, the cutting edge.
The main man in the middle for Ginebra, not just in the finals, all throughout this entire conference, 15 and 10, 65% coaching. You gotta admit, as a former pupil of yours, it must have hurt to see that he was doing that to your side.
Stanley Pringle is obviously the leading scorer for the Ginebra team, but for us, it was always kind of a hard matching up with. We probably played them pretty well because of Raymond Amazan, who came back from an injury and helped us a great deal in the middle. the same time, Joppa is a guy who's very efficient. And he's a lot bigger and heavier than most guys, so he gets down the court very quickly, seals you, gets those alley-oop passes, and you usually put that ball in the basket from there. So, Joppa is a tough matchup for everybody.
Did it ever feel like when he would do those seals and you're like, man, I taught him that?
Well, I never take credit for the players that I coached in the past, but yeah, I mean, I did coach him for a couple of years in college, and he's grown so much since then. He's improved his game so much since then, and he's one of our best players in the country. That's why he represents the national team.
He has been phenomenal all throughout this playoffs, especially in the semis and in this final. Scotty Thompson has now entered the game, as well as Jay Washington and Severad for TNT Tropangiga, as well as Kim Montalvo. So some major substitutions for both sides here.
Scotty Thompson coming off the bench. Montalvo is going to be picking up Stanley Pringle for a rookie. That's a tough matchup. But Montalvo has shown that he can play in the PBA. He has the toughness to do it. He pressures his man the entire court every single game, and he's not intimidated by anybody.
No, he's not. The dude is fearless, and he's going to have to stare down the double-barreled shotgun that is Stanley Pringle. Stanley picks up his dribble. Now they have to go swing it around to Aldrin Mariano. Tenorio for three. No. Rebound for Kib. You're seeing a lot of single shot possessions, Coach. That's a big difference from what we were seeing before.
That's correct. And right now, Jason Castro is still in the game for his team. Some of the other starters have been subbed already.
Looks like he might have tweaked something right there, too. He's hopping a little bit. Here's Thompson. Pringle. Tenorio. Thought about three. Instead, goes to Aperal off the glass.
So you cannot leave him open. I mean, if he's open, he's going to make the majority of his shots. Aperal's been another player who has really stood up here in this conference in the bubble and has played very, very well for Ginebra.
Knotted up at 12. Jay Washington. Jay Castro. Jay Wash attacking, baiting. No. Mariano will inhale the board, and here comes Scotty. 3.5 remaining in the first. Mariano has to throw that one up, looking for a foul and then give it.
And that was because of the defense of Montalvo. It was all over him.
Castro, rhythm three. No.
And that's what I was mentioning earlier. Jason's still in the game, but they took out all the other scorers with TNT. So we're going to have to try to find out where they're going to get their offense from.
Thompson trying to get some offense. Fine sprint. That's on the line. No. Where will the points come from for TNT Tropangiga? Here's Reyes. Jay Wash firing. Both sides have gone quiet now from the offensive end.
Well, the difference is Ginebra still has starters in the game. Pringle's still out there. So is LA Tenorio.
Speaking of LA, he's at the controls of the offense. He flips that one up and in.
Yeah, LA can still get it done. I mean, he's been in the league for quite a while now. He's never missed a game since he joined the PBA pretty much, but he can still get it done on the basketball court.
And he gives his side a 2-point advantage, 14-12 with 2:08 to go in the first. We'll be back.
Double down on PBA action exclusively on PBA Rush. Catch the ongoing 2020 PBA Philippine Cup, then take a closer look at how PBA teams prepared for the season on This Is Our Team Season 3, every Monday at 9:30 p.m. The journey is not over yet as we crunch the hardcourt stats in numbers. Every Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Finally, catch iconic PBA legends and superstars on the spot with Hot Seat every Wednesday at 9:30 p.m. Enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience only on PBA Rush. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now.
R.R. Pagoy, 25 points per game in this finals. He has answered the call. It's not easy to try and fill in the shoes of one of well, technically the top scorer of the team, but he has answered that call.
And he's done it the entire conference. I mean, those numbers are just extraordinary there for Pagoy. And it also shows why he's a mainstay in our national team here in the Philippines. And he's going to have to get it done in this game also. He's going to have to score a lot of points for his team to win tonight. Let's see if he'll check back into the game now for TNT. That was a stretch there where they couldn't score any points. I think they went 3 or 4 possessions without scoring.
Speaking of R.R. Pagoy, let's send you on over to Selena Dagdag.
Welcome back to AUF Arena, powered by Smart 5G. Roger Pagoy sprained his ankle after landing awkwardly on Prince Caperal's foot. He says masakit daw talaga. In fact, the pain level is at around 7. But he is capable of making it back to the team. Sabi niya, lalo crucial game ito. Earlier on, he was also rotating his affected ankle rather, and was feeling it out. We'll be back with more after this break.
Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now.
A 2-point advantage by the TNT Trompang Giga. Welcome you back here inside the AUF Arena, powered by Smart 5G on PBA Rush. Aaron Andrade and Coach Norman Black on the call for you guys. Simon and Cisa, Boy Adam, Troy Rosario, all being thrown right back into the fray, right back in to try and restart this offense for TNT. A huge adjustment yet again for Coach Bong Ravenna and the rest of that coaching staff for TNT.
Yes, Coach Bong and Coach Mark probably said, we're not scoring the basketball, so let me get my main guys back in the game. Of course, let's hope the boy's okay. We saw how he stepped on the foot of Caporal as Rosario misses a shot right under the basket.
He went and attacked Aljon Mariano immediately. Here's Thompson attacking Boy Adam. Caporal for 3, whistle underneath, and that's an offensive foul called on Aljon Mariano. We have yet to see Marvin Tolentino yet in this game.
I'm sure he's going to get into the game a little bit later. You don't want to leave Caporal open like this. He missed that shot. And at the same time, he can make that deep corner. And one thing we can say about Mariano, he's a very physical player. He likes to play physical.
He likes the bumps here and there. Here's Pagoy against Thompson. They go to Troy for 3. No, rebound for Caporal. Thompson looking for Japet. Taken away. Good defense on the interior for TNT Tropang Giga. Can they take anything on the secondary break? Pagoy off the glass. No. Adam will inhale the rebound. Fresh 14 for TNT. Troy. They go to Boy. 5 on the clock. He has to fire. Gets it off of the glass.
That's a great shot there by Boy Aram. Took his time. And he's still very decisive in making that shot off the backboard.
Ties it up at 14. Under a minute to go. Capiral, Chan, over to LA. 5 on the shot clock. Turn over. Chance for a 2-for-1 now for TNT.
It's a never. They're still trying to get that basketball into the paint to Japhet Aguilar, but they're having a tough time.
Pagoy can't get it off the glass. 1 second differential on the clock. Jeff Chan for 3. Got it.
That all happened because of the penetration of Pagoy, because he went hard to the basket. It led to a fast break for the Ginebra team. That wide open shot by Jeff Chan.
Both sides preach, keep the score under 20 each quarter. So far, both are successful in doing so, but Ginebra is clinging on to a 3-point advantage. Talk about that transition offense, Coach.
A good shot there by Jeff Chan. You know you cannot leave him wide open because he can knock down the 3. And you've seen J.D. Dillinger in the game. You've seen Jeff Chan already. That's one of the reasons why Valentino has not entered yet.
Ciso can't hit the 3. Thompson at the buzzer. Oh, almost got it. That's next level clutch jeans if he got that one to drop. So 12 minutes of action in game number 4 are in the books. If the first 3 games were tight and you were expecting something different in game number 4, well, no, you're not. It's going to be tight all throughout this series. And that's why it is 17-14 with Ginebra leading. And that score is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. Cutting to a break, second quarter action when we return.
Never miss a single hard court moment in Philippine basketball with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Catch 24/7 PBA action with live games and replays anytime, anywhere. Register now to get free access until December 30, 2020. And don't miss the chance to enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Register via the official website or download on your mobile app store.
Scotty Thompson did not get the start today, but that does not diminish what he has done in this series. Coach, talk to me about what he brings to a team, and especially for Ginebra.
Well, when it comes to Scotty, it's not always about points. Because he is their leading rebounder, basically, outside of Japhet Aguilar. And he does a lot of the dirty work. He'll guard the best wingman on the other end, so he's one of their best wing defenders. And he can score. Let's not make any mistakes about that. Let's put points on the board for the Ginebra team quite a bit. He averages over 4 assists a game, so he's also part of their ability to be able to move the basketball and play well as a team. So Scotty is a big part of this team.
Welcome back to the arena powered by Smart 5G.
It's a guy who is looking for a lot of points to be successful in the court.
And even if Ginebra is looking at him to put up big numbers, stand the set, believe it or not, he's not focused on that. So him having a good offensive night is always just a bonus. But the thing that he wants to keep an eye on are his intangibles, the hustle, the aggressiveness, and even his body language on and off the court. That will definitely be a factor. Because sometimes, the things that you can count are the things that do count.
Thank you for that report, Denise. That's it for Ginebra. They are leading by 3 at this point, 17-14. Defense coming very much into play here in this game. Ginebra starting this quarter out with Pringle, Thompson, Defense, Chan, and Japhet. Joe to Jeff for three. No, changed his mind midair. We got a jump ball between Pugoy and Thompson. And you see there, Pugoy shaking off that ankle injury he had a while ago. Seems like he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. So it will be a tip between Roger Pugoy and Scotty Thompson as TNT running with Enciso, Rosario, Boy Adam, Ara Pugoy, and the man with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now, Jason Castro. Coach, how important is Jason Castro right now in this game, and especially with the way that the game has been going so far?
I think with the absence of Ray Parks, I think Jason has to score points for his team to win this basketball game. And it's got to be Jason Castro, basically. The guy who's been clutch his entire career. Aaron, going back into that first quarter, never shot 36% from the field, talking to TNT 27% rebounds, Ginebra 18, TNT with 11, and both teams had 3 assists. So neither team shot well in the first quarter.
Here's Rosario back iron and still, looking for some consistency on the inside is Troy. Here's Japet spinning into Adam. Did not matter because Scotty Thompson is there to clean up the scraps.
And sometimes that happens. Rosario did not make that shot on the other end. Troy did not make the shot, and then when he came down a little bit slow defensively, Japet posted him up immediately.
Pugoy, what a block back there for Roger Pugoy. Back to a 3-point lead for Ginebra. Pringle. Here's Japet. Japet against Adam. Spin, but taken away by Pugoy. Good read there for the former FEU Tamaral. Castro leaves it off to Troy for 3. Short this time around.
And Troy struggling so far offensively. Pringle, says another 3.
He just wants it. When he wants it, he's going to pull up right in your face.
You have to pick him up early. You cannot allow him to walk into these shots.
Troy again trying. This time he gets it to go to take back those 3 points.
That's a big make there for Troy Rosario. Should help his confidence moving forward.
Stanley slicing and dicing through the defenders. He is fouled. That will mean 2 free throws. Boy, letting out a little smile there. This is the rhythm 3 you were talking about, Coach. Just walks into it.
You have to pick him up at least a couple feet before the 3-point line to avoid that. It's a big shot for the confidence of Troy, hitting from the outside on the other end.
Second quarter na.
J.P. Aaron was the one who called for that foul against Pringle.
Sayang yung kay Bro
You
Aguilar.
can see Pringle has a lot of pep in his step tonight.
You call him a bunny rabbit, right?
I don't know whether he wants to be known as a bunny rabbit, but he's like a rabbit out there. He's just hopping from one spot to another. And it's so hard to stay with him. Sometimes I wonder because of the way he hops from side to side, he might land on somebody's foot.
Yeah. But he keeps the explosiveness that he has in his body. And the way that when he lands and he turns to the basket, he's square every single time. I have no idea how that is done.
And he has the ability to take and make shots high off the backboard. When guards come in there and they have to go up against those big guys, sometimes you just can't try to shoot it right in his face. Stanley has the ability to get the ball high off the backboard, particularly with his right-hand hook shot, his running hook shot that he has when he goes to the basket.
The lane violation was called a while ago, so 1 more free throw will be given to Stanley. And he is able to take advantage of that. So it's back to a 5-point advantage for Ginebra. 2 minutes gone here in the second quarter. You see Ginebra taking a lot more 3-pointers this time around. Here's Rosario. Enciso. Back to Troy. Now with Pugoy. Rosario for 3. Off the glass and in.
That first make gave him some confidence. Now he's taking the 3s and hitting him off the backboard. I'm not sure whether he meant that, but he will take it.
He will eventually say that he called it. Here's Thompson for three, and he takes it right off back. Offense was kind of missing in the first quarter, but it seems like both teams are revving and ready to go.
And one thing Ginebra is doing so far in the game is they're matching the three-point shooting of the TNT team.
Joshua with the offensive rebound, fresh 14. Still alive here. Foul will be called. There was clarification on why it wasn't a double dribble. Referee in the corner said that it was deflected. And here's that three. Called it. Right there. See?
No, he didn't.
I'm here to make everyone look good, coach. That's my job. Here's Thompson as he hits that three-pointer as well.
Look at Scotty. I mean, everybody says came into the league, he couldn't really hit threes, but he can hit them now. So you got to guard the guy.
Somebody needs to remove that from all scouting reports, and nobody can tweet that anymore.
I'm a witness to that.
I didn't want to bring it up. Here's Jason now, 10 points off of the bench for Ginebra. TNT, nothing there yet, but their starters have kept them in the game. 3 on the shot clock for Jason. Has to put it up. He does, and he's able to score.
Big shot by Jason off the backboard. Right at the buzzer.
Back and forth we go. Heavy blow after heavy blow from both of these sides. Taken away. Pugoy with the steal. He is gone, and that is a foul. That will be a hoop in the arm.
Rob does not agree with the call. The referee was right on top of it. There's a steal there coming from Pugoy. Quick hands.
And finish. That is your amazing play of the quarter, brought to you by Smart Experience, the next level speeds with Smart 5G.
Kakaral's hit did not have anything to do with the shot, but at the same time he did hit him on the left arm. And the boy's going to get an extra shot.
And those layups and the free throw miss right there, but the layup a while ago is one of the best pain relievers that you can have after twisting your ankle. Here's Pringle against Castro. Advance over to Jared for 3. Got it.
The 3-point shooting of Ginebra is on so far in this basketball game. Maybe that day off yesterday helped them out, freshened their legs.
You don't really see a lot of 3-point attempts from Ginebra, but this time around they are staying toe-to-toe with Tropangiga. Jason can't get his version of the 3. Here's Pringle side-stepping, and that ball will switch sides.
And you can credit Montalvo with a good defense there against Pringle. As LA Tenorio checks back in.
Looking to steady the ship yet again for the BGSM side.
And Pringle's going to get a rest.
Don't see that very often. Here's kick. Jason. Pick from Troy. Back to Castro, who drives in, dishes. Montalvo 3. Rebound for J-Wash. Pugoy for 3. No, rebound for Caperal. Scotty against Thompson. They go to Joe. Scotty inside, stripped away, rejected, but a foul. No, that is out off of Montalvo. You gotta love the defensive effort by the former LaSalle Green Archer.
And you can see Montalvo trying to take away the left hand of Scotty Thompson because he prefers to go to his left. Good help defense there by J-Wash. And of course, Montalvo finished the defensive play.
So 8.1 on the shot clock. Jared Dillinger, he hit a 3-pointer a while ago. This time goes inside. Rebound for Juppet. Can't get the putback. 7 minutes to go. TNT still trail by 4. Castro. His turn to try and chip away at this lead. They go to J-Wash, who's against Ellie Tenorio, and Ellie with the stop. Up ahead, Juppet. Watch out.
There's a push-up. Pull up on the rim.
Juppet Aguilar skying to make this a half-dozen lead.
Juppet is so athletic.
Here's Castro. Simon at the free throw line. Got it.
That's what you want all your guards to do. Just dribble to open areas, try to get good looks at the basket. You don't want to have challenge shots all the time. And Cecil did a very good job that time getting to the open area to get a shot.
Halfway done with the second. Tenorio against Montalvo. Chop it. Open lane. But Aram is there to try and challenge once more. Fresh 14 though for Ginebra. Chaparral setting the pick. Dives in. Aram making a lot of misery on the defensive end there for Ginebra. Montalvo's foul is going to be called for the foul there.
Yeah, that was a pretty obvious foul by Montalvo. Aaron's doing a lot of good work in there in the paint defensively, but they're not cleaning up the rebounds. That's the problem right now. Let's take a look at Japhet Aguilar again. High flyer, to say the least. Almost kicked J.P. Aram in the face there.
Japhet throwing it down. Fresh 14 again for Ginebra. Lead that they hold on to is 4. Thompson. 2 on the shot clock for Jared. And he makes it.
JD's somebody we don't really talk about a lot, but he has actually given Berenguer Ginebra a big lift here in this conference. I mean, he's been very efficient. Cimarron makes a layup under the basket.
He's very efficient. He can handle the ball. He's a matchup problem for a lot of different teams. He's continuing that here today. He's got a couple 3-pointers. Here's LA. Jared with the offensive rebound.
And so far, Ginebra's been dominating the rebounds.
Shot right there to make it a 7-point game. Barangay Ginebra San Miguel withstanding every single haymaker that D&D has been throwing their way. And it's Prince Caperal with a set shot. Nothing but net. 4:42 remaining in the first half. We're cutting to a break. Keep it here on PBA
Rush. This program is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
The all-new Airbus 150, the cutting edge.
Never miss a single hard court moment in Philippine basketball with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Catch 24/7 PBA action with live games and replays anytime, anywhere. Register now to get free access until December 30, 2020. So don't miss the chance to enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Register via the official website or download on your mobile app store.
lead back down to 4. Coach, you have coached in a finals with Jason while he was nursing an injury. Is there anything that can stop the man from playing?
No, he's going to play. I mean, he probably has soreness if Rosario misses that layup. He probably has soreness, but it's not something that's going to keep him out of games, so he's just going to play with the pain.
Ball is live. Ends up with Tenorio.
It's like all the loose balls are going to Ginebra.
50-50 balls. Dropping the red side right now. And that means that they will still have possession here. Take a look at this. Three-pointer a while ago, Troy Rosario. That confidence is moving right now.
Yes, it's his third three-point shot in the first half. And normally when you see one team getting most of the 50-50 balls, that means they're a little bit quicker, a little bit fresher. And right now it seems to be Ginebra who's the fresher team.
So, I think Rosario hit Montalvo right there.
Friendly fire.
Bogoy. Pick from Rosario. He takes a 3. No. And RR needs to get things going here. His team wants to get a little bit back into this game.
I think that play was set up out of the timeout and coming off that stagger right into a middle pick and roll.
Look at that with the teardrop.
Again, that ball was just sitting in the lane, but the Ginebra players are a lot quicker to the basketball right now.
3 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Ciso against Tenorio. Strip, but a foul is called on the reach-in on Stanley Pringle. Prince Caperal, right place, right time, yet again, cool, calm, and collected with the teardrop. And he will lead us into a break yet again. 39-36 with Ginebra up by 39-33 rather. Ginebra up by 6.
Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now.
Back inside the AUF Arena, powered by Smart 5G, right here on PBA Rush, with Ginebra leading by 6, 39-33, 2:52 to go. Coach Norman, I was talking about it a while ago, and you pointed it out that with the start of the game, it's who can take jabs, who can take punches, and who can give some back. Right now, it feels like Ginebra has been taking some jabs and some little haymakers here and there, but they aren't throwing back just as hard, if not even harder at this point.
Yeah, right now they look a little bit quicker, a little bit faster to the basketball than TNT. Of course, the game is early. You know what's going to happen here. Things could change very, very quickly. But I think TNT has to do a better job of rebounding the basketball if they want to win this game.
Bogoy drains the triple, and they cut the lead right in half.
Well, TNT will live and die by the 3. There's no question about that. They've been doing this the entire conference. I don't think they'll be changing in this game.
Here's Pringle. Mariano, 10 on the shot clock. swept away by Enciso.
And we should note that TNT also has had great interior defense as far as being able to deny those lob passes and those seal passes coming into the paint.
Pringle against Castro. Pagoy trying to stop it, but Pringle is too much.
And that's what I'm talking about. He just hopped about 5 or 6 feet from one spot to another to get that shot off. And it was clean.
It makes it look so easy. Rosario with Mariano in front of him. They swing it over to Jason. Troy losing it, but a foul is called on L.A. Tenorio. L.A. unhappy with himself, getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar there.
That's going to be the 14th foul on him there, but he did the jump from one spot to another to get that clean look off the backboard.
Second jump is just as good as well. He's able to get some great separation. Rosario can't finish there against Japet. Rather, that is Scotty to Stanley. Up and under, no. Rebound to Troy. Castro to Enciso. Pagoy gets it back to Simon, and he hits the triple.
Yeah, TNT have a lot of confidence in their three-point shooting. It looked like a pretty good drive to the basket by Pagoy. Just flipped it back to Enciso for the three-point shot.
Tenorio for three. Got it.
And no hesitation from the Ginebra side. They're taking those three-pointers. Normally they like to pound the ball inside the paint, but today, well, they're taking those shots as they come.
Jason missing. Scotty with the rebound. Here comes Tenorio. He's fouled. Throws it up in there. Open the hard.
Spectacular play by L.A. Tenorio. This is just experience here as well as talent. Knowing he's going to be fouled, immediately throws it up at the basket and gets the 2 points. That's an extra shot.
Everything there was planned. That is how L.A. Tenorio is. Timeless. The wily vet that he is for Ginebra strikes down another youngin into his journal.
The thing with LA, though, if you look at him, he still looks the same.
Exactly the same.
It looks like he looked 10 years ago.
We need to find out if L.A. Tenorio is a vampire, because there seems to be something going on. Lead is up to 8, 47-39. A huge 30-point quarter for Ginebra. Jay Wash. Into Jason. Has to adjust in air. But here comes Ginebra. No look to Scotty. What a pass by Tenorio.
And this is danger time for TNT as Ginebra, they're up by 8 points. They have a chance to run that lead up to 10. With 21 seconds left in the second quarter.
And when you're not making your three-pointers, Coach, these are the times that you miss Ray Parks the most. Am I correct to assume that?
Well, Ray can score any way you want to score. I mean, he can hit threes, but he can also get to the basket. He can get to the foul line and off the lot. It's just great defense by Japet Aguilar. There's nothing that Jason can do about that because Japet's not blocking that on his hand. He's blocking upstairs by the backboard.
10-point advantage for Ginebra, and TNT will call a timeout. They have given up 32 second quarter points. They've scored 25, but Coach Mark Dickel in that huddle must not be happy with his defense right now, Coach. A lot of adjustments need to be done.
A good structure by L.A. Tenorio leading his team. And of course, Stanley Pringle has been very consistent in this game. You're going to also look at the interior defense of Ginebra. They pretty much shut down their paint right now, and they're forcing TNT to take their shot from the perimeter. And if they're not falling, that's going to lead to points for the Ginebra team.
And we were talking about the much improved defense of TNT in game number 3, and that was what caused the 23 turnovers that turned into 30 points off of that. We're not seeing that just as much yet. And on the other side of that, they're allowing 32 second quarter points, not in the range of what Coach Mark Tickle and the rest of that coaching staff are looking for. An 8-0 run for the Gin Kings.
So if you're TNT, you want to make sure you get the last shot here.
Boy, he's fouled. That is a foul to give. 3.8 seconds to go. Ends up play there by Jared Dillinger. Cecil will inbound. Jay Wash to Simon at the buzzer. And that will wrap up 24 minutes of basketball with Ginebra in control. Coach, your thoughts?
Good second quarter for Ginebra, scoring a lot of points as their defense became a little bit firmer there towards the end of the second quarter. For Stanley Pringle, 10 points in the game so far, 2 out of 4 from three-point land. He's been one of the leaders for the Ginebra team. Of course, L.A. Tenorio did a great job there at the end of the second quarter to really lead his team to this lead going into this halftime break.
And if there was concerns about what he did last time around, well, he has put all of that to bed. 49-39, Ginebra lead by 10, and that score is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
We're here at the Honda Safety Driving Center to talk about the all-new Honda Airblade 150. And with me today is Sir Hervic Villa, the Department Manager for Motorcycle Planning of Honda Philippines Incorporated. Hi, Sir Hervic. We're so excited to hear about the latest model that Honda Philippines Inc. has launched, the all-new Airblade 150. Can you tell us more about it?
Hi Carla, Honda Philippines Inc. fulfills its promise to bring to the Philippines the all-new Airblade 150, a cutting-edge sporty automatic bike that will make urban riding fun, stylish, and more comfortable.
What makes the all-new Airblade 150 a cutting-edge bike?
The all-new Airblade 150 is designed as the cutting edge, aimed to bring a new level of riding experience for young riders who are looking for an automatic bike with a standout look, power, and a cutting-edge comfort in shared riding.
These days, young professionals and even students prefer to avoid heavy traffic to have more time with their family, their friends, while enjoying their weekend joyrides. Does it mean that the all-new Airblade 150 will fit their need?
Yes, Carla. The all-new Airblade 150 will definitely fit to their riding needs, be it a young professional trying to beat the traffic or a millennial who enjoys riding around the city with friends. This automatic bike is a must-have. In addition to its cutting-edge sporty design and advanced features, the all-new Airblade 150 also boasts its easy handling and comfort in terms of shared riding with friends and family members.
So you mentioned about the advanced features of the all-new Airblade 150. Can you share with us more details about the bike?
The all-new Airblade 150 is built to be enjoyed by both the driver and its passenger while bringing together advanced features at a very reasonable price point. It is equipped with a digital meter panel, an all-LED headlight, position light, and daylight. The all-new Airblade 150 also boasts its lightweight precision and superb engine that delivers a maximum power, performance, and fuel efficiency, and it is packed with a powerful 150cc single overhead cam liquid-cooled engine with idling stop system for superior function in stop-and-go situations and prime acceleration without lag for hassle-free long rides. It has a 4.4-liter tank capacity and can go up to 47 kilometers per liter of fuel consumption. The all-new Airblade 150 is equipped with a cutting-edge safety features such as smart key with answer back system and anti-theft alarm. It also has a front wheel with anti-lock braking system, which helps determine and prevent wheels from locking up. And to have enough compartment for the rider's personal belongings, the all-new Airblade 150 also offers a 22.7-liter utility box with a power outlet and storage lamp for recharging gadgets such as smartphones.
I'm sure everyone is excited to own the all-new Airblade 150. Where can we buy it and how much is it?
The all-new Airblade 150 has a suggested retail price of 109,000 pesos and it comes in 3 colors, the matte Galaxy Black Metallic, the Candy Caribbean Blue Sea, and the Candy Rosy Red. So if you want to ride this cutting-edge sporty automatic bike, you can visit any of our Honda dealer shops near you.
There you have it, guys. Hop on with your new riding pal, the all-new Airblade 150 that is now available in Honda dealer shops. For more updates about the latest in Honda, you can go ahead and follow their social media accounts on Facebook, Honda Philippines Inc., and on Instagram, HondaPH_NC.
Galaw-galaw after the walk. Galaw-galaw. Oh, galaw-galaw bago bumagyo.
Kahit sa panahon ngayon, di pa rin natin tinatalikuran ang hamon ng buhay. Di tayo basta-basta naghihintay. Matatag pa rin tayong pamilya sa gitna ng gulo. Close pa rin tayong barkada kahit magkalayo. Excited pa rin tayong fans kahit tumigil ang laro. At team pa rin ang coaches, production at staff dahil liga natin lahat to. Dahil itong crunch time para sa atin. Lalo na para sa mga frontliners natin. Maraming salamat. Kaya tulad ng ating mga makabagong bayani, ang bawat pagsubok, taas noon nating hinaharap. Para sa iisang maliwanag na hinaharap. Tayo ang bida.
Ginagawa mo.
Laki yun ah. Nalamoy na pre. Quarter chicken marinated. Ang good. Ang laki na papakainin mo eh. Marinated. Ano yan boy? Ano yan? Marinated na quarter chicken. Ano yan? Ano marinated dyan? Basta marinated yan. Abangan na lang mamaya. Abangan na naman. Quarter chicken yan.
moment in Philippine basketball with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Catch 24/7 PBA action with live games and replays anytime, anywhere. Register now to get free access until December 30, 2020. So don't miss the chance to enjoy the premium PBA viewing experience with PBA Rush on Signal Play. Register via the official website or download on your mobile app store.
Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Calling all postpaid cable subscribers. Enjoy these channels when you switch to Signal's most awesome plan ever. Free 3-month subscription, activation fee, installation, exclusive channels, and more. Switch to Signal Postpaid now. Take the premium PBA viewing experience online and everywhere you go by following PBA Rush on Facebook. Catch live streams of the action-packed PBA Philippine Cup every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Like the page to get the latest PBA news, highlights, game schedules, recent scores, and exclusive behind-the-scene features. Stay ahead of the game by getting timely updates for your favorite PBA Rush programs. Never miss on any of the awesome PBA action. Follow our Facebook page by typing www.facebook.com/PBA Rush 24/7.
Catch PBA live on TV5 for free on Signal Play. Download now.
Gregorio. And it is the halftime break here between the TNT Topagiga and Barangay Ginebra. 49-39 is the count in favor of Barangay Ginebra. Now we're going to delve into one of the plays here that made a difference in this contest so far in the segment that we like to call the X's and O's. Coach Ryan Troy Rosario went off in the last game, and he is one of the guys Barangay Ginebra keyed on in this particular contest. What did you see here different from what Ginebra did last time around?
The first one really was they started out with a big lineup. They started JDV, they started Japet Aguilar, Jared Dillinger was there to Stan Pringle, and L.A. Tenorio. They did not start Scotty Thompson as well as Tolentino.
Yeah.
Tolentino used to start in the first 3 games. And the reason for that is they really wanted to make sure that the interior defense is just strong.
All right, so let's take a look at this replay right here. Again, this comes in that first quarter, 14-12 is the count here. Take a look at what PNP is trying to do, trying to find a way to get Troy going later on inside the paint. Here's a little motion there to get Troy into the paint. And Apoy sees him against the smaller man, the tap there. And then all of a sudden, take a look at all the red shirts converging inside, making it difficult for Troy to make the shot. The miss, the rebound, never ball in, goes the other way. Coach, why did you want to bring this play up?
It's just understanding exactly the kind of mismatches that Barangay Ginebra will really pounce on. That particular matchup, it was Troy Rosario against Aljon Mariano, a huge mismatch. But for the mentality of the other Ginebra players, the collapsing defense must happen as soon as the ball is in the air and as soon as Troy Rosario will get the ball inside the paint. There has to be at least 4 guys with a red-colored jersey collapsing in the paint. And that was one of the miserable times that Troy Rosario was trying to extricate himself from a tight situation. Remember, Troy Rosario was 0 out of 5 from the 2-point range in the first 2 quarters. Yes, he shot 3 out of 6 from deep. But it's okay. As far as Coach Tincon is concerned, it's all about finding and picking their poison. It's not going to be the interior offense that Troy Rosario will pounce on. If he wants to shoot, he has to take it on a lower percentage shot, but he was 3 out of 6 from the 3-point range.
Let's take a look at the big board here, Coach. Again, this is how it all started out. Troy Rosario starts out at the corner on the opposite end. It's our boy as well.
This is a misdirection for TNT. The ball is going to be passed here, and Ryan Reyes will set a down screen to free up Pugoy. So basically, this area is going to be busy. But look at this down screen of Enciso. The screen is made in such a way that he would try to delay the defender. This is Aljon Mariano right here. Try to delay the defender, and Troy Rosario would seal his man down. He has a huge mismatch here, as what we've been saying. Aljon Mariano is probably 3 inches shorter than Troy. But as soon as the ball is passed here, look at the other guys. Capiral will dive. The man of Enciso will dive. Even one of these guys will also dive. 4 guys collapsing in the paint. That is why Troy Rosario had a miserable time scoring in the paint. He had to shoot from the outside.
Take a look at that replay one more time so everyone can appreciate that further. There's that first pass, Boy Adam. Then the misdirection will happen in just a bit. You're going to have the 2 guards diving, setting the screens there. Rosario going inside and receiving the ball. Again, he had the advantage in terms of the matchup, but then 4 red shirts, 2 very close in, go into the interior and make it very difficult. Coach, very tough for the PNP Tropang Giga to find a lot of joy inside. They're losing a rebound battle as well, 34-16, and that's something that has to be addressed later on. But right now, Coach, I'm just really happy that we're back here calling games, being the PBA finals. And that is because, you know, it's still going on, the PBA. And just like that, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko. The Christmas season is still going on, finding ways to help in the middle of the pandemic. And we got a little something special for all of you. And we'll see you when the third quarter begins.
Buhay na buhay pa rin ang diwa ng Pasko kahit maraming pagsubok ang dumating ngayong 2020. Manatili po tayong malakas at bakangon tayo kahit anong kahirapang darating sa buhay natin.
Dito ko nakita na ang dami-dami kong kaibigan na nagsimula ng initiative, mga donation drives. Meron tayong mga streamers at gamers na nagsimula ng streaming for charity at kung ano-ano pa.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko. Kahit nasa gitna ng pandemya, nakahanap pa rin tayo ng paraan to stay connected with one another while still feeling safe, healthy, and loved.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
dahil sa pagpatuloy bigay saya sa akin ng PBA, sa lahat ng PBA fans, patuloy po tayo lumaban sa buhay kahit anong mangyari, kahit ano sa kuna o patay naman na dumating sa buhay natin, sana magkaisa po tayo palagi.
Ang dami po natin pinagdaanan. Pero hindi po yung rason para hindi tayo mag-celebrate dahil tuloy yung Pasko.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil tayo ay nagmamahalan at tayo ay nagtutulungan. Sa kabila ng mga sakuna na ating nararanasan, nakukuha pa rin nating umiti at lumaban.
The start of the year, syempre alam natin talagang tumigil yung mundo dahil nga sa pandemya. Which is why we started the Help from Home Project and 95 initiative. Nag-pool po kami ng resources, humingi kami ng mga support mula sa friends and family in order to provide medical supplies para sa mga frontliners. We were able to raise over 1 million pesos worth of medical supplies and we were able to deliver them to all hospitals all around the Philippines.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil sa tuwa, saya ng mga tao. Kahit na maraming nangyayari dito sa mundo, dapat lumaban tayo at lumangon tayo at magkaisa tayo.
My friend was arranging a charity event. I did not hesitate na tulungan siya and join my friends in the donation drives.
Sa lahat ng PBA fans, maraming salamat sa inyong suporta. Sana mag-enjoy kayo this coming Christmas, spend time with your loved ones, sa kahit may pandemya, i-celebrate pa rin natin ang Pasko.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil nabigyan tayo ng kasiyahan at entertainment ng PBA.
Parang basketball buhay, hindi mo nanalo, hindi tatalo. Pero lagi tayo rin sa sumabawi, kaya tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
The AUF Arena powered by Smart 5G. Eram is joined by Rosario, Enciso, Pogoy, and Ryan Reyes. No changes on either side as their starting fives. Rosario can't get that three, and that outside shot has gone dry here for TNT. Defense over to LA on the other side. The three is very much splashing for Ginebra.
Ginebra starting off the same team that started off the game. And LA gets them off to a quick start here at the beginning of the third.
Boy, losing it. Jared on the other end. Japet will lay it off to Coach Tim Cohn. And Coach Tim Cohn was not happy to be the recipient of that pass because that'll mean a turnover here. The 11th, I believe, for Ginebra. All right, Coach. You are on this TNT coaching staff. Your team is now down by 13. You bring back Jason Castro. What are you saying in that locker room?
Well, that's the first thing you need to do is get Jason on the court because right now he never looks like they're ready to run away with this basketball game. So you want to stop their momentum as much as possible. At halftime, it was all about rebounding the ball. They did not get killed on the boards like that. There's a turnover.
Tenorio, goodbye. And the timeless LA Tenorio strikes again. Troy Rosario on the other end, though, holding on to his shoulder. That is not a good sight there. I've seen this so many times in basketball. Oh, right there. Oh, it looked like it might have popped out. Oh. So Tenorio will get the 2 points. They'll get the 15-point lead, and we will all have this timeout. We'll be
back. This program is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
The all-new Airblade 150, the cutting edge.
Ganun yung password! Naks! Madali na lang magka-Wi-Fi with PLDT Home Wi-Fi Prepaid. Naks, paka-easy.
Naks! May Wi-Fi na!
Naks, pakabilis for online learning and more. At Naks, pakasulit para sa buong pamilya.
Lakas ng Wi-Fi. Bagong kapitbahay.
Rediscover learning. Rediscover home. PLDT Home Wi-Fi Prepaid.
So back inside, Detroit Rosario seems like he's okay. He's back in the game. It's Ciso for three. Back iron rebound ends up with Jason Castro. We got a report. All right, now I guess let's head back to the action. Here's Devance with a jumper, and he gets it off of the glass, and that pushes the lead back up to 17 now. $56-39 on your scoreboards. Castro dancing, trying to get anything going here. Lays it off. Era underneath, hooping the arm for him.
And just like Jason's hurt also, he hits the floor.
More and more bodies hitting the ground and clutching at areas. This time it is Jason Castro. We heard a report a while ago that he was feeling aches and pains in both of his knees, and I think right now it's just all coming together at this point.
Well, he's not moving.
That is not a good sign. He's not even walking it off. Harvey Carey, longtime teammate of Jason Castro, now has to be helped all the way back to the bench. And
we really have to see what happened after he delivered the pass to JP Aaron. He does not look like he's in good shape.
Adam with a chance to complete three the hard way, and he does.
There's still a lot of time in this game, so TNT's just enough to hang in there. And somebody's going to have to step up for them here in the third quarter.
Pringle out to defense. Pringle with Rosario in front of him. Stanley gets around Rosario, leaves it off, rejected. Here comes Pugoy on the other end. RR off the glass. No, Aram is fouled, and that'll mean 2 free throws again for JP Aram. It will be a sideline inbound. This is what happened a while ago. Castro goes in, throws it around, nobody around him. And he just, it is no contact on them.
It's an awkward landing, but you can see his body give a little bit as he hit the ground.
So the lead is down to 12. Tenorio over to jump it, and he just lays it up and in.
Despite the pressure that LA was under, he still was able to make that nice pass to Japhet Aguilar.
That's what LA does. Sucks in that defense and able to lay it off. Here's Pugoy. Can he do the same? Aram trying to emulate, but he will have to earn those 2 from the charity.
It's not a bad idea what TNT is doing right now. They're doing a lot of penetrations to the basket. They're dishing off to JP Aram.
Pocket pass. Tenorio to Japhet Aguilar. The simple finish. And Aram will make the first. So Scotty and Prince Capiral coming in now for Ginebra. Pringle and Joe Defense will sit down.
Seems to be a problem with Montalvo. Maybe there's some blood.
Yeah, you can't check in if there is blood going on, so that needs to be stopped. Aram still on the free throw line. He's got 10 and 5. His team is down by 13. We saw a sprained ankle on R.R. Pagoy came back. We saw Troy Rosario with some elbow problems a while ago. He's playing. Ray Parks not going to be able to play here today. He is in uniform though. Jason Castro went down a while ago with both knees feeling a little bit of pain. Japet Aguilar and the rest of Ginebra will still press down on the gas.
Yes, and if Japet Aguilar is going to stop making his outside shot, it's going to be really tough for TNT.
Samboy De Leon. De Leon over to Enciso, checks the clock. He sees that there's 3 on it. He has to take it. Enciso rejected. That will be 24 too long on TNT Tropangega. Ginebra with a chance to really open this game wide open, Coach.
That's a guard's nightmare, having to go with the shot clock running down, attacking Aguilar, and then that's exactly what you get. With a block shot.
That's why it's a nightmare. Japet over to Scotty. Scotty. Pringle with 7 on the shot. Over to Japet. Japet gets fouled. He'll head to the free throw line.
If there's one thing you really have to respect about this Ginebra team is their impeccable passing ability, particularly in the paint area. They're very good in those passes in short quarters to their teammates for easy buckets. And normally Japet Aguilar is the one receiving those passes.
And it's one thing to have good passes, Coach, but it's also another thing where you have someone like Japet who has good hands. And that is something very underestimated with Japet Aguilar. He's very good with his hands in catching passes like that from Eli Tenorio and Stanley Pringle.
And he has always had good hands. Even when he was young, even back in the Ateneo days, he had very good hands. But also the ability to just jump over everybody once he gets it in the paint really helps a lot.
That is also a very, very good talent to have. Enciso over to Aram. Here's Samboy De Leon. Tapped out Enciso, fresh 14 for TNT. Pagoy gets a pick from Rosario, swinging it over. Simon inside De Leon. That's a long one. Nope. Inside, that is Aram. That is timeout called by Boy Aram.
There's no time left on the
I think Aram got hit in the face. That's what he's saying. Well, he's plunging down onto it. Sevenite getting ready to check in. One more look at it again. Oh, and right before it. Yeah. Right before he entered the frame there. Like Japet got a whack in there. But Aram will peel himself off of the ground. Sad face and all. So Ryan Reyes will have to come in.
That's sad for JP. I mean, he got hit in the face, he hit the ground, and then the ball goes to the other team.
That's a trifecta. Pringle, now to Japet. Against Severide, good stop there by TNT. Still a lot of time left. That's what we were talking about. 6 of 24 shooting from beyond the arc. Here's Pagoy, short. Pagoy can't get the offensive rebound. Slips through his hands. Scotty Thompson, Japet, fouled. Hoop in the hard for the big man.
Look at the bench of the Ginebra team as they're all excited about that fast break by Ginebra. This is really dangerous time for TNT as You see the Pringle getting that rebound. Scotty finishing the play with the pass to Japhet Aguilar.
And that amazing play of the quarter is brought to you by Smart Experience, the next level speeds with Smart 5G. No go on the three-point play for Japhet, but this lead is now 17. Era inside, stripped away, but a foul called on LA Tenorio.
So we can really say that some injuries in this game for TNT has really made a difference. The boy has never been the same since he sprained his ankle. And now Jason Castro's out of the game with what appeared to be a knee injury.
And Ciso off the glass, no. Boy Adam able to clean things up though.
Yeah, Boy Adam's still out there working hard for his team, trying to keep his team's head above water.
Thompson inside, and he's able to get that one to go. $65-48. Aram has to take over now. Him and Pugoy if TNT want to get back into this. And Pugoy able to cut it back down to 15. Japhet. LA. Tenorio drives, kicks. Jeff Chan. Backslide. Kicks it up. That one's tapped out, and it will be off of Scotty Thompson.
Well, good defense there by TNT, particularly for Boy on that play. As Scotty ended up tipping the basketball out of bounds. Let's find out where the point of attack will be for TNT if they bring the ball up the court.
Where would you see it going, Coach?
For Boy would be my choice right now, but he's not moving as well as he did in the first half. There he goes again. That's 2 baskets in a row for Boy.
And little by little with each basket, those are the ones that can take a little bit of pain away. But they still have a pain of a 13-point disadvantage. We'll see if they can cut into that when we return.
65-52.
As without a problem. Easy. I got this with Smart Giga K video every day.
Be the first to watch your favorite K content. No ads, unlimited downloads with a View Premium subscription plus 1 gig of View and YouTube every day.
Your K life made better with Smart Giga K video every day. Simple, smart, ako.
Marami mang mga pagkikitang pilit ang pinagpapaliban. Sa pagkakalayo natin, mas naunawaan ang tibay ng ating samahan. Tanduay Rock, world's #1 rock. Tibay ng loob, tibay ng
The big question is, where will the offense come from? And they need to make some stops to cut into this. The 3-and-Ds might be able to do that. Simon and Ciso, Jay Washington, Coach.
Yeah, and Ciso will have to get some threes up. He took, 14 threes last game? So,
yes, he did.
He needs to get some good looks at the basket, see if he can knock down a few to help TNT. Of course, Jay Washington made 3 out of 7 3-point attempts last game also. So these guys can supply the long-range bombs for you. But of course, you need somebody out there also to break down the defense so the perimeter will become open. We took a look at Jason Castro doing that timeout, and he's sitting in the corner over there. He doesn't look like he's moving at all. So I don't expect him to be back in this game.
He's got ice on his left knee right now. And he was having a hard time walking. Let's see what that's going on. Let's send you on over now to Selena.
Pain earlier when I approached it. His face was actually cringing. Country coach Dex says it on its bones first that's causing the pain now on his left knee. And kumana na daw every time he lands on it with great impact. Pinapakiramdaman ko raw at makakabalik itong si Jason. Kid Montalvo, on the other hand, busted his lip but is well enough to play again. His wound was just cleaned earlier. That's all for now, gentlemen.
Thank you for that report, Selena. The adversity keeps on coming for TNT. Tenorio gets it across the timeline, and Ginebra will now set up their offense. So, Coach, you've been down this road before. You can't complain. You got to keep fighting.
You have to keep fighting. The game's not over yet. Of course, you want to do something about Japa Aguilar as he continues to dominate the paint. So if you're TNT, you just got to keep fighting and hope that somebody can explode here in the second half.
It's at 15. And Ciso. Adam way out right now. They go inside to Pugoy, who's going to try and work against Scotty. Spinning and scoring.
That's 3 straight baskets for Pugoy. But he's starting to pick it up here in the third quarter.
He's been averaging 25 points a game in this final series. Caperal. And that is Tenorio for 3. No, Japet with the offensive rebound.
Well, you play zone defense. That was actually a pretty good zone defense that TNT put up. If you don't get the defensive rebound, now they have another chance.
Caperal misses the 3. Here comes Pugoy. Pugoy all the way. Cannot finish. Tenorio throwing it up. Japet throwing it down.
You can see that coming as TNT was slow coming down the court defensively. And Japet is just dominating the game right now.
That is an exclamation point on a very dominant quarter so far for Ginebra. Caperal will inhale the miss from Pugoy. Under 3 minutes to go in the third. Japet. LA will reset everything up. Scotty at the free throw line. But despite everything, Coach, this is still just a 15-point game. There's still a lot of time that's going on here.
Yeah, that's because
Ciso for 3.
That's because TNT, you can see they still have a lot of fight in them. I mean, they're not giving up. It's just that they can't make their shots consistently, and let's face it, Ginebra's playing good basketball right now.
Absolutely. 2:13 to go. That is a huge throwdown there. And that is our dream move of the game, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. What a luxury it is to have someone like Japet, someone like LA to get you there. He's just chilling up there, isn't he?
It was probably a good call by the ref there. Jake Aaron was able to sidestep the last second. You'll see him go to the side. Still was able to get Scotty in the chest there. Aaron's going to get 2 foul shots.
Another double-double day for JP Adam. Got 14 and 11 now. He had 12 and 14 the last game.
Well, Coach Mark and Coach Barham are going to sub his guys out right now at the end of the quarter, give them a little bit of rest, and hope that they can really take over the game or get back in the game in the fourth quarter. But they need J.P. Aram on the floor.
2 for 2 that trip, under 2 to go in the third. Scotty.
Look at the movement of the Ginebra players, constantly moving away from the basketball.
Here's Joe in the post against J.P. Aram. JDV kicks it out. Jeff Chan got it.
Great patience there. The back waiting for the last second to make that pass after the defense had collapsed. And of course, Jeffrey Chan, the pure shooter that he is, knocks down the shot.
And you're right, it was a lot of that off-ball movement as Aram misses that led to that shot, Coach.
And that's the way they never play. They're off-ball movement or they're moving away from the play. So it really tires down the defense and eventually makes them break down because they're constantly moving on the weak side. I mean, either it makes you break down defensively or it limits your ability to help defensively because you're always occupied.
What happens? Wide open 3 for one of the PBA's greatest shooters. Mariano throwing it away. Montalvo to Ryan Reyes. He takes his triple and he makes it. Let's not forget that Ryan Reyes, back in the day, was a stone-cold killer in terms of scoring.
Well, he's always been able to knock down that three-point shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been his game. And then you couple that with the fact that he's one of the best defenders we have in the league. And you understand why he's been in the league so long.
Joe against J-Wash. Joe getting it in.
And now Ginebra's offense is running through the vans in the post.
Good 2 for 1 for them as well. And Troy is fouled. It will be a baseline inbound. No, rather, that's a penalty already. So that should be free throws for Troy Rosario. And this was Troy trying his darndest to make sure that he was going to get that shot off. Good on the first. And I know TNT was trying to get this down to single digits, but you were right, Coach. That three-pointer by Ryan Reyes, and now these free throws very, very big if they wanted to stay in this game.
Well, Rosario misses the second free throw. Now you just have to get a stop, try to carry some momentum into the fourth quarter. We still have 2 more team fouls to get. Excuse me, 1 more team foul to get.
18.3 seconds to go in the third period. 14 points separate our two teams. Montalvo tasked to try and slow down Stanley Pringle on this last possession of the period. Pringle sliding, and he's fouled, and that's the final foul to give with 5 seconds to go.
And Stanley Pringle knew the right time to go to make sure they would still have some time left on their clock. As TNT, they're now in the penalty.
Pringle gets it. Hops in. Rejected. With 1.6 seconds remaining in the third. And Cecil will come in with 1.6 seconds to go. And he will be the one marking Stanley Pringle. Pringle at the buzzer. Stanley Pringle taking over here in this game. What an incredible shot.
Take a look at this shot. He changes it in midair. Look at that. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
He checked if there was anyone he could pass it to before he shot it, Coach. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. 76-60. The 16-point advantage. That score is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. Fourth quarter coming up right here on the PBA Rush.
Marami mang mga pagkikitang pilit ang pinagpapaliban sa pagkakalayo natin mas naunawaan ang tibay ng ating samahan. Tanduay Rum, world's #1 rum. Tibay ng loob, tibay ng
If you guys are enjoying the action, well, we are only game number 4 of your PBA finals, but you can catch all the PBA games on live stream, of course, on Facebook.com. That is on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays for the remaining games of the PBA finals, and that's over at Facebook.com/PBA Rush 24/7 and Facebook.com/FIBA-AsiaCC. Fourth quarter, 12 minutes to go. TNT staring down a 16-point deficit. They're trying to level this series, but if you are just joining us right now, there is no rate marks for this team. He still has not been able to play.
I think a technical foul has just been called against TNT. That's going to compound their problems.
Boy, Adam did not head to the scorer's table to inform his substitution. Do you have a system for that, Coach, with your players?
Well, it's happened to us before, so I can't really say it doesn't happen. Sometimes the player just forgets to check in. It's his responsibility to check in. I don't think the coach needs to carry him to the scorer's table to tell him to check in. That's just a mistake by JP.
And he immediately said sorry for that.
But it does reflect on the coach.
Yes, it does.
Obviously.
It does. Yes, it does. So it's now a 17-point deficit that Ginebra holds and lords over TNT right now.
And you can see TNT brought back all their big-name players, their best players, as Brian Reyes misses that shot. Follow up by JP Aram. They're going to try to TNT's going to try to make a run right now to get back into this basketball game.
And they force a turnover. They're able to maybe start to string things together. There's a lot of time remaining in this. Boy, Adam, showing a lot of that energy that you were talking about, Coach. You want to see a lot more from TNT in this game.
And this is probably JP Aram's best game so far in the series, as he's really been doing well inside the paint.
Coach Tim Cohn already said, I have seen enough. You are not going to chip away at my lead even more. It is down to just 13 after this Simon Enciso layup. And a Baker's dozen lead cuts us to a break.
This program is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
The all all-new Airblade 150, the cutting edge. Marami mang mga pagkikitang pilit na ipinagpapaliban sa pagkakalayo natin mas naunawaan ang tibay ng ating samahan. Tanduay Rum, world's #1 rum. Tibay ng loob, tibay ng loob.
The threat of COVID-19 virus is present every day. I recommend Lysol kasi ang sakit pwedeng galing sa germs. Kahit di natin kita, germs are on objects and surfaces na pwedeng mapasa. Lalo na ngayong tag-ulan. Kaya mag-Lysol disinfectant spray. It kills up to 100 illness-causing germs, including COVID-19 virus. Lysol, disinfect to protect. Lysol, tested and proven against COVID-19 virus.
We're back inside the AUF Arena powered by Smart 5G. This lead was 17 a while ago, right at the start of the quarter, but all it took was 38 seconds. And TNT showing a very, very different level of energy. I guess the urgency starting to settle in for a team that does not want to go down 3-1 in this series. And they almost got a turnover there.
There's only 15 seconds left on that shot clock.
Have they crossed it? Yeah, they did cross the timeline, but they were able to shave off some good amount of time there. Here's Pringle. Tenorio. 3 on the shot clock now. It's with Joe. I don't think Joe knows it. 1 on the shot clock. He has to throw it up, and he does. Right at the buzzer.
It's great timing by Durant. He had a feel for the clock. That's why he threw it up at that time.
Here's Troy now with Enciso for 3. That would have been huge. Thompson on the other end. Ginebra trying to close this game out. Trying to put this one to bed. Thompson again driving, kicking. Pringle wide open. Got it.
So great timeout by Coach Tim Cohn as he stopped the run up TNT. And now they're back in control of this game again.
Now up to 18-point lead for Ginebra. Rosario. Over to Enciso. Gets it back to Troy. 4 on the clock. Troy Rosario missing. Put back is good. Game number 5 will be on Friday. Thompson skying, cannot score though.
A good recovery there by Rosario to stop that play.
And Caesar just pulling up for 3 there. Pringle. Joe, thinking about the 3, takes it. No. RR. Simon kicking. Troy for 3. No. And
so here I'm starting to slow down.
Yeah. Fatigue starting to settle in here. You see the shots are kind of short. People running back a little bit slower. And Pringle still. No. And Ciso up ahead. Bogoy has to beat Thompson, and he does.
So Bogoy removed him from the play before he took that shot. So TNT's going to need to string up some stops here to get themselves back in the game.
Aguilar to Joe. LA gets around Reyes. Joe Devance. Oh, that rolls out, and it will will remain though with Ginebra. That's a fresh 14 for them.
Looks like Jop is going to check out of the game and get a little bit of a rest.
Just moving him out of the way. That's a great way of putting it. That amazing play of the quarter is brought to you by Smart. Experience the next level speeds with Smart 5G. We got a timeout on the floor. 82-68, 14-point lead. We'll be back.
Dahil nagkurangan at lumaban sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, bayanihan ang kailangan natin ngayon. One Ginebra Nation. At mga hapon, may pag-asa sa pagkabot. Sama-sama, gagayanin ang pagsubok ang nagkakaisa. Isang natin, one nation, never say die. One Ginebra Nation.
Pinalitan yung password! Nax! Madali na lang magka-Wi-Fi with PLDT Home Wi-Fi Prepaid. Nax, paka-easy!
Nax! May Wi-Fi na!
Nax, pakabilis for online learning and more! At Nax, pakasulit para sa buong pamilya!
Lakas ng Wi-Fi, bagong kapitbahay.
Rediscover learning. Rediscover home. PLDT Home Wi-Fi Prepaid.
You fuel us, we fuel you. Gatorade studies the best athletes to create the most advanced sports fuel with fluids, electrolytes, and carbohydrates, so you can play your best. Nothing beats Gatorade.
So there's 8 minutes and 14 seconds left. Game number 4. The TNT side has been having to deal with adversity all throughout this game. Started out without Ray Parks, who is continuing to nurse his calf injury, but the word around the TNT camp is that he is getting along fine. Hopefully could be back for game number 5. Then a twisted ankle to R.R. Pagoy. Sidelined him for probably about 2 plays, but he's powering through that. Troy Rosario, another member that had a shoulder injury, but he's good to go. Jason Castro has some knee problems, and he's not available. But the fight continues on. Tenorio to inbound here for Ginebra, who have possession and that 14-point advantage. Pringle. Oh, spinning and no good. Rebound for Prince Capiral, who will give them another fresh 14. Capiral to LA. Jared. 1 on the shot clock. And he can't get that one to drop. Here comes TNT. Big possession right now. Pagoy, hooping hard.
That is a very difficult layup. I mean, he's taking that shot about 6-7 feet from the basket. You can see it here how far he takes off, and then he has to finish that at the rim.
While getting bumped. Now head to the free throw line to complete a 3-point play opportunity. And he does, so the lead is down to 11.
Well, another basket by TNT. You can expect that Jopin Aguilar will be back in this game.
Tenorio, he's fouled. And that'll make 2 free throws. LA using those wily bet moves again. This time it was Semerad who fell for it. And LA just adding another name to that list of people that he is fished into those kind of fouls.
Look at the stats, 13 points, 6 assists, 3 steals. LA is really on top of his game. He's a guy who keeps himself in great shape as he misses the first foul shot. That's why he's the Iron Man of the league.
Does it still shock you? Does it still shock you when he does things like this? Or should we become accustomed that this is how LA is going to be until the day he retires?
Well, if you had a chance to work with him when he was young, you could see that he was going to be a great player. Always said he's the best outlet passer I've ever seen here in the Philippines.
That's a great.
And imagine, he's a point guard. He's not a big guy, but his outlet passes are just unbelievable. And he has talent. But more than that, he keeps himself in great shape during the off season. And that's the reason why he continues to be able to finish games. Just like TNT, they're on a run right now.
Yeah, that's down to 10. Pringle back into the game. Jappet back into the game. Dillinger as well. JD to Prince. LA for three. No. Rebound is tapped out. And Ciso over to Pugoy. Spin. And no. But Troy can't get the foot back.
Should have brought it down and gone back up again.
And that's a foul by Montalvo. Dillinger getting acquainted there.
Montalvo has to be careful there because you don't want to give up a deliberate foul or something like that. He's just going to get a regular foul.
Yeah, you don't want to get a deliberate foul.
It could have easily been a deliberate foul.
That's something that you try and teach the rookies.
It's just note, though, on the other end of the court, the defense of Jappet Aguilar and that layup by Pugoy, that really stopped him from scoring that basket.
Stanley back irons it. Rebound for Amin Bosotros, who gets some burn now. Here's Troy inside, and he cuts it to 8, and Coach Tim Cohn has to call another timeout. This lead was 17 at the start of the quarter, but an 11-2 run by the Tropangiga, capped off by Troy Rosario inside, catching Ginebra sleeping on that transition defense, brings his lead down to single digits with 6.5 to go in game number 4. We'll be back on PBA Rush.
naman yan. Ano na?
Free scares away with Tabi Po on Signal Play. Download now.
83-75 is the score. And at the start of the quarter, it was 77-60 after that technical foul that was given to Boy Era. But just a huge surge here by TNT Tropangiga brought them right back into this game, Coach.
Yes, they're only down by 8 points, and now you start thinking, hey, let's try to win this. You're not trying to say to yourself, let's try to get it under 10 points anymore. We just need a couple more stops, score a couple more baskets, and you're right there. So TNT has put a lot of pressure on Ginebra in the last few minutes. They forced Coach Tim Cohn to bring back Jappet Aguilar very, very quickly. Mariano's now checking into the game probably for the advance. Let's see what happens with these changes.
For TNT, this is a team that has not stopped fighting all throughout this game. For Ginebra, this is a team that has been in control all throughout. Can they regain momentum once again, or at least hold on until the very end? Tenorio is joined by Pringle, Dillinger, Mariano, and Jappet Aguilar.
2-2-1 pressure defense coming from TNT, giving Ginebra another look defensively.
Mariano driving, stripped away by Almon Bosotros. Bodies on the floor. Timeout is called And Coach Tim Cohn has to use up yet another timeout. 83 to 75 still on the scoreboard. We'll be back.
With the new hub here at SM City Butuan, we will be able to reach more people to showcase our products and services to make their lives more awesome with Signal.
Signal offers best quality experience, best content for local and international channels, with sports channels, best value for money, especially with all our promos until December 31.
And for those who are interested to do business with Signal, we are still recruiting for dealers, agents, installers, and online sellers without franchise fee.
Congrats also to our territory partner, Mr. Daryl and Ma'am Angie Yu, for supporting Signal since 2009.
I am inviting everyone to come and visit our Signal store here at the third level SM City Butuan.
Come and visit us here at Digital Signal SM Butuan Hub to avail our exciting promos and giveaways. Subscribe na!
Welcome to Signal SM Butuan! Live awesome! Woo!
Coach Tim Cohn and the rest of the Barangay Ginebra San Miguel down to one last timeout. They had to call all the ones that they were given to them except for the one that is remaining, because a furious run, furious momentum, and just a relentless effort coming from TNT have brought them back into this game. What was once looked at as an insurmountable 17-point lead is now just down to 8 with half a quarter to go.
So only 2.3 seconds left on the shot clock of Ginebra.
Nosotros will complete the steal there. Big possession now for TNT Tropangiga. And Ciso goes to Aram, finds daylight off the glass, and it's down to a 2-possession ball game.
Well, poor defense that time by Japhet Aguilar, who went for the steal, allowing JP to get that layup. Wow, we're down to 6 points.
Furious run here. It is a 13-2 run. Japhet against Aram. He's fouled. 2 free throws awarded to Japhet Aguilar. At the start of this quarter, let's take a look at it again. It's Japhet heading to the free throw line for 2. At the start of the quarter, like I was about to say, Coach, it was JP Aram who was a little bit sluggish coming up and down the court, and it was Japhet who was getting alley-oops and all that. This time around, at the halfway mark, things have changed quite a lot.
Well, the entire energy for TNT has picked up here in the fourth quarter. And there's still 5 minutes and 32 seconds to go. Of course, these foul shots by Japhet could halt that momentum of TNT. But let's see what happens.
The 8-point spread between our two sides. And Ciso. Aram. Over to Troy. 10 on the shot clock. Here's Vosotros. Free throw line J. It's good. Back down to 6. And
that is a Curry violation.
And again, Alvin Vosotros coming up big once again for TNT Tropangiga.
Good patience there by Vosotros. He's used to making this shot. Knocks it down at the foul line. And he forces the turnover on Pringle, so he's done a lot of good here in the fourth quarter for TNT.
5 minutes remaining. Do TNT have enough in the tank to complete a comeback? That is a kickball, and that'll reset the shot clock back to 14. How much more does TNT have in the tank? That is the question.
Well, they've been going to Boy in the post and pinning down for Boy. They do it one more time.
The Boy misses the 3 rebound for Aram, who throws it away. Coach Sandy telling Boyd, don't worry about it. Play the next play. Yeah. Good call by the referees there. Under 5 to go. Pringle. Pringle gets it back. Has Troy Rosario ahead of him. Aram is there, challenges, can't get it. Ball's alive, is with Vosotros, and that's a foul.
JD can't believe it. That's the look he's giving. Vosotros wants to get into the middle of everything.
Alvin Vosotros, like a monkey wrench in all of the plans that everyone had right now.
TNT can continue to put pressure on Ginebra. They can get a score this time. Once again, they're going to go into the post to Aram.
That's a turnover. Almost, it's completed.
You can see it coming. Huh?
Here's Pringle. Almost stopped by Vosotros. Japet able to finish it.
That was a big turnover by Vosotros on the last play.
Picking up his dribble way too far out. Here is Enciso now. The lead is back up to 8. Aram for 3. 4 minutes to go. Ginebra looking to hold on to cement a 3-1 series lead. Pringle against Enciso. Instead, it's Dillinger, and that's a foul on the inside. That'll mean 2 free throws for the Daredevil.
A good strong drive there by JD to the basket. Rosario had no choice but to challenge him.
And that was Japet with the cleanup job a while ago.
And you see what happens when JT Aram tries to come over and help defensively, and leaves it wide open for Japet to dominate the paint.
JD good on the first, a chance to push this lead back up to a much more comfortable double digit instead of just 2 possessions.
And LA is going to get a break as Scotty Thompson checks back into the game for him.
Dillinger, of course, at the start of this game was fantastic. He had a couple 3-pointers that set the tone for that outside shooting for Ginebra. Now he's got 7 as he splits his free throws. The lead is 9.
Well, TNT really has to make their moves now. Only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game.
Bogoy for 3. Is this the move? There it is. Lead is back down to 6. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this 4th quarter. Pringle kicks it out. Thompson looking for some friends, goes back to Stanley. Has Simon in front of him. And Enciso trying to defend, and he does. Complete stop there. Fouled by Jared Dillinger.
Only the 3rd team foul on Ginebra. It's going to be a side throw.
3 minutes to go. Look at Roger Bogoy. Still muy caliente. In fuego with his shot all throughout the finals. And he's continuing it in game number 4.
Big time player.
Vosotros to Enciso. Here's Bogoy. Rosario in the post, working it against Mariano. They go back to Bogoy for 3. Got it!
Posting up Rosario, putting a flare screen for Bogoy. And he's coming up big time here in the 4th quarter.
That 17-point lead is down to 3. It's a 1-possession ball game. Denorio for 3, trying to take it back. And play. Ellie Denorio strikes again.
The Ting Tong sucked him out. He scores 6 straight points. He brings it back in. LA hits a 3.
Lead is back up to 6. Bogoy, again. Got it again. You gotta be kidding me. What is going on?
That's 3 straight times. They set that flare screen for him.
He's knocked down all 3 shots.
Miscommunication there. It ends up with Tenorio. Under 2 minutes to go. 3-point game. LA. It's right outside the Scotty. 5 on the shot clock. Back out to LA for 3. LA once more. LA Tenorio. I'm telling you, this dude's a vampire. 94 to 88 is the score. One good 3 deserves another, and another, and another. R.R. Pagoy and LA Tenorio going one-on-one shootout style. Who will have enough? What a shootout it has been here in the 4th.
What an end game we're witnessing here.
Wow.
LA missed the clutch.
We'll be back.
Take the premium PBA viewing experience online and everywhere you go by following PBA Rush on Facebook. Catch live streams of the action-packed PBA Philippine Cup every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Like the page to get the latest PBA news, highlights, game schedules, recent scores, and exclusive behind-the-scene features. Stay ahead of the game by getting timely updates for your favorite PBA Rush programs. Never miss on any of the awesome PBA action. Follow our Facebook page by typing www.facebook.com/PBA Rush 24/7.
Two seconds remaining in this game. And what a 4th quarter it has been. What a last 2 minutes it has been. As R.R. Pagoy and LA Tenorio just going at it. Just giving everything that they got from beyond the arc. But Coach, you were talking about having a veteran presence like LA Tenorio that can come in and change the entire complexion of what the story has been.
He needs a quick basket here.
Vosotros. Spinning, nowhere to go. Has to kick it out. Ends up with Pugoy. One more swing, Montalvo for three. Ball ends up out of bounds, and it will be Ginebra ball. And what an effort it has been so far, Coach.
We haven't talked enough about Scotty Thompson.
Yes.
He has 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists in this game. So a lot of contributions coming from a lot of players for Ginebra as well.
You don't hear a silent triple-double very often, but, I mean, he's just all over the floor for this side. Vosotros with the steal. Out to Pugoy for three. No. And that furious run by TNT is not going to be enough. They will fall down to a 3-1 series lead, barring any miracle at this point. And teams that have gone on to hold a 3-1 lead have won 92.7% of all of those type of series. That's 51 out of 55 times. But things might be different for TNT, Coach.
You never know. In fairness to Scotty Thompson, he now has 10 rebounds. I don't think he's going to get that 10th assist to get his triple-double. You never know. If Ray comes back in the next game, I'm sure the confidence of the TNT team will go up, and they'll just be thinking, let's just live to fight one more game, and that'll be their concentration.
But hats off to that man. When things started to look a little bit wobbly, leave it up to L.A. Tenorio to steady the ship and put that game away. And I believe he is our dream player of the game, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. What a performance it was, Coach.
Yeah, great performance by L.A., knocking down his outside shots. I was really impressed by his ability to do that, which is to set up his teammates, specifically Jonathan Aguilar, for easy looks at the basket. But when the game was on the line, he just stepped up and hit the big shots to will the Ginebra team to victory today to get them closer to winning another championship.
And your final score is 98-88, and that is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. For everyone that completes the PBA Rush team here on the call, for Coach Norman Black, I'm Aaron Ataide, and this has been the 2020 PBA Philippine Cup Finals, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
This was the 2020 Honda PBA Philippine Cup, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
TIM now with their player of the game, L.A. Tenorio, 22.6 rebounds, 6 assists rather, 3 steals, and 4 out of 8 from the three-point line. LA, you knew this TNT team would not go down without a fight, and you managed to avoid the fourth quarter takeover. What set Ginebra apart in the final minutes of the match?
Actually, first and foremost, I just want to thank the Lord for giving both teams really good game. I mean, so well, we expected that going to that series. Actually, to be honest, the first 2 games it was really surprising for us to be up to 0 against the powerhouse Top and Tex team. Today's game, talagang we really focused on our game. Yung our game plan. So, we didn't, parang hindi na namin inintindi kung ano gagawin nila sa amin. Basta, kasi the past 3 games, it's really on us. I mean, yun talaga yung nangyayari for the past 3 games. So, against Top and Tex team, we cannot afford again to be down. Nung first 2 games, we recovered, pero itong hindi na namin pwedeng gawin ulit yun this game. So, that's our mindset going to this game.
You are 1 win away from getting the championship. Knowing the situation well, having done it before, have you blocked everything out and just focus on closing things out?
Closing a series is the hardest. I've been with this kind of situation already sa career ko. So,
maraming teams na nakakabalik sa 3-1, especially with the powerhouse team like Commontex. Plus we have 2 days. Both teams have 2 days to rest their bodies and to adjust. So it's gonna be really hard, but well, of course, we don't want to give them a chance to win next game kasi it's gonna be really hard pag nakabalik talaga sila sa series na to.
Mga kapatian, pasalamatan?
First and foremost, just wanna greet my family. Nanonood sila, my wife, my 3 boys, Santi, Sian, Lucas, and of course, my baby girl. Please, to Boss Al, thank you for always reminding me. At lagi ko pinapagalitan, but you know, that's yung confidence level na binibigyan ni Boss Al sa team. So thank you, Boss Al, and Wednesday Club, we miss you. I miss you. Miss ko na kayo, and sa mga taga na Cebu, Batangas, hello sa inyo dyan. And shout out pala sa vlog ni Joe. Please follow Joe Divan's vlog, and kay Scotty, and ganoon din sa akin. So maraming salamat, Barangay Ginebra fans, sa lahat ng suporta at pagdarasal ninyo sa amin. Continue to pray for us, especially sa next game na makuha na natin yung inaasam-asam na All-Filipino Championship. So maraming salamat. Continue to watch PBA.
Great, congratulations. Great job as always. Now we'll send you to the press room to hear more from Coach Tim Cone.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the post-game press conference. We are with the winning head coach of Barangay Ginebra San Miguel, now taking a 3-1 series advantage against TNT Tropangiga. Coach Tim Cone. Coach Tim, in the dying minutes of the 4th quarter, you gave LA Tenorio a bit of rest. And then when TNT threatened to storm their way back into the game, you put him back, and then he closed out the show. What does it mean to have a closer like LA Tenorio? Like, he was like a security blanket for you because he just was so calm under pressure.
That's just it. He was really calm under pressure. You know, Pagoy was just making incredible shots, and we missed him one time when we didn't get to him. We lost him one time, and another time they set a couple of good screens for him and got him free. And those shots he was making was just tremendous. It really turned into the Pagoy show out there. And but you can never. It can be harder to respond. It's easier to make those shots. It's harder to respond, and that's what LA did. He came down and made 2 huge responses for us from the 3-point line, and kind of took the sails right out of Talking Texas because they were all getting pumped up and from Pagoy shots. So for LA, that was cold-blooded. I mean, that was cold-blooded. Those 2 shots LA took was really cold-blooded. So it's just great having LA and Stanley together, those 2 guys, and then Scotty, being able to hit big shots as well. I really felt we played our best game of the whole bubble tonight. And even though we played our best game of the whole double, it was just barely enough to beat Talking Tech. So that just goes to show how good they are and how well coached they are. This is our best game of the series by far, and I think the best game in the conference. We hit big shots all night. We made plays. We made defensive plays. Held the lead for the most part, and then they made their big run. But I thought we played well tonight. I hope we can carry it over into Wednesday.
Coach Tim, in game number 3, TNT was able to establish their inside presence early. You adjusted with having Jared Dillinger and Joe Devance in your starting unit. How important was it to get that defensive toughness and that IQ coming from those 2 veterans early in the game?
Well, we were making jokes about, when I told Joe and Jared about the lineup, they were saying it's going to be the Geezers lineup. Everybody's like 30. We averaged about 35 years old in that lineup. I think Stanley was the spring chicken of the group. But you can't count out experience. You can't count out experience in the playoffs. And we had a definitive game plan coming in with those guys. We were able to go through it this morning in our walkthroughs, and it was big because basically they replaced Arvin and Scotty. Scotty's one of our most physical players, but so we gained a lot of size, and we really wanted to keep. It was obvious we wanted to keep Rosario from trying to pin us down and next to the basket like he did over game 3. And so we put Japeth on him, and that kind of killed his post game. He stepped out and hit a bunch of threes for us, but it was kind of like taking choices inside or outside. And that's something we're going to have to play with because they're going to get better. He's going to get better playing outside. So we're going to have to make maybe another adjustment as we go along.
Coach Tim, at the end of the game, there was a line.
For Barangay Ginebra take a 3-1 series lead against the TNT Tropangiga. It was a hard-fought game. First quarter, both teams started canceling each other out. Boy Adam getting it done inside. The Twin Kings were able to outscore TNT 17-14. Really, the veterans of Barangay Ginebra getting into the action here for Coach Tim Cone and the rest of the team. Second quarter, though, it was all Barangay Ginebra. Here they are, having to weather the storm that is Roy Rosario and R.R. Pugoy. Both of them having good games here for the TNT Tropangiga. But then it's effort plays like these that saw Barangay Ginebra really take control of the 10th quarter. Jack Aguilar with the jam there from the break. A well spin there from Prince Cupping up. Twinkle toes for the big man. For Stanley Pringle here, showing everyone that even under duress, he could get a bucket off the glass. 10-point beat for Barangay Ginebra at the end of the half. And then TNT Tropangiga had a lot of adversity to overcome. They already are without Ray Parks. They had to exit the game. They had to see Jason Castro exit the game as well. Elliot Tenorio with a bucket there, finding Jack Aguilar in this instance. The bet. We're getting it done for Barangay. And it was up to them really to make sure that they didn't let this slip. Big lead here at the end. And that just described the type of third quarter Barangay Ginebra had. Under duress, almost no chance of making shots, but they still got it. TNT, though, will come back in the fourth quarter. Big triple there from R.R. Pugoy, who had one of those nights once again. But on the other side, L.A. Tenorio, the veteran, the leader, getting it done for Barangay Ginebra, draining triple after triple from beyond the arc. It was a shootout, but then Barangay Ginebra here, putting the finishing touches and getting the lead. 3-1. Coach Tim Cone is one win away for winning his first Philippine Cup with the Barangay Ginebra franchise. Big victory there for Coach Tim Cone. And if you're a Barangay Ginebra fan, you're hoping that you will get the chip next time around. Thank you for joining us here on Shoot Around, the finals edition. My name is Paulo De Rosario, alongside with PBA 3-time Coach of the Year, Coach Ryan Gregorio. Coach, what a game that we just saw. TNT, it seemed like they were out of it, but managed to claw their way back in the fourth quarter. Fell short, though. But what did you like about this game in particular?
It was a huge middle.
One step away from turning this game around.
It was just incredible. The way L.A. Tenorio just took control of the basketball game in the last 3 minutes of action. He scored 8 of the last 10 points of Barangay Ginebra.
2 threes, and also a perimeter jumper. He ended the game scoring 22 big points. But the most important thing was the timing by which he was making those shots in the fourth. TNT was obviously threatening because of the three-pointers of RR Pugoy. But timely baskets by LA Tenorio gave them a little separation and eventually winning the ballgame.
So let's take a look at one of those plays in particular in a little segment that we like to call the X's and O's. In the end game, El Tenorio hit triple after triple after triple, really answering our Pugoy, who was hot on the other side of the court. Let's take a look at one of these plays here from LA Tenorio to stop the run of TNT. Here it is. It seems really simple once again, but how crucial is this play in the end? LA going on the attack here. First, getting the switch. He has a size disadvantage here. Gives it to the side to Scotty Thompson. Scotty with a little drive, trying to attract more attention. Then you have LA Tenorio relocating there and getting the shot, despite the challenge of Troy Rosario, to continue giving Barangay Ginebra a 2-possession lead against TNT at that juncture of the game, Coach. Just how impressive was LA Tenorio?
By this time, both teams actually know what the other team is doing defensively. Every time there is a ball screen, TNT would always drop to a zone. They will switch it first and they will drop to a zone. There will be no secrets right now because the game is already number 4. So after the ball screen of LA Tenorio, automatically TNT was in a zone. Take a look at that one first. There was a switch and eventually it will be a 2-3 zone. LA Tenorio did not really look for a shot. Instead, they gave it to Scotty Thompson from the weak side. Scotty Thompson attacked the defense, froze the white guys a little bit, and the relocation of LA Tenorio, knowing exactly the type of shot that he needs and when and where is he going to get open. He got the ball in good stroke. Fantastic rhythm for him, and eventually nailed it.
Let's take a look at the big board over here, Coach, because, again, a lot of things have happened, especially after the initial pick and the changing defense of TNT.
This is Troy. This is the defender of LA. Right after this ball screen, take a look at this. LA would get the ball up to this point. Troy Rosario will be the designated defender. Now, on the release pass, TNT would stick to a zone. Look at the misdirection. This guy will drop down. Japet Aguilar would go up just to make sure the defense will be decent. And then take a look at Jared Dillinger trying to set a screen here for this man. As soon as Scotty Thompson penetrates, he would freeze the defense a little bit. And LA Tenorio from this side, no vision for this guys. He gets the ball right here. As soon as this guy passes the ball to LA, defense was already laid on the closeout. LA Tenorio with a booming 3. His 8-point or his 6-point in that particular juncture. He will score another 2 points inside 2 minutes. Again, 8 points out of the last 10 for Barangay Ginebra.
Let's take a look at this replay one more time, again, with all of those points in mind. LA Tenorio first beats the defender, then will give it to Scotty Thompson as TNT adjusts into a zone defense. You'll have Scotty on the drive. LA will relocate using that pick there, or at least the idea of it from Dillinger. Relocating, getting the shot off outside the outstretched arm of Troy Rosario, and a triple to make it a 2-possession lead once again. Coach, again, the burden is on TNT to make adjustments to extend the series. What do they need to do here, especially without Jason Castro, who we don't know if he's going to come back for next game, and Ray Parks on the mend, not again, no confirmation whether or not he will play in the next game.
It's going to be really tough for TNT. They know for a fact that they can win a basketball game even without Ray Parks. But losing Jason Castro in the middle of a ball game in Game 4 is simply too much for them. Good thing, Vosotros came in with so much energy and enthusiasm. He was one of the 5 guys playing that cut the deficit from 18 down to 3 points. But will they have enough arsenal in Game 5? That remains to be seen. But at this point, Barangay Ginebra is in total control of the series.
Well, you know what? Barangay Ginebra right now, they know how hard it is to close out the series. And we've heard Coach Tim Cone say it. We saw Eli Tenorio say it as well. It's going to be very difficult for them to end it against a hungry TNT team who hasn't won Philippine Cup in years as well. So will it end next time around, or will we have a game 6? Once again, thank you very much for joining us here on Shoot Around. My name is Paul Rosario alongside Coach Ryan Gregorio. And remember, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko. Again, very tough season, especially in the middle of a pandemic. But we're happy to share this with you.
Buhay na buhay pa rin ang diwa ng Pasko kahit maraming pagsubok ang dumating ngayong 2020. Manatili po tayong malakas at babangon tayo kahit anong kahirapang darating sa buhay natin.
Dito ko nakita na ang dami-dami kong kaibigan na nagsimula ng initiative, mga donation drives. Meron tayong mga streamers at gamers na nagsimula ng streaming for charity at kung ano-ano pa.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin gusto. Kahit nasa gitna ng pandemya, nakahanap pa rin tayo ng paraan to stay connected with one another while still feeling safe, healthy, and loved.
Dahil sa pagpatuloy bigay saya sa atin ng PBA, sa lahat ng PBA fans, patuloy po tayo lumaban sa buhay kahit anong mangyari, kahit anong sakuna o patay naman yung dumating sa buhay natin, sana magkaisa po tayo palagi.
Ikaw at ako, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
Ang dami po nating pinagdaanan. Pero hindi po yan rason para hindi tayo mag-celebrate dahil tuloy ang Pasko.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil tayo ay nagmamahalan at tayo ay nagtutulungan. Sa kabila ng mga sakuna na ating nararanasan, nakukuha pa rin nating umiti at lumaban.
The start of the year, syempre alam natin talagang tumigil yung mundo dahil nga sa pandemya. Which is why we started the Help from Home Project and 95 Initiative. Nag-pool po kami ng resources, humingi kami ng mga support mula sa friends and family in order to provide medical supplies para sa mga frontliners. We were able to raise over 1 million pesos worth of medical supplies, and we were able to deliver them to all hospitals all around the Philippines.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil sa tuwa, saya ng mga tao. Kahit na maraming nangyayari dito sa mundo, dapat lumaban tayo at lumaban tayo at magkaisa tayo.
My friend was arranging a charity event, I would not hesitate na tulungan siya and join my friends in the donation drives.
Sa lahat ng PBA fans, maraming salamat sa inyong suporta. Sana mag-enjoy kayo this coming Christmas, spend time with your loved ones. Sa ating pandemya, i-celebrate pa rin natin ang Pasko.
Tuloy na tuloy pa rin ang Pasko dahil nabigyan tayo ng kasiyahan at entertainment ng PBA.
Parang basketball ang buhay. Pwede na lalo, pwede na tayo. Pero lagi tayo dito sa mabawi. Kaya tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
Malayo o malapit man, basta totoo ang pagmamahala ng pamilya at kaibigan, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
This show throws the toughest questions and gets back honest answers from the PBA's greatest players. I'm Nico Halili, and welcome to Hot Seat. Only a few can say they were more explosive than this man during his prime. With 4 scoring titles under his belt, he was undoubtedly a walking bucket in the PBA.
Ang masasabi ko is he is an instant scoring machine. Anywhere, jump shot, drive, talagang nasa isip niya. I-score talaga siya no matter what. He's strong to the basket, he's open, he's going to take the shot. It's nga, tinatanong ko siya, hindi mo ba nakikita yung mga pag-ibig, but when he's locked in, ganun ko lang naiintindihan din na pag nakalock in yung score, talagang minsan wala na siyang nakikita, talagang ititira niya na yung bola.
Si Gary David knows when to shoot the ball and when not to shoot the ball and when to create. Yun ang naalala ko kay Gary David. You give him an open shot, that's a big mistake. So you close out on him, find a way to score. So that's something na innate in him talaga na yung kanyang scoring prowess in any level, whether it be college, whether it be PBA, whether it be national team, nandun talaga sa kanya. I mean, yung grabe yung tapang ng bata niya pagdating sa scoring.
Gary David's amazing ability to score got him all the way to the pinnacle of stardom, but how much did it take for him to stay on top? Find out. Hot Seat presents El Granada.
Nung bata kasi ako, meron akong court dito sa likod ng bahay namin. Yung gamit kong bola, yung bola ng pang-volleyball ng ate ko. Ever since na nakapanood ako ng mga basketball sa TV, kinabukasan ng umaga, naglalaro ko mag-isa, ini-imagine ko, kabantayan ko si Alvin Patrimonio, sina Jerry Colvinera, sinakdakan ko dyan yung mga import. Ganun yung mga iniisip ko nung gusto kong maglaro talaga sa PBA. No? First time ko rin napanood yung si Jun Limpot sa Lasal eh. Kaya parang na-inspire ako kaya nung nakita ko nung si Limpot na napunta sa PBA, parang doon pala nag-umpisa mag-college ko muna tapos nun pa-PBA ka.
So nung bago ka dito sa Maynila, ikaw ba na talagang kumpiyansa ka na nasa Maynila ka na, nagbabasketball ka, naglalaro ka ng college, tuloy pa rin, kayang-kaya mo pa rin matupad yung pangarap mo mag-PBA?
Nung napunta na ako sa Maynila, nag-entrance exam ako sa FEU, yung mga school na alam kong nasa UAAP. Tapos na nung ang ate ko nun, nag-aaral sa PLM sa Intramuros, napadaan kami sa entrance exam kami sa Mabua, sa Letran. Tapos nung napadaan kami sa Lyceum, sabi ko sa ate ko, ba't di tayo mag-entrance exam dyan? Kako Lyceum, dyan ko nabasa makita kong naglaro si Ato Agustin. Sabi ko gano'n. Di nag-entrance exam kami sa Lyceum. Nung mag-entrance exam kami sa Lyceum, 1 week pa lang yung result, lumabas na. Kaya decide ako, sabi ko, ayoko nang magbibiyahe-biyahe din ako sa sobrang traffic. Ayoko nang diyan na lang mag-aaral sa Lyceum, parang gano'n. Tatry natin dyan. Dahil nung nalaman ng tatay ko na sa Lyceum ako mag-aaral, sabi niya, paano ka mag-aaral niya? Alam ko, mga babae yung nag-aaral sa Lyceum. Sabi niya gano'n. Hindi ka ako, may mga lalaki na rin, saka may mga Mars. Kaya yun, nasa Lyceum na ako, nung na-discover ako na player, nung nakita nila ako sa PE, tapos yun, nung nag-revamp yung varsity na nawala sina Capobres, sina Joey Mente, nung nawala sila, automatic, nasama na ako sa lineup bilang varsity.
Siguro yung pangarap na yun, lalong luminaw nung nagkakapangalan ka na. Kasi una kitang na-cover nung nasa montanya ka eh. Doon talaga yung mga sumusunod ng PBL nung araw, ayan na, diyan nakikilala na yung Gary David na ang husay umiscore sa montanya. Yun yung team mo noon eh. Doon ba naramdaman mo na parang kaya ko to, parang may paraan para matupad yung pangarap mo?
Ako kasi sa Lyceum pa lang ako, nung nag-varsity na ako, sabi ko talagang pinus ko na yung sarili ko na talagang ito na yun. Tapos nun, nakuha pa namin coach nun, si Mike Cristobal. Si Coach Mike Cristobal, parang nag-assistant coach na rin siya sa PBL nun. Kinausap niya ako na magpursige ka lang, sabi niya gano'n, ako yung bahala tayo sa akin. Kaya natuloy-tuloy yung pursigido ko nun. Tapos yung Lyceum ko nun, lagi kami nasa contender. Kalaban namin nun, St. Francis, sinaparing Ranidel, sinaparing Ervin yan. Kaya yun, yung scout nun, medyo maayos na. Nung nandun na ako sa level na yun, talagang alam ko na papunta na ako dun sa, nasa tamang daan ako. Yung nung kinausap na ako ng montanya ni Coach Leo Isa, walang atutubili. Kung ano yung inabot niyang kontrata, pero pinirmahan ko na agad yun. Tapos pinakita ko sa ate ko, yan, tuwan-tuwa sila nun. Doon na talagang gano'n na yung ano ko talaga na nag-double time na ako sa paglalaro ko. Every time na step ako sa court, yung pangarap ko na makapunta sa PBA, talagang malapit na. Ayun yung basya ko talaga nung naglaro na ako sa PBA.
Kung mag-fast forward tayo from Montanya, PBL, talagang lumalaki na yung pangalan mo sa basketball community. Kaya naman nung na-draft ka sa PBA, syempre, yung mga talagang nakakanood sa'yo, hindi na nagulat na first round pick. Kaya lang, pagtapak ko ng PBA, as with many players, syempre may period of adjustment. Gaano kahirap yung adjustment mo na pagtapak ko ng PBA, hindi agad nag-layup ang kamay ni Gary David?
Mahirap din kasi nung nag-pick ako ng Coca-Cola, nandyan pa nun sina Papa Jeff, Coach Jeff Carriazo, sina Ato Murano, yan, yung mga kamasok, sina Will, tapos yung mga halos veterano lahat sila. Kasi happy ako, masaya ako dahil nakakakuha ko sa kanila mga advice. Nabibigay naman ng maayos, lalo-lalo na si Coach Johnny Abarientos. Yung mga advice niya sa akin ay talaga yung sinundan ko lang eh. Sasabi niya sa akin, pasensya lang bata, darating din yung oras mo. Basta, itreat mo lagi parang game. Kaya sabi niya, go hard ka sa practice one, tapos pag nakuha mo yan, darating din yung time mo. Sabi niya. Kaya every time na gagamitin din ako ni Coach Job, no? Luckily naman, first 3 games, injured si Coach Jeff Carriazo, kaya ako yung nabigyan ng mga quality minutes ni Coach Job. Nag-deliver naman ako. Ayun naman yung isasabi ko sa first 3 games ko sa PBA.
Yan ang madalas na kasama sa buhay sa PBA. Na yung pag you're a young player, pupunta ka ng PBA, mapupunta ka ng team, tihado, marami kang kasamang magaling. Kasi PBA nga yan di ba? Best of the best. Ganyan din yung nangyari sa'yo when you were in Air 21 because yung team nyo sa Air 21, Diyos ko, para all-star team, di ba? May Ranidel, Arwin, dami nyo, Tubid, andyan pa yung mga may Doug Kramer pa dyan, mga bata na, ano kayo, parang all-star team kayo eh. John Ferriol. Now, being a Gary David, ikaw pa nag-alala na, teka muna, paano ba ito? Paano mapapansin dito? Ang dami namin ditong sumushoot, ang dami namin ditong magaling. Ano ba yung mindset mo nung nasa Air 21 ka?
Ako kasi, sir, every time na nasa team ako na gano'n na lang po yung talagang maraming superstar. Ang mindset ko lang, sir, go hard ako sa practice, ibigay ko yung best ko sa practice. Pag nabigyan ako ng time, gagawin ko yung quality minutes na Pag nakita ng coach yun, malamang hindi naman siguro siya bulag o hindi naman sa nakikita niya ginagawa. Siguro yung mga playing minutes ko na siguro madadagdag.
Gary, totoo ba? Habang nasa Air 21 ka, ay nag-request ka ng trade?
When he was playing for me, in the beginning, he was a defensive player. He wasn't much of an offensive player. Meron na siya nun, but because of our rotation, pangatlo pa nga siya because I still had Renard Ritualo then, and then second was Ronald Tubid. At siya yung pangatlo, very tall order yung sinusundan niya. But you can readily see his competitiveness. He would really fight for his slot and his time.
Tagal ko lang nililigawan ng mahal ko. Kaya bago siya tanungin kung pwede na bang maging official, kailangan mo na siyang malaman.
This is hard for me to say. I am HIV positive.
It takes a lot of courage to tell your HIV status.
I accept you for who you are. Magpapatest na rin ako. Samahan mo ako, Thank you for everything. Let's schedule the test soon.
Well, nagkaroon ako ng nadagdagan yung weapon ko kasi at the time, I have Renard Ritualo, sila Ranidel, sila Mark Pinglis, Wesley Gonzalez. Tapos nadagdag sa amin si Gary David. So, medyo mas nadagdagan kami ng tao. At the time, rookie pa naman siya, pero makikita mo, gamit ko na siya agad.
Gary, sa palagay mo ba yung Air 21 team nyo, lalong-lalo na noong 2008, dapat ba champion kayo nun?
Dapat nag-champion talaga kami doon. Ayun yung pinag-inayaan ko na talagang konti-konti na lang. Talaga makuha ko na yung first championship ko nun. Sa import pa lang nun, sa import namin talagang si Steve Thomas, talagang gusto niya talaga na mag-champion kami at manalo nun. Kaya lang, basketball yan eh. Hindi mo masasabi yung mga nangyayari na bigla na lang magiging ganun yung sitwasyon. Tapos Ginebra pa yung kalaban.
Gary, totoo ba? Habang nasa Air 21 ka, ay nag-request ka ng trade?
Nung galing ako sa ACL noon, 2006, na ano ko na-injury ako ng elbow. Naputol yung tendon ko sa elbow. Tapos in the next year, nagkaroon ako ng ACL. Kinausap ko si Coach Bo. Pagbalik ko sa galing ACL, hindi pa ako masyadong ginagamit ni Coach Bo para silang minutes lang. Lalabas na ako, hindi pa ako nakapag-ano, lalabas siya na ako. Nung time na yun na siguro ilang games na yun, halos patapos na rin yung conference nun, kinausap ko si Coach Bo. Ako, Coach, kung wala na po kayo tiwala sa akin, ako nun. Medyo, alam nyo, mahina na yung galing na akong injury ako. Baka pwede akong pa-trade sa ibang team. Alam kong makukuha ko. Kasi at that time naman nun, nakausap ko si Boss JB Bailon nun, nasabi niya sa akin nun, Gary pag galing mong galing ACL, gusto mo, kunin na kita sa cook. Sa cook ka na magpagaling. Sabi niya kasi sa akin nun eh. Kaya at that time nun, kinausap ko si Coach Bo. Pero sabi naman ni Coach Bo nun, Gary, niya. Kaya hindi kita binibigyan ng maraming playing time pa, sabi niya. Kasi inaalala ko yung injury mo, baka kasi bumigay ulit, sabi niya may injury ka. Yung kontrata mo, 3 years pa, sabi niya. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, Coach, kako, huwag niyo pong isipin yung kako. Kasi alam ko malakas na to dahil nag-therapy ako ng ano. Kaya bigyan niyo lang ako ng chance ulit na mahabang playing time, kamo. Yung next game namin, pinagbigyan ako ni Coach Bo, binigyan niya ako mahabang playing time. Yun. Alam ko, best player agad ako sa game na yun.
Ito, Gary, paki-confirm kung totoo to. Totoo ba na sinabi ni Coach Bo sa'yo, tandaan mo tong sasabihin ko, hindi mo na malalaro yung laro mo kapag hindi na ako ang coach mo. Totoo bang sinabi yan sa'yo ni Coach Bo?
Totoo sa akin, sinabi ni Coach kasi nung nandun ako sa power rate doon, parang nagkaroon ng issue. Kinausap ako ni Coach Bo at ni Boss JB. Sabi ko sa kanila, Coach, kung talagang wala kayong tiwala na sa akin sa nangyari ako, pwede na po yung mag-desisyon ka ganon. Tapos sabi sa akin ni Coach Bo, Gary, hindi naman sa ganon. Sabi niya. Ito rin sasabihin ko sa'yo, sabi niya. Pag lumipat ka ng team, sabi niya gano'n. Tandaan mo, sabi niya, yung nilalaro mo ngayon, yung nakukuha mo kumpiyansa kayo, sabi niya, hindi mo magagawa sa ibang team. Nag-isip ako nun, sabi ko sa sarili ko nun. Kung sinabi sa akin ni Coach to, parang hindi ko ba talaga malalaro o ano, kung nalipat ako ng team. Nung nalipat ako ng team, nag-iwaiwalay na ako sa Coach ko, na-realize na ito para.
Kinausap mo si Coach Bo at sinabi mo o ni-request mo na, Coach, kunin mo ng lahat. Huwag lang si Paul Lee nung PBA draft nung taong yun.
Hindi ko naman sinabi na si Paul Lee. Hindi. Ang sinabi ko lang nun, ang tinanong sa akin ni Coach Bo nun, Gary, naalala ko yung papunta kami sa isang guesting namin nun. Parang press conference na tayo. Kasi number 1 pick kami parang tatanong ko sino yung pick ko na. Ang sabi sa akin ni Coach Bo, Gary, kung ikaw tatanungin, sabi niya, si Paul Lee ba o JB Casio? Pero nakaisip ako, kailangan namin doon sa power point guard talaga, legit na point guard. Kung naman niisip ko naman, kung si Paul Lee, kaya siya point guard, tsaka dos, sa posisyon ko. Diba? Kaya sabi ko kay Coach Bo, kung ako natanong yung Coach Cabo, ay JB Casio, talagang point guard siya, na ayun yung alam kong kulang natin. Yun lang, pero hindi ko sinabi na huwag kulit si Paul Lee.
Tinatanong ko lang naman kung totoo. Sabi, hindi nga totoo na sinabi mo yun. Sabi mo lang,
hindi.
JB Casio.
JB Casio, kasi hindi nila yung opinion ko.
Ay, di tama naman. Ang ganda kaya yung kombinasyon nyo. Casio, Lassiter, Gary David. O sino pa naman magsasabing mali yun?
Tama yun. May resulta ka, di ba?
Nagka-resulta. Ang tindi nga nung resulta Kasi nga, sinapian kayo dahil tinalo niyo yung Binig. Ito na, nandito na tayo. And I wonder if this is the absolute highlight of your career na ito nga, 2012, the series, pinalo nyo ang BMEG Team Cone yan, ha? Coach Team Cone, pinalo nyo. Ano bang sumapi sa'yo? Ano bang pinaniban ka? At ganun nga yung ginawa mo sa BMEG in that series.
Hindi naman siguro talagang sinaniban noon. Siguro yung willingness namin na manalo. Kaya sabi sa amin ni Coach Bon, paglaro lang kami ng na last basketball, bigyan namin ng chance yung sarili namin na makapaglaro na in-game. Sabi niya, kung maganda yung pagkaramdam natin, why not? Diba? Kaya natin yun. Nagawa namin ng game 1. Tinalo namin sila. Yung ginawa lang naman namin yun, parang lang eh. Typical na basketball sa amin eh. Parang kami ng practice, gagawa kami ng game plan, gagawa na kami Kaya lang, on that game, biglang parang kaming lahat, sinuwerte. Parang nagawa namin yung game plan ni Coach Bo. Tapos doon, kami, pag tumira, pag pasok, tapos maganda rin yung depensa. Kasi hindi naman kami masyadong tiranan no more on defense eh. Kasi takbo dito, depensa, shoot, ganyan. Tapos yung maging agresibo ka lang sa depensa, kung naka-stack, okay. Tapos i-score namin. Kaya nakuha namin yung timpla nun. Kaya mataas yung kumpiyansa namin na coming from game 2.
Gary, di ba sa buhay ng lahat, kung may saya, meron ding lungkot, meron ding pait. And part of your Gilas experience was siguro sa taas ng expectation ng mga tao, sa tindi ng kanilang desire to see Gary David na mag-El Granada on the international stage at nabigo sila, nagkaroon ngayon ng parang bashing, no? Online, Twitter, alam mo na, may mga tao, parang kinikriticize, o bakit ba yung Gary kasama pa dyan, hindi naman pala gumagawa. Gaano kasakit yun na nandun ka, national team ka, dream come true, pero may mga tao pa rin na hindi maiwasan, may mga sinasabi pa rin negative.
Did not expect na isang ganong kaliit magiging siga na scorer sa PBA. More than a shooter, scorer talaga itong si Gary David in his days in the PBA. And that is something that will build his legacy talaga. Yung ganong klaseng shooting, yung ganong klaseng tapang, that's not seen in many players.
Nagbago man ang taong ito, mahalaga pa rin ang Pasko. Kaya baguhin din ang tradisyon. Paraanan ang reunion at atinan mo. Pati pagmano, i-high-tech mo. And when you go out, you better wear masks. You better wash hands and keep your distance. Iangat natin ang tunay na ligaya ng Pasko. Ingat-angat, tayong lahat.
If there is one series or one championship that's going to be remembered as a legacy of Gary, that would be the series against BMEG, no? Doon siya nakilala na El Granada, talagang almost, although marami naman siyang katulong talaga sa mga panahon na yun, but almost single-handedly, naiangat niya at napakalaki nung naitulong niya to beat the number 1 team in BMEG and a powerhouse team as that.
Gary, doon sa knockout game against BMEG, 37 points, 8 3-point shots ang ginawa mo. Ikaw ba yung kinikilabutan pag naririnig mo yun or naalala mo na yung mga tao pag nakikita ka nun sa labas, ginagawa to, yung nagliliyap ang kamay ni Gary. Bakit mo pa ginawa yun ng game na yun? Bakit mo naisipang gawin yun?
Hindi, totoo nung kasi na, una ko napanood yun, ewan ko naalala niyo, una gumawa nung dati si Big Big noon, parang hindi na siya tira, talagang parang lagi shoot, kaya parang ginanignig yung kamay niya noon. Natatanda ko na nanonood lang ako sa TV nun eh. Ngayon, nung ako na yung gumagawa, parang feeling ko talagang pagbato ko dito, diretso, tapos ang ganda ng feeling ko, napapasok talaga. Kaya nung time na yun na ginagawa ko na yun, hindi ko talaga natiis na parang tinignan ko na. Nung una, mapapansin ko, gumano lang ako eh. Nung una, yung unang mga 3 points na napang-overtime, gumano lang ako. Tapos nung overtime na, nung kada bato ko na, yan na, binuka ko na. Tinignan ko lang, kaya Kaya lang, yun, kada shoot ko lang, yun, medyo talagang right side na ako. Pangit, mano, kaya ang ganda ng pakiramdam ko talaga na pag-release pa lang ng bola, alam ko na napapasok.
After that game, di ba, ano kayo, pumasok pa kayo ng pumasok kayo ng finals, eto na, ang dami na nakakilala kay Gary. Ikaw pa para pang hindi ka makapaniwala na from Bataan, Lyceum, Montanya, mga unang taon mo sa PBA, and here you are, yung Gary David, household name sa Pilipinas dahil sa ginawa mo. Ano ka ba nun? Parang, ano itong nangyayari nito? Hindi ka ba makapaniwala nun?
Doon ko lang talaga naramdaman na biglang nagkaroon ng pangalan. Pero after that game, sa bibig na yun, talagang pag lumalabas pa lang ako nun sa pupunta ko ng mall o talagang may mga nagpa-picture pa sila. Ganyan. Talagang doon ko naramdaman. Iba pala yung nagawa ko nun. Talagang pinaka-breakout game ko talaga bigay sa akin ng pangalan.
PBA star ka na. Superstar actually. Kasi nga, ang dami na nakakilala sa'yo. Isang level pa yung tinaas mo, kasi national team ka, ito na, Gilas.
Yes.
Ano naman ang para bang initial na epekto sa'yo nung pagkasama mo sa Gilas team?
Siguro mga ilang buwan lang yun, after ng Ginebra, ilang buwan, nagbuo na yung Gilas team nun. Siyempre sa akin, okay, kahit sinong player, talaga pangarap din nila na makapaglaro, maka-represent yung country natin sa mga bansa, kanya sa basketball. Noong time na tumawag sa akin si Boss Santon, walang pasubali ako. Pasok ako dyan, boss, ako tatagatin ko yan. Kahit alam kong nasa pool lang ako na hindi wala pa akong show sa lineup. Sige po, papayag ako. Sabi niya, may commitment tayo pipirma. Sige po, boss, dali mo pipirma. Kaya pag nagkita kami ni Boss Boots, talagang sobrang tuwa ako, pinirma ko na agad yun.
Gary, di ba sa buhay ng lahat, kung may saya, meron ding lungkot, meron ding pait. And part of your Gilas experience was siguro sa taas ng expectation ng mga tao, sa tindi ng kanilang desire to see Gary David na mag-El Granada on the international stage at nabigo sila, nagkaroon ngayon ng para bang bashing, no? Online, Twitter, alam mo na, may mga tao para bang kinikriticize, o bakit ba yung Gary kasama pa dyan, hindi naman pala gumagawa. Gaano kasakit yun na nandun ka, national team ka, dream come true, pero may mga tao pa rin na hindi maiwasan, may mga sinasabi pa rin negative.
Sa akin lang naman, tinake ko lang naman yun. Parang isa challenge. Mahilig ako sa mga challenge na gano'n. Hindi naman sila magsasabi ng mga gano'n. Hindi wala sila nakikita. Siyempre, bakit nga naman yung laro ko nun? Nasa Gilas ako, nandiyan sa MOA, bakit talaga yun? Kaya tinake ko yun sa challenge. Hindi ko masyadong na-handle yung pressure nun kasi parang expectation ng mga tao ng mataas. Every time natitira pa lang ako, hindi pa na-shoot, sumisigaw na sila, gumaganda, mag-minted. Pero nung time na kinausap na ako ni Coach Short, kinausap na ako nila Jimmy, medyo nabuhayan na ako. Kaya, tsaka yung mindset ko talaga nun, makapag-contribute lang, makapaglaro ng maayos at manalo, okay na doon. Yung mga basero, yung mga pangit na write-up sa akin, hindi ko naman pinabasa, hindi ko naman pinapansin. At tuloy-tuloy lang, nagkaroon ng breakout game sa kasaktan. Medyo lumag yung pakiramdam ko. Basta, ang sa amin lang nun, manalo, makapasok sa world. Okay na lang.
So for the record, Gary, nandun ako sa MOA ng kasaktan game. Tumatalon ako noon. Nung nakakashoot ka, talaga yung palakpak ko noon, dinig na dinig sa buong Pasay. Dahil, nakakatuwa kasi if a player is undergoing a challenge, dami bumabatikos, and then when you finally hit those shots, you're happy for the player. Kaya ako, just like many others na alam mo, kasama natin sa mundo ng basketball, we're so happy for you that making your shot. Sabi mo, mahilig ka sa challenge. Gaano kahirap yung naging challenge that in the latter part of your career, ito na yung mga Meralco years, ganyan, wasn't like the Powerade years, kakaibang sitwasyon, iba ang coach, iba sistema. How tough was that challenge for you?
Hirap dahil lipat ko sa Meralco, adjust ako. Tapos doon, siyempre, hindi natin masasabi na ang mga coach talaga, iba-iba yung philosophy nila, iba-iba yung mga style nila, coaching. Doon ko naalala yung sinabi nga ni Coach Bo na pag hindi na ako yung Coach Bo, hindi mo na magagawa yung mga ginagawa mo dati, sabi niya. Pero siyempre, hindi naman ako nabuhay sa salita niya na yan. Basta ako, tingin ko challenge yun. At ginagawa ko pa rin yung mga, alam kong makakatulong sa akin. Lalabas din yung laro ko, yung mga hinahanap nila sa akin. Ako makakapag-contribute kasama din namin ni Coach Ryan Gregorio, talagang binibigyan niya rin naman ako ng mataas na kumpiyansa. Kaya maganda rin naman yung nilaro ko sa Meralco at yung mga points percentage na paano naman.
Having this stellar PBA career, pero talaga bang kulang siya na wala kang PBA championship?
Oo. Mahirap sa akin din yun na parang hindi ko nagawa yun nung nagkalaro ko sa PBA na hindi ko man nawakan yung trophy ng championship. Talaga parang nakapanginahan lang kung pwede ko lang ibalik yung ano talaga. No? Gusto ko bago mawala sa PBA na talaga pag-champion. Kaya lang, siyempre, ito talaga yung buhay basketball, nila binibigay sa'yo.
Gary, anong matututunan ng mga umiidolo sa'yo? Yung mga hanggang ngayon, nagliliyap pa rin yung kamay nila pag nakakashoot sila ng 3 points. Anong pinakamagandang aral ang mapupulot nila from the career of Gary David?
Siguro, masasabi ko lang sa kanila, don't stop dreaming. Every time na pupunta kayo ng practice, kailangan excited kayo. Kailangan excited kayo na may matututunan. Excited kayo na lalakas yung katawan nyo. Excited kayo na mag-i-improve. Huwag nilang iisipin lagi na kinabukasan, sasabihin nila, patayo pa lang sila sa kama. Ay, practice na naman, sakit na naman to sa katawan. Huwag papasok yun. Maganda dyan, kailangan kinabukasan, pag alarm mo, excited ka, tatayo ka na, maliligo ka na, punta ka na ng practice. Sabi nga ni Boss Johnny Abadientos, ang practice, treat mo as a game. Mag-shoot ka, mag-shooting ka, parang nasa game ka. Hindi yung nag-shooting ka na patalon-talon lang ng konti, pero pagdating sa game, jump shot ka, kaya treat mo yung practice as a game. Game shot ang gawin mo sa practice.
Kaya kami sigurado na habang buhay para sa lahat ng PBA fans ay magliliyab ang kamay ni El Granada. Gary David, maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Although his career did not have a storybook ending, Gary David still achieved more success than most. And the truth is, we can only dream of winning as much as El Granada did. I'm Nico Alili. See you again next time here on Hot Seat.
With the new hub here at SM City Butuan, we will be able to reach more people to showcase our products and services to make their lives more awesome with Signal.
Signal offers best quality experience, best content for local and international channels, with sports channels, best value for money, especially with all our promos until December 31. And for those who are interested to do business with Signal, we are still recruiting for dealers, agents, installers, and online sellers without franchise fee.
Congrats also to our territory partner, Mr. Daryl and Mamanji Yu, for supporting Signal since 2009.
I am inviting everyone to come and visit our Signal store here at the third level SM City Butuan.
Come and visit us here at Digital Signal SM Butuan Hub to avail our exciting promos and giveaways. Subscribe na!
Welcome to Signal SM Butuan! Play awesome!
The sweat-inducing excitement, the mind-numbing suspense, the heart-pounding drama. No, we're not talking about the NBA Finals. We're talking about the NBA free agency. It has become an entirely different event on its own with all the thrilling player movements in recent years. Many fans tune in with dying anticipation to find out where some superstars will land. Even reporters have embraced the rush as they battle who can break news first. An all-star joining an already stacked roster. A young hotshot getting a lucrative deal. A player getting reunited with his old team. A veteran jumping ship in search of his first title. The wheeling and dealings are aplenty. Sa sobrang dami, it's difficult to keep up. The free agency season has its own brand of spectacle, further proving that in the NBA, there's no such thing as an off-season. That's the headline in tonight's Sports Page.
The hottest headlines. The deeper issues will join the pack of the greatest outlet of the future of sport. The game changers. The history makers. Stories that make sports internally competitive. Open the Sports Page.
How fast are you? Can you keep in step with all the changes that are happening in the NBA free agency wars? Because it's happening so fast. Here on Sports Page today, we needed somebody quick, somebody fast, in fact, somebody young, somebody named. Here on the Friday.
Thank you, Sir Steph, for having me once again here on Sports Page. It's always fun hanging out with you guys talking about hoops, and I'm not the only one that's returning to the show. Joining me as well, the one and only Gina Rufino, fresh from Boracay. Let's put that. Also joining us on the show, man that has impressed beyond belief inside the bubble, NLX Road Warrior guard, none other than Kiefer Ravenna. And our final guest for today is a man that is still doing a lot of work inside the bubble. It is Meralco Bulls assistant coach, Coach Ronnie Magsano. Now let's start it out very simple. Show of hands. Who has notifications turned on when it's Adrian Wojnarowski tweeting? Because I know I wake up to a ton of those. Coach Ronnie, you're in the bubble. You're still following what is happening in the NBA free agency. Ano bang meron sa free agency na NBA that has so many fans across the world following it?
Well, ano bang meron? I think goes back a few months ago wherein the NBA was able to hold a very successful bubble. And for us in the PBA bubble, we were able to watch the NBA finals and witness history, of course, established by that project. I think stems from the fact that what will the winning teams be able to do? Will they be able to hold the superstars and keep them happy? Will they keep the roster intact? Well, apparently, those questions were answered either by a no or a yes. The Lakers have lost 4 pieces already from their championship roster. Miami Heat have let go of Jay Crawford as well. So I think the interest stems from the fact that will the teams who were winning a few years ago, like the Golden State Warriors, be able to resurrect their campaigns? And as we all know, Klay Thompson tore his Achilles heel recently. So ito yung interest na inaantay ng mga tao. Yung mga hindi nakapaglarong teams, dahil ilan lang naman yung inimbita para makapaglaro ngayon, will be able to see action. I think that will continue to drum up much interest all over the world to see their favorite teams, to see their favorite players once again get back and compete, of course, come December 22.
Kiefer, pang ilan ba sa task list mo pagkagising yung check mo ano yung mga trades or free agent signings? At what point do you check that news in the morning?
Siguro, unang-una, syempre, pagising pa lang, makikita mo na syempre, time difference. That's where everything happens. And ngayon, sobrang interesting lahat na nangyayari. Just like what Coach Ronnie said, everybody's picking up from the bubble, and now for the teams who didn't really have a chance to compete for an NBA championship, I think sila talaga yung gumagawa ng moves for the next season. And less than a month, I think, mag-start na ulit yung NBA. So now's the perfect time to do so, and I've seen so many different teams really try to make big changes in their lineups.
Gino, explain this to me. Is team loyalty gone? Wala na yun? Nobody stays. It's all practical. Then the second question, follow-up. Given that the losses of the NBA last year, how can you pay for all these astronomical salaries that are being discussed?
Well, to answer your first question, I think, Seb, that team loyalty has been gone for a long time. And I think even for fans have more and more fans have been rooting for players lately instead of the franchise. And I think that's been going on for, you could probably date it back to when LeBron James took his talents to South Beach. And I think that kind of built that whole player movement, player empowerment type of deal with the NBA. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, because you have people from outside of the United States. It's become such a global league that where does somebody from Poland, like, what's his affinity with the Miami Heat? Really nothing. So it kind of globalizes the game in that sense, no? To answer your second question, if I knew the answer of that, I should be the commissioner of the NBA or hold the peace with the league. So I honestly don't know. I mean, off the top of my head, the TV revenue is going to be humongous. Other forms of revenue that they can muster up, because with no fans in the stands, that's a big chunk of the league's revenue that's going to still be lost for this coming season.
Okay, my question to Coach Ronnie, most of these players want to win championships. There are a number of players who have been in the league for a long time, James. Arden, for example, has not won a championship. What is the motivation really of the movement? Is it for money or the chance to win a championship, or both?
Well, I think players who already have money have simply the motivation of joining a team which is close to winning a title. And I think decisions by players who are declining player options or going to unrestricted free agency will show you historically that they move towards that direction. Because ultimately, after you get your money from playing, will also be looked at as could be a winner, never a winner, or made sure that you were a money magnet throughout your career. And I think it really depends on the motivation for different players. For all you know, Gordon Hayward is so close, of course, to Brad Stevens, yet he opted out of his contract and let's move to a different direction. Opted for lesser money, but wanted guaranteed money. So I think championship will always be the best motivation for veteran players. But ultimately, it will boil down to whatever is most important for them at this stage of their careers. Hayward is an A player, an all-star, but he's been hurt in the last few years. So he just wanted to make sure that his family is secure. While on the flip side, Roger Rondo was able to do that, winning a championship for the Lakers, and now moved to a different team because just probably wanted more money as well. He was able to already establish his legacy. Now it's time to earn a little bit more money and mentor a few more young players like Trae Young in particular.
Kiefer, we would just sit around before and talk about the NBA and free agency and trades and all of that. But when we were talking back then, you weren't a professional athlete yet. Now that you are, umiba ba yung pagtingin mo sa free agency and trades and all that because you are in the professional ranks right now?
Most definitely. I think you have a deeper understanding where these players are coming from. Sometimes you'll be able to put yourself in their shoes, whether with what Coach Ron said, whether that's the motivation for them to play. Just like, for example, James Harden earning $4 million a month as a salary of $50 million, the first ever player to really get $50 million a year, turning that down and trying to move to a different team and try to connect with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn. So it depends, it really depends, but as a professional player, you'll definitely understand their decisions. But then again, it's still entertainment. It boils down to where their security in terms of their family is, kung ano pa talaga yung direction nila moving forward in their careers. So it's fun to see the free agency start moving pa rin hanggang ngayon.
Gino, is there any job in the world that you would say no to for $50 million a year? And if it is, why are you that crazy?
I think it was even more, diba? Parang $108 million.
Yeah, something a little bit astronomical like that. But I think if you're James Harden, you've made so much money already that it doesn't matter anymore. Like what's an extra couple million here and there per month? It's ridiculous to say it. It really is. But I don't live in James Harden's shoes. So I don't understand how anyone could turn down 1 million pesos. What more 50 million pesos? I mean, I guess it's all relative. And I think for James Harden, he has entered that stage of his career that it's not just about the money anymore.
There's so much more to talk about there because the pace of the developments are just so quick. We'll try as best as we can, that's why Aaron is here, to
focus on the key changes that have happened so far and what of these changes that made our guests say, huh? Let's touch base with them.
Since being instituted in 1988, NBA free agency has been largely consequential. Even just a single move can alter the fortunes of a franchise or even the entire league. For our sidebar, let's check out the 5 most memorable moves in NBA free agency in the last 20 years. At number 5, Tracy McGrady joined the Orlando Magic in the year 2000. He instantly became a franchise player after a promising start with the Toronto Raptors. He became a 2-time scoring champion, a multiple All-NBA team member, and just carved out a Hall of Fame career. At number 4, it's Steve Nash returning to the Phoenix Suns in 2004. He was set to re-sign with the Dallas Mavericks, but the deal fell through, which to this day, Mark Cuban deeply regrets. We all know what came next. He became a 2-time MVP and revolutionized the NBA. Speaking of returns, up next is LeBron James returning to the Cleveland Cavaliers in the year 2014. I'm coming home. With those 3 words, the King made an entire state shed tears of joy. He fulfilled his promise of delivering a championship, which made even more people cry. At number 2 on our list is Kevin Durant joining the Golden State Warriors in 2015. It was like putting more pizza on a pizza crust. While the decision will forever haunt him, he has 2 titles, 2 finals MVP trophies. Oh, he also made a burner account. Never forget that. And at number 1, of course, LeBron James taking his talents to the Miami Heat in 2010. Despite all the controversies, the decision single-handedly changed NBA free agency forever. He showed that players can exercise more power while bringing 2 titles to South Beach. Now let's get back to our questions for our guest, Keith. Which moves have you seen that was the one that made you say, okay, this makes a team the #1 contender so far in the NBA?
Probably if it pushes through, I think the James Harden Brooklyn deal will definitely push Brooklyn to that contender level. And of course, you know, even though the Lakers losing Rondo, Dwight, Danny Green, those guys, I think them getting Montrezl Harrell will definitely solidify their campaign for a back-to-back. And, you know, some decisions that really made me question also, you know, the Gordon Hayward deal, where he opted out for lesser money but wanted to go to Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken. Those are probably for me. Those are the deals that I was able to really think about and excited to see happen also.
I think it seems fitting that we ask this man this next question. Gino Rufino, who is the biggest winner out of all of the teams in the NBA free agency so far?
Do you really want me to answer that?
You think
is it not obvious? I think that the Lakers. The Lakers have Keeper has touched base on it. You lose Dwight, Danny Green, and Rondo, and then you get Harrell, you get Schroeder, and you get Wesley Matthews as of today. So this still could things could still change along the way. So the Lakers got younger. They got arguably a little bit more talent. Now, of course, Rondo is a big loss. Everybody knows that. And the championship pedigree that Rondo and Green have, you cannot match with this current lineup. But you also have to remember that they took pieces away from the Clippers, arguably their biggest rival in the Western Conference. So that you weaken one team and you strengthen yours. I think that's they're the winners so far. Of course, things can change, especially in Brooklyn, because there's a lot of firepower if some deals push through. So there's still going to be a lot of movement before the start of the NBA season. But right now, the Lakers, the defending champions, just got significantly better.
Oh, nice. All right, Coach Roddy, what about you? Who's the one? What's the one move that you kind of scratch your head and was thinking, ano yun?
I really like the move of the Boston Celtics bringing along Tristan Thompson. They lost Guinness Cantor, but I think the winning pedigree that will be brought over by Tristan Thompson will be able to help the Celtics moving forward. When you go back this time to the question, of course, of Aaron, ano nangyari sa OKC? Bakit biglang nawala si Steven Adams? Ano nangyari sa OKC? Bakit gano'n na lang binitawan si Schroeder? So I think it's all about rebuilding for this franchise. And para sa akin, anong nangyari? Bakit nawala si Chris Paul? So these were key pieces that would have pushed this team a win or two away from a higher level doon sa playoffs. But minsan hindi mo talaga ma-analyze o mabasa na kung ano yung direction ng organization. Those are things that you have to live with. And actually, in the coming days, meron pang mga ganitong tayong makikita in the landscape of the NBA. Pero ang notorious kasi sa mga ganitong decisions is yung New York Knicks. And that's why they have languished in that position, being not a winning franchise, at least in the last decade.
Gene, what do you think? Is it because the recent draft was so in the eyes of many? That's why there's so much activity happening right now in the free agency, or was it bound to happen anyway?
I think it was bound to happen. I mean, the draft being so close to free agency, I mean, things just basically was, the spacing between the end of the season, the draft, the free agency, the start of the season, everything was so condensed, and that's why things have gotten a little bit crazy. So everybody's cramming for the start of December 23 Manila time. So there was going to be movement regardless of what was going to happen. I mean, Coach Ronnie was pointing out OKC. It was almost a sure thing, though, that OKC was going to get rid of as many players as possible to get as many draft picks as possible to build for the future and also to trade for assets. And I think that the crazy movement that we're seeing right now is because teams are also trying to figure out what to do for the following season. There's a lot of moving pieces in the NBA, and people are kind of guessing where they're going to end up. So that's why there's a lot of movement.
Aaron?
You know, Kiefer, tama yung sinabi ni Gino. It's all about looking towards next year, and the biggest name that comes up with free agency next year is Giannis Antetokounmpo. Milwaukee got rid of Eric Bledsoe. They got rid of some other pieces. Wes Matthews is now with the Lakers. They bring in Drew Holiday. Almost got Bogdan Bogdanovic. Is that enough in your eyes? Do you think that that's enough to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo with the Bucks?
Seeing how Giannis has been, what he has been going through for the past 2 years, especially always leaving the playoffs a little bit too early than everybody was, how they expected it to be. I think he's really going to that direction of he just wants to win and shut everybody up. Sabi nga ni Coach Ronnie, can be a money magnet to all the teams. And if you're honest, there's definitely teams who will try to get, move heaven and earth just to get you. I think he's on his way out. I'd say I think he's on his way out, and it's exciting, especially siguro nag-start na rin mag-move yung Milwaukee.
Let's go to Coach Roddy. Coach Roddy, Miami, a team that coming off of an NBA Finals trip, Jimmy Butler threatened bodily harm to Goran Dragic if he did not resign. So indeed, Goran Dragic resigned and brought himself back to Miami. Jay Crowder has left, though. Do you think that there's any moves, or are there any pieces that Miami can maybe add to this lineup, or you would want to see for them to maybe get it over the hump and win a championship?
Well, I think the spot that was left vacant by Crowder is going to be vital for them to fill up moving forward, simply because Crowder played outstanding basketball, especially in the playoffs. But we talk about the core, we talk about this organization. This is an organization that is a destination organization. I think players who really want to win, players who want to be a part of organizations who take care of people, I think will keep an eye on possible move to join this team. Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, Udonis Haslem, these are key names in the whole of the NBA. That really shows you what type of team and organization the Miami Heat has formed throughout the years. So that position is going to be imperative that they fill up just to make sure that they have a solid roster. Because right now, what teams are doing is, aside from, of course, filling up their rosters 1 or 2 years from now, is looking at the Lakers. No? You have to have that barometer wherein all your movements are geared towards facing a possible team, either in the first, second, or deeper part of the playoffs. Wala na silang ibang tinitingnan eh. Minsan naisipin mo bakit, minsan naisipin mo para saan. When you go deep into the playoffs, now you will understand as to why. Kasi nasukat na nila yung matchups hanggang sa dulo. And this is a 72 game regular season. And this will be done before the Tokyo Olympics. Nasukat na rin nila yan. And I'm sure that a part of the analytics of the GMs for the players, kasali yan. Players are able to be mentally tough heading to the playoffs, and players will definitely fit into the organization. And I think the Miami Heat will always be one of the teams that will make sound and sensible decisions all the time.
So many names we still have to talk about and where they are going. We'll have everybody back just after this break.
Hanap mo ba yung produkto na mas mapapaganda ang buhay mo? Watch the #1 TV shopping in the Philippines. Easy Shop Asia on your favorite cable and free-to-air networks. Watch Easy Shop Asia 24/7 on Signal Cable Channel 34 and One Sports every Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. The most effective products with the best deals. Dito lang yan sa Easy Shop Asia because we make lives worth living.
For tonight's That's What They Said, we asked, what's your favorite NBA free agent move so far? Owen Mola says Harrell and Schroeder, young guns with a lot of talent who can help with the back-to-back. Jupiter Chua said Rondo to Atlanta, smart move. Cap Jazz Paler says Kelly Oubre to GSW. I really like Kelly's game from Wizards to Suns, and now he's signed with Stephen Drake. And lastly, Joshua Salute, Avery Bradley to Miami. They added a defensive player, and that has been That's What They Said. Okay, let's get back to the questions. I want to make this a little bit different. I'm going to say a name, and I want one of the guests to say where you think they're going to go, as well as where you think it's best for them to go. And let's start out with Kiefer. Kiefer, you brought him up a while ago. Where do you think James Harden will play next year? But where do you think he should play next year?
I think he should go to that. If it's possible, I think he should go to Brooklyn. I think that's the only destination he could really give himself a big chance to compete for an NBA title. And at the same time, I never thought he was going to leave Houston, actually. So I thought he was always going to be there for Houston. You know, he's brought so much to the city. But then again, decisions happen. But you also have to consider kasi yung health din talaga ng mga players. So if he wants to compete, I think I want to see him in Brooklyn.
Do you think he will be in Brooklyn, though?
I think he's going to be there.
Interesting. Gino, John Wall, where do you think he should play and where do you think he will play?
Can I say he should retire? In all seriousness, I think John Wall will end up. I know he's requesting for the trade now from Washington, but I think he's going to end up in Washington. I just think it's such a big risk if you're going to trade for John Wall. The health factor, you need to see him. You need to see some sort of semblance that he can still go. And we haven't seen him play in over a year. So it's going to be a really tricky situation for the Wizards. And wherever they're going to be able to send him, it's going to be a risk. So it's going to have, the contract has to be a factor as well. So I'm not going to be able to answer your question as to where he's going to end up, because I don't think he's going to go anywhere. I think he's going to be in Washington for the foreseeable future.
Coach Ronnie, last but not least, his name comes up in the offseason every year. Russell Westbrook. What jersey would you want to see on Russell Westbrook that we can see really what he can do on the basketball court?
I know that this is going to be a long shot, but I hope that Giannis Antetokounmpo will have someone like Russell Westbrook along his side. Someone who can take away the pressure from him, and a semblance of a guard who can dominate the game that will ease and make the game easier for the Greek Freak. I think Russell Westbrook will end up with a big city franchise. And talk about his personality, I don't think that he will accept the fact na mapupunta siya sa mga hindi ganun kasikat na mga lugar. And I believe that Russell Westbrook would really want to play his remaining years for a contender. And with the amount of money that he has earned together with James Harden, I think there's no other direction but to move to a big city who's capable of winning a championship. Not in 2 years, not in 3 years, but next year.
I get to ask one more question, and since it's the last question, I'm going to make it about the Phoenix Suns. Kiefer Rafena, what do you think about the moves that the Phoenix Suns did, adding Chris Paul, adding Jay Crowder, and with Devin Booker and CP3 already practicing? Does that mean that the future is bright for the Valley of the Sun?
Definitely the future is bright, but then again, you're in the Western Conference. You have one big hurdle to go through, and I don't think it's going to be really easy going against the King and AD. So, but definitely what Phoenix has done, I think they're one of the low-key winners of free agency as well. You know, adding up CP3, mentoring people, of course, DeAndre Ayton's there. Although, you know, Kelly Oubre is a little, bit of a loss for them. But, the dog in Jay Crowder can definitely fill the void of Kelly Oubre. So, going to be exciting for them. A good mix of young guns and reliable vets with CP3 and Jay Crowder.
Alam mo, si Ronnie, si Keeper, ako lang, walang mga bias. Si Stevie, Filipino, malinaw na malinaw, malinaw na malinaw. But what an insightful episode of Sports Page. Aaron, let's thank our guests.
Thank you so much to our three esteemed gentlemen, well, two and Gino. To Kiefer, welcome back. It seems that it's nice to see you back at home. Coach Ronnie, it's nice to see you still in the bubble. Gino, it's just seeing you.
And it's time now for our last look. The NBA free agency holds heavy significance because it could actually dictate the league's landscape. We've seen monumental movements in the last 2 decades or so, and we've witnessed how one player joining a different league can drastically alter the course of history. So it's here that the NBA is a business, but that's also exactly what keeps the league interesting every year. All the player movements keep things fresh and competitive. There's always this air of uncertainty. Not to mention, players could be a little weird in their new jerseys. The NBA free agency is not yet over, and we can expect more surprising developments in the coming days, which of course leads to this important question. Nakatulog na kaya si Adrian Wojnarowski? Hindi pa siguro. We'll find out in the days to come. Thank you to all our guests, and thank you for joining us in this very special episode of Your Sports Page.
This show throws the toughest questions and gets back honest answers from the PBA's greatest players. I'm Nico Halili, and welcome to Hot Seat. Only a few can say they were more explosive than this man during his prime. With 4 scoring titles under his belt, he was undoubtedly a walking bucket in the PBA.
Ang masasabi ko is he is an instant scoring machine. Anywhere, jump siya, drive, talagang nasa isip niya. I-score talaga siya no matter what. He goes strong to the basket, he's open, he's going to take the shot. It's nga, tinatanong ko siya. Sabi ko, hindi mo ba nakikita yung mga pag-inukat when he's locked in? Ganun ko yung naiintindihan din na pag nakalock in yung score. Talagang minsan, wala na siyang nakikita. Talagang ititira niya na yung bola.
See, Gary David knows when to shoot the ball and when not to shoot the ball and when to create. Yun ang naalala ko kay Gary David. You give him an open shot, that's a big mistake. So you close out on him, find a way to score. So that's something na innate in him talaga na yung kanyang scoring prowess in any level, whether it be college, whether it be PBA, whether it be national team, nandun talaga sa kanya. I mean, yung grabe yung tapang ng bata niya pagdating sa scoring.
Gary David's amazing ability to score got him all the way to the pinnacle of stardom. But how much did it take for him to stay on top? Find out. Hot Seat presents El Granada.
Lumana kasi ako, meron akong court dito sa likod ng bahay namin. Yung gamit kong bola, yung bola ng pambalibol ng ate ko. Ever since na nakapanood ako ng mga basketball sa TV, kinabukasan ng umaga, naglalaro ko mag-isa, ini-imagine ko, kabantayan mo si Alvin Patrimonio, sina Jerry Colvinera, sinakdakan ko dyan yung mga import. Pero yung mga iniisip ko nung gusto kong maglaro talaga sa PBA. No? First time ko rin napanood yung si Jun Limpot sa Lasal eh. Kaya parang na-inspire ako, kaya nakikita ko nung si Limpot na napunta sa PBA, parang atin pala nag-umpisa mag-college ko muna, tapos nun pa-PBA ka.
So nung bago ka dito sa Maynila, ikaw ba na talagang kumpiyansa ka na nasa Maynila ka na, nagbabasketball ka, naglalaro ka ng college, tuloy pa rin, kayang-kaya mo pa rin matupad yung pangarap mo mag-PBA?
Nung napunta na ako sa Maynila, nag-entrance exam ako sa FEU, yung mga school na alam kong nasa UAAP. Tapos nung ang ate ko nag-aaral sa PLM sa Intramuros, napadaan kami sa entrance exam kami sa Mapua, sa Letran. Tapos nung napadaan kami sa Lyceum, sabi ko sa ate ko, ba't di tayo mag-entrance exam dyan? Kako Lyceum, dyan ko nabasa makita kong naglaro si Ato Agustin. Sabi ko gano'n. Di nag-entrance exam kami sa Lyceum. Nung nag-entrance exam kami sa Lyceum, 1 week pa lang yung result, lumabas na. Kaya nag-decide ako, sabi ko, ayoko nang mag-biyahe-biyahe. Ako sa sobrang traffic. Diyan na lang mag-aaral sa Lyceum, parang gano'n. Tatry natin dyan. Dahil nung nalaman ng tatay ko na sa Lyceum mo mag-aaral, sabi niya, paano ka mag-aaral niya? Puro mga babae yung nag-aaral sa Lyceum. Sabi niya gano'n, hindi ka ako, may mga lalaki na rin, saka may mga bars. Kaya yun, nasa Lyceum na ako, nung na-discover ako na player, nung nakita nila ako sa PE, tapos yun, nung nag-revamp yung varsity na nawala sila Kapopres, sina Joey Mente, nung nakawala sila, automatic, nasama na ako sa lineup bilang varsity.
Siguro yung pangarap na yun, lalong luminaw nung nagkakapangalan ka na. Kasi una kitang na-cover nung nasa montanya ka eh. Doon talaga yung mga sumusunod ng PBL nung araw, ayan na, dyan nakikilala na yung Gary David na ang husay umiscore sa montanya. Yun yung team mo noon eh. Doon ba naramdaman mo na parang kaya ko to, parang may paraan para matupad yung pangarap mo?
Ako kasi sa Lyceum pa lang ako, nung nag-varsity na ako, sabi ko talagang pinus ko na yung sarili ko na talagang ito na yun. Tapos nun, nakuha pa namin coach nun, si Mike Cristobal. Si Coach Mike Cristobal, parang nag-assistant ko sa rin siya sa PBL nun. Kinausap niya ako na mag-pursige ka lang, sabi niya gano'n, ako yung pahanap tayo sa akin. Kaya nagtuloy-tuloy yung pursigido ko nun. Tapos yung Lyceum ko nun, lagi kami nasa contender. Kalaban namin ng St. Francis, sinaparing Ranidel, sinaparing Ervin yan. Kaya yun, yung scout nun, medyo maayos na. Nung nandun na ako sa level na yun, talagang alam ko na papunta na ako dun sa, nasa tamang daan ako. yung nung kinausap na ako ng montanya ni Coach Leo Isa, walang atutubili kung ano yung inabot niyang kontrata, pero ano, pinirmahan ko na agad yun. Tapos pinakita ko sa ate ko, yan, tuwan-tuwa na sila nun. Doon na talagang, nag-ano na yung ano ko talaga na, nag-double time na ako sa paglalaro ko, every time nilistep ako sa court, yung pangarap ko na makapunta sa PBA, talagang malapit na. Ayun yung basiya ko talaga nung naglaro na ako sa PBA.
Kung mag-fast forward tayo from Montanya, PBL, talagang lumalaki na yung pangalan mo sa basketball community. Kaya naman nung na-draft ka sa PBA, syempre, yung mga talagang nakakanood sa'yo, hindi na nagulat na ano ka, first round pick. Kaya lang, pagtapak ko ng PBA, as with many players, syempre may period of adjustment. Gaano kahirap yung adjustment mo na pagtapak ko ng PBA, hindi agad nag-layup ang kamay ni Gary David?
Mahirap din kasi nung nag-pick ako ng Coca-Cola, nandyan pa nun sina Papa Jeff, Coach Jeff Carriazo, sina Ato Murano, yan, yung mga kamatod, sina Will, tapos yung mga halos veterano lang sila. Kasi happy ako, masaya ako dahil nakakakuha ko sa kanila mga advice at nabibigay naman ng maayos, lalo-lalo na si Coach Johnny Abarientos. Yung mga advice niya sa akin na yung talaga yung sinundan ko lang eh. Sasabi niya sa akin, pasensya lang bata, darating din yung oras mo. Basta, itin mo lagi parang game. Kaya sabi niya, go hard ka sa practice ko, tapos pag nakuha mo yan, darating din yung live mo. Sabi niya. Kaya every time na gagamitin din ako ni Coach Chot, no? Lucky din naman, first 3 games, injured si Coach Jeff Carriazo, kaya ako yung nabigyan ng mga quality games ni Coach Chot. Nag-deliver naman. Ayun naman yung isasabi ko sa first 3 games ko sa PBA.
Yan ang madalas na kasama sa buhay sa PBA, na yung pag you're a young player, pupunta ka ng PBA, mapupunta ka ng team, pihado, marami kang kasamang magaling. Kasi PBA nga yan eh, di ba? Best of the best. Ganyan din yung nangyari sa'yo when you were in Air 21, because yung team nyo sa Air 21, Diyos ko, para all-star team, di ba? May Ranitel, Arwin, dami nyo, Tubig, andyan pa yung mga may Doug Kramer pa dyan, mga bata na, ano kayo, parang all-star team kayo eh. John Period. Now, being a Gary David, ikaw ba nag-alala na, teka muna, paano ba ito? Paano mapapansin dito? Ang dami namin ditong sumushoot, ang dami namin ditong magaling. Ano ba yung mindset mo nung nasa Air 21 ka?
Ako kasi, sir, every time na nasa team ako na ganun na lang yung talagang maraming superstar. Ang mindset ko lang, sir, go hard ako sa practice, ibigay ko yung best ko sa practice. Pag nabigyan ako ng time, gagawin ko yung quality minutes na ano. Pag nakita ng coach yun, malamang hindi naman siguro siya bulago, hindi naman sa nakikita niya ginagawa. Siguro yung mga playing minutes ko na siguro madadagdag.
Gary, totoo ba? Habang nasa Air 21 ka, ay nag-request ka ng trade?
When he was playing for me, in the beginning, he was a defensive player. No? He wasn't much of an offensive player. Meron na siya nun, but because of our rotation, pangatlo pa nga siya because I still had Renard Ritualo then, and then second was Ronald Tupid. At siya yung pangatlo, very tall order yung sinusundan niya. But you can readily see his competitiveness. He would really fight for his slot, his time.
Nagkaroon ako ng nadagdagan yung weapon ko. Kasi at the time, I have Renren Ritualo, sila Ranidel, sila Mark Pinglis, Wesley Gonzalez. Tapos nadagdag sa amin si Gary David. So medyo mas nadagdagan kami ng tao.
At the time, rookie pa naman siya, pero makikita ko, gamit ko na siya kagad.
Gary, sa palagay mo ba, yung Air 21 team nyo, lalong-lalo na noong 2008, dapat ba nag-champion kayo nun?
Dapat nag-champion talaga kami doon. Ayun yung pinanginayaan ko na talagang konti-konti na lang. Talaga makuha ko na yung first championship ko nun. Sa import pa lang nun, sa import namin talagang si Steve Thomas, talagang gusto niya talaga na mag-champion kami at manalo doon. Kaya lang, siyempre, basketball yan eh. Hindi mo masasabi yung mga nangyayari na bigla na lang. Magiging ganun yung sitwasyon, tapos Ginebra pa yung kalaban.
Gary, totoo ba, habang nasa Air 21 ka, ay nag-request ka ng trade?
Nung galing ako sa ACL noon, 2006, na ano ko eh, na-injury ako ng elbow, na putol yung tendon ko sa elbow. Tapos in the next year, nagkaroon ako ng ACL. Kinausap ko si Coach Bo, pagbalik ko sa galing ACL, hindi pa ako masyadong ginagamit ni Coach Bo para ilang minutes lang. Lalabas na ako, hindi pa ako nakapag-ano, lalabas na ako. Nung time na yun na siguro ilang games na yun, halos patapos na rin yung conference nun, kinausap ko si Coach Bo, ako Coach, kung wala na po kayo tiwala sa akin, down doon. Medyo alam nyo mahina na yung galing na akong injury ako. Saka pwede yung pa-trade sa ibang team, yung alam kong makukuha ko. Kasi yung that time naman doon, nakausap ko si Boss JB Bailon nun, nasabi niya sa akin nun, Gary pag galing mong galing ACL, gusto mo, kunin na kita sa cook. Ako pa na magpagaling, sabi niya kasi sa akin nun eh. Kaya, noong time nun, kinausap ko si Coach Bo, pero sabi naman ni Coach Bo, Gary, niya. Kaya hindi kita binibigyan ng maraming playing time pa, sabi niya. Kasi naalala ko yung injury mo, baka kasi bumigay ulit, sabi niya, may injury ka. Yung kontrata ko, 3 years pa sa akin. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, Coach, kako, huwag niyo pong isipin yung kako. Kasi alam ko malakas na to dahil nag-therapy ako ng ano. Kaya bigyan niyo lang ako ng chance ulit na makapang playing time. Yung next game namin, pinagbigyan ako ni Coach Bo, binigyan niya ako makapang playing time. Yun. Alam ko, best player agad ako sa game na yun.
Ito, Gary, paki-confirm kung totoo to. Totoo ba na sinabi ni Coach Bo sa'yo, tandaan mo tong sasabihin ko, hindi mo na malalaro yung laro mo kapag hindi na ako ang coach mo. Totoo bang sinabi yan sa'yo ni Coach Bo?
Totoo sa akin yung sinabi ni Coach kasi nung nandun ako sa power rate, parang nagkaroon ng issue. Kinausap ako ni Coach Bo at ni Boss JB. Tapos sabi ko sa kanila, Coach, kung talagang wala kayong tiwala sa akin sa nangyari ako, pwede na po yung mag-desisyon ka. Tapos sabi sa akin ni Coach Bo, hindi naman sa ganun, sabi niya. Ito rin sasabihin ko sa'yo, sabi niya. Pag lumipat ka ng team, sabi niya gano'n. Tandaan mo, sabi niya, yung nilalaro mo ngayon, yung nakukuha mong kumpiyansa ngayon, sabi niya, hindi mo magagawa sa ibang team. Nag-isip ako nun, sabi ko sa sarili ko nun. Ba't sinabi sa akin ni Coach to, parang hindi ko ba talaga malaro o ano, nalipat ako ng team. Nung nalipat ako ng team, nag-iwaiwalay na kami na Coach Bo, nung na-realize na ito.
Kinausap mo si Coach Bo at sinabi mo o ni-request mo na, Coach, kunin mo ng lahat. Huwag lang si Paul Lee nung PBA draft nung taong yun.
Hindi ko naman sinabi na si Paul Lee. Kundi, ang sinabi ko lang nun, na tinanong sa akin ni Coach Bo nun, Gary, naalala ko yung papunta kami sa isang guesting namin nun, parang press conference tayo, kasi number 1 pick kami parang tatanong kung sino yung ibig ko na. Ang sabi sa akin ni Coach Bo, Gary, kung ikaw tatanungin, sabi niya, si Paul Lee ba o JB Casio? Pero napaisip ako, kailangan namin doon sa power rate, point guard talaga, legit na point guard. Kung naman niisip ko naman, kung si Paul Lee, kaya ano siya point guard, saka doon sa posisyon mo. Kaya sabi ko kay Coach Bo, kung ako tatanungin Coach ako kay JB Casio, talagang point guard siya, na ayun yung alam ko, kulang natin. Yun lang, pero hindi mo sinabi na huwag uli si Paul Lee.
Tinatanong ko lang naman kung totoo. Sabi, hindi nga totoo na sinabi mo yun. Sabi mo lang,
hindi.
JB Casio.
JB Casio, kasi binigay nila yung opinion ko.
Ay, di tama naman. Ganda kaya nung kombinasyon nyo. Casio, Lassiter, Gary David. O sino ba nang magsasabi mali yun?
Tama yun. May resulta ka, di ba?
Nagka-resulta. Ang tindi nga nung resulta eh. Kasi nga, sinapian kayo eh, dahil tinalo niyo yung binig. Ito na, nandito na tayo. And I wonder if this is, the absolute highlight of your career na ito nga, 2012, the series, tinalo nyo ang BMX Team Cone yan, ha? Coach Team Cone, tinalo nyo. Ano pang sumapi sa'yo? Ano pang tinaniban ka? At ganun nga yung ginawa mo sa BMX in that series.
Hindi naman siguro talagang sinaniban noon. Siguro yung willingness namin na manalo. Kaya sabi sa amin ni Coach Bono na paglaro lang kami ng na relax basketball. Bigyan namin ng chance yung sarili namin na makapaglaro na in-game. Sabi niya, kung maganda yung pakiramdam natin, why not? Diba? Kaya natin yun. Nagawa namin ng game 1. Tinalo namin sila. Yung ginawa lang naman namin yung parang lang eh. Typical na basketball sa amin eh. Parang kami nag-practice, gagawa kami ng game plan, gagawa na kami Kaya alam mo natin, biglang parang kami lang, sinuwerte. Parang nagawa namin yung game plan ni Coach Bo. Tapos kami, pag tumira, pasok, tapos maganda rin yung depensa. Kasi hindi naman kami masyadong kailangan ng more on defense eh. Kasi takbo dito, depensa, shoot, ganyan. Tapos yung maging agresibo ka lang sa depensa, yung naka-stop, okay, tapos i-score namin. Kaya nakuha namin yung timpla nun. Kaya mataas yung kumpiyansa namin na coming from game 2.
Gary, di ba sa buhay ng lahat, kung may saya, meron ding lungkot, meron ding pait. And part of your Gilas experience was siguro sa taas ng expectation ng mga tao sa tindi ng kanilang desire to see Gary David na mag-El Granada on the international stage at nabigo sila, nagkaroon ngayon ng parang bashing, online, Twitter, alam mo na, may mga tao, para bang kinikriticize, o bakit ba yung Gary kasama pa dyan, hindi naman pala gumagawa. Gaano kasakit yun na nandun ka, national team ka, dream come true, pero may mga tao pa rin na hindi maiwasan, may mga sinasabi pa rin negative.
Did not expect na isang ganong kaliit magiging siga na scorer sa PBA. More than a shooter, scorer talaga itong si Gary David in his days in the PBA. And that is something that will build his legacy talaga. Yung ganong class of shooting, yung ganong class of tapang, that's not seen in many players.
Nakakatakot naman yan. Ako na.
Free scares away with Tabipo on Signal Play. Download now.
If there is one series or one championship that's going to be remembered as a legacy of Gary, that would be the series against BMEG, no? Doon siya nakilala na El Granada, talagang almost, although marami naman siyang katulong talaga sa mga panahon na yun, but almost single-handedly, naiangat niya at napakalaki nung naitulong niya to beat the #1 team in BMEG and a powerhouse team as that.
Gary, dun sa knockout game against BMEG, 37 points, 8 3-point shots ang ginawa mo. Ikaw ba yung kinikilabutan pag naririnig mo yun or naalala mo na yung mga tao pag nakikita ka nun sa labas, ginagawa to, yung nagliliyap ang kamay ni Gary. Bakit mo pa ginawa yun yung game na yun? Bakit mo naisipang gawin yun?
Hindi, totoo nung kasi una ko napanood yun, yung ako naalala nyo, gumawa nung dati sa Big PDC, si Big Noon, parang tira sa tira, talaga parang lagi shoot, kaya parang ginanong-ginanong yung kamay niya, no? Natatanda na nanonood na ako sa TV nun eh. Ngayon, nung ako na yung gumagawa, feeling ko talaga pagbato ko dito, diretso, tapos ang ganda ng feeling ko, napapasok talaga. Kaya nung time na yun na ginagawa ko na yun, hindi ko na talaga natiis, na parang tinignan ko na. Nung una mapapansin nyo, gumano lang ako eh. Nung una quarter 3 point na napang-overtime, gumano lang ako. Tapos nung overtime na, nung kada bato ko na, ayan na, binuka ko na. Tinignan ko na, kaya kada shoot ko na, yun, medyo naging excited na ako. Bakit? ang ganda ng pakiramdam ko talaga na pag-release pa lang ng bola, alam ko na napapasok.
After that game, di ba, ano kayo, pumasok pa kayo ng ano, no? Pumasok kayo ng finals, eto na, ang dami na nakakilala kay Gary. Ikaw pa para pang hindi ka makapaniwala na from Bataan, Lyceum, Montanya, mga unang taon mo sa PBA, and here you are, yung Gary David, household name sa Pilipinas dahil sa ginawa mo. Ano ka ba nun? Parang ano kung nangyayari nito? Hindi ka ba makapaniwala nun?
So, ko lang talaga naramdaman na biglang nagkaroon ng pangalan. Pero after that game, sa PBA, talagang pag lumalabas pa lang ako nun sa punta ko ng molo, ano, talagang may mga nagpa-picture pa sila ng ganyan. Talagang doon ko naramdaman. Ito pala yung nagawa ko nun. Talagang pinaka-breakout game ko talaga bigay sa pangalan.
PBA star ka na. Superstar actually. Kasi nga, ang dami na nakakilala sa'yo. Isang level pa yung tinaas mo, national team ka, ito na, Gilas.
Yes.
Ano naman ang para bang initial na epekto sa'yo nung pagkasama mo sa Gilas team?
Siguro mga ilang buwan lang yun. After ng Ginebra, ilang buwan. Nagbuo na yung Gilas team nun. Siyempre sa akin, okay, kahit sino player, talaga pangarap din nila na makapaglaro, maka-represent yung country natin sa mga bansa, sa basketball. Noong time na yun na tumawag sa akin si Ross Boots na doon, walang pasubali. Pasok ako dyan, boss, ako nakakabili. Kahit alam kong nasa pool lang ako, hindi wala pa akong shoes sa kanya. Sige po, papayag ako. Sabi niya, may commitment tayo, teacher man. Sige po, boss, dali mo pipirma. Kaya pag nakita kami ni Ross Boots, talagang sobrang tuwa ako, pinirma ko na agad yun.
Gary, di ba sa buhay ng lahat, kung may saya, meron ding lungkot, meron ding pait. And part of your Gilas experience was siguro sa taas ng expectation ng mga tao, sa tindi ng kanilang desire to see Gary David na mag-El Granada on the international stage at nabigo sila, nagkaroon ngayon ng para bang bashing, no? Online, Twitter, alam mo na, may mga tao para bang kinikriticize, o bakit ba yung Gary kasama pa dyan, hindi naman pala gumagawa. Gaano kasakit yun na nandun ka, national team ka, dream come true, pero may mga tao pa rin na hindi maiwasan, may mga sinasabi pa rin negative.
Sa akin lang naman, tinake ko lang naman yun. Parang isa challenge. Mahilig ako sa mga challenge na gano'n. Hindi naman sila magsasabi ng mga gano'n. Wala silang nakikita. Siyempre, pangit na naman yung laro ko nun. Nasa Gilas ako, nandiyan sa MOA, pangit talaga yun. Kaya tinake ko yun sa challenge. Hindi ko masyadong na-handle yung pressure nun kasi parang expectation ng mga tao ng mataas. Every time natitira ko lang ako, hindi ko na-shoot. Sumisigaw na sila, gumaganda, mag-windet. Pero nung time na kinausap na ako ni Coach Short, kinausap na ako nila Jimmy, medyo nabuhayan na ako. Kaya, tsaka yung mindset ko talaga nun, makapag-contribute lang, mapaglaro ng maayos at manalo, okay na doon. Yung mga basero, yung mga pangit na write-up sa akin, hindi ko naman pinabasa, hindi ko naman pinapansin. At tuloy-tuloy lang, nagkaroon ng breakout game sa kasaptan. Medyo lumag yung pakiramdam ko. Basta, ang sa amin lang nun, manalo, makapasok sa world, okay na lahat.
So for the record, Gary, nandun ako sa MOA nung nasaktan game. Tumatalon ako nun. Nung nakakashoot ka, talaga yung palakpak ko nun, dinig na dinig sa buong Pasay. Dahil, nakakatuwa kasi if a player is undergoing a challenge, dami bumabatikos, and then when you finally hit those shots, you're happy for the player. Kaya ako, just like many others na, alam mo, kasama natin sa mundo ng basketball, we're so happy for you that making your shot. Sabi mo, mahilig ka sa challenge. Gaano kahirap yung naging challenge that in the latter part of your career, ito na yung mga Meralco years, ganyan, wasn't like the Powerade years, kakaibang sitwasyon, iba ang coach, iba sistema. How tough was that challenge for you?
Hirap dahil lipat ko sa Meralco, adjust ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, hindi natin masasabi na ang mga coach talaga, iba-iba yung philosophy nila, iba-iba yung mga style nila, coaching. Doon ko naalala yung sinabi nga ni Coach Bo na pag hindi na ako yung Coach Bo, hindi ko na magagawa yung mga ginagawa ng dati, sabi niya. Pero siyempre, hindi naman ako nabuhay sa salita niya na yan. Isa ako, tingin ko challenge yun. At ginagawa ko pa rin yung mga, alam kong makakatulong sa akin. Lalabas din yung laro ko, yung mga hinahanap nila sa akin. Ako, makakapag-contribute din naman. yung samahan din namin ni Coach Ryan Gregorio, talagang binibigyan niya rin naman namin ng mataas na kumpiyansa. Kaya maganda rin naman yung nilaro ko sa Meralco at mga point percentage na paano naman.
Having this stellar PBA career, pero talaga bang kulang sa na wala kang PBA championship?
Oo. Mahirap sa akin din yun na parang hindi ko nagawa yun nung naglalaro ko sa PBA na hindi ko man nawakan yung trophy ng championship. Talaga parang nakapanginahan lang. Pwede ko lang ibalik yung ano talaga. No? Gusto ko bago mawala sa PBA na talaga mag-champion. Kaya lang, siyempre, talaga yung buhay basketball, nila binibigay sa'yo.
Gary, anong matututunan ng mga umiidolo sa'yo? Yung mga hanggang ngayon, nagliliyap pa rin yung kamay nila pag nakakashoot sila ng 3-point. Anong pinakamagandang aral ang mapupulot nila from the career of Gary David?
Siguro, masasabi ko lang sa kanila, don't stop dreaming. Every time na pupunta kayo ng practice, kailangan excited kayo. Kailangan excited kayo na may matututunan. Excited kayo na lalakas yung katawan nyo. Excited kayo na mag-i-improve. Huwag nilang iisipin lagi na kinabukasan. Sasabihin nila, patayo pa lang sila sa kama. Ay, practice na naman. Sakit na naman to sa katawan. Huwag papasok yun. Maganda dyan, kailangan kinabukasan, pag alarm mo, excited ka, tatayo ka na, maliligo ka na, punta ka ng practice. Sabi nga ni Boss Johnny Abadientos, yung practice, treat mo as a game. Mag-shoot ka, mag-shooting ka, parang nasa game ka. Hindi yung nag-shooting ka na patalon-talon lang ng konti, pero pagdating sa game, jump shot ka, kaya treat mo yung practice as a game. Game shot, ang gawin mo sa practice.
Kaya kami sigurado na habang buhay para sa lahat ng PBA fans ay magliliyab ang kamay ni El Granada. Gary David, maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Although his career did not have a storybook ending, Gary David still achieved more success than most. And the truth is, we can only dream of winning as much as El Granada did. I'm Nico Alili. See you again next time here on Hot Seat.
Anumang hamon ng mundo, magkasama tayo, itutuloy ang Pasko. Wala nang regalo, ang hiling ko, sana'y laging masaya tayo. Dito tayong dumaramay hanggang tumulong at magbigay upang bumuti, sumaya ang ating buhay. Nandiyan ang abot kamay, tayo'y maging liwanag ng Pasko. Tulong-tulong tayo, tayo'y liwanag, ikaw at ako, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko. Tayo'y maging liwanag ng Pasko. Tulong-tulong tayo, tayo'y liwanag, ikaw at ako, tuloy pa rin ang Pasko.
Kapit sa pag-asa, sama-sama, pangarap ng isa't isa. Nasa ating tinig, kakaibang himig, ngiti ay naririnig. Nandito tayo.